In a world that is facing economic turbulence, there are shifting dynamics, and today, adaptation is no longer optional. It is essential, it is the cornerstone of growth. Businesses and governments, we need to rethink strategies, embrace change, and turn challenges into opportunities, and there are several opportunities out there. So these three pillars are going to guide our conversations over the Global Business Summit this time. Evolve through innovation, through adaptation, staying ahead of the curve. Emerge through building resilience, overcoming adversities, and thriving and expanding through exploring new markets, fostering collaborations, and driving global growth. So as we embark on this journey together, we are going to uncover insights, we are going to see ideas getting sparked, we see futures getting shaped, where businesses, like I said, they don't just survive, but learn how to soar. I'm going to take a moment to mention some of our esteemed partners. The Times Group ET Now Global Business Summit 2025 is co-powered by Google and Bennett University Times Group. Our partners, celebration partner, Teachers Packaged Drinking Water. Our smart logistic partner is FedEx. India Innovation Partner, Prosus. Commercial and Investment Bank partner, JP Morgan. Our energy partner is Inox GFL Group. Technology AI partner, New Dream Network. ESG partner, SR Group. Luxury partner, Mercedes-Benz. And our sustainable construction partner is Boots. Our industry partner is Transworld. And we have a whole string of associate partners attached to this event. Ace Insurance Brokers, Nisus Finance, Accenture, MV Group, Luminous, Raveen Infra Project, National Stock Exchange, Octagon International, WeWork India, Quick Smart Wash, and our entertainment partners, Radio Mirchi in Ghana. Official outdoor media partner is Times OOH. So over the course of this summit, we are going to engage in thought-provoking ideas. We'll have a lot of discussions, as always. Insightful keynotes are going to be part of the summit. And we're going to have these dynamic panels as well, featuring industry leaders and policymakers and visionaries. So let's begin this journey, and to begin, it is my honor to introduce a leader who's been at the forefront of fostering unity and resilience across nations, a strong advocate for the rule of law, economic empowerment, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Commonwealth Secretary General, Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, King's Counsel. She shares a vision on forging a shared future, the Commonwealth's blueprint. Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, King's Counsel, we welcome you to the summit.
Namaste. Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, partners, colleagues, and friends. It is a profound honour to address this eminent gathering at the Times of India's Global Business Summit, and I pay tribute to the organisers who have turned this summit into an unmissable fixture in the global economic calendar. The theme of this summit, Evolve, Emerge, Expand, is not just a reflection of the aspirations of business and economies worldwide. It embodies the very essence of the Commonwealth and India's leadership within it. India stands today as a beacon of economic dynamism. The IMF calculates India's GDP at more than 4.2 trillion US dollars, growing faster than any other country in the world. India's strides in technology, digital infrastructure, and sustainable development have set new global benchmarks. Initiatives like Digital India and Make in India have not only transformed the domestic economy, but have also positioned India as a global powerhouse of innovation and manufacturing, which the Commonwealth has been able to showcase to the world. The entrepreneurial spirit of India's youth is particularly inspiring. I had an opportunity this morning to meet with many of our youth network leaders, and they are extraordinary. And we've seen a number of young innovators in India who have captured the Commonwealth Innovation Awards and who are energetically participating in our Commonwealth Youth Council and all of our networks. With over 1.4 billion citizens, more than 65% of whom are under the age of 35, this demographic dividend represents a vast reservoir of talent and energy. As a natural home for new startups, India is poised to lead in the industries of the future, from artificial intelligence and fintech to green energy and advanced manufacturing. Indeed, the AI economy is expected to add $16 trillion to the global economy by 2030 and $32 trillion to global trade. Uniform adoption of AI can generate growth up to 14% by 2040. Responsible use of AI therefore offers enormous social and economic opportunities. And this is especially important to developing and small states, if they are not to be left behind. And what has been so warming, so welcoming, was to see India's offer in Samoa in the last Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to share her knowledge, her expertise with all of our members. This offer to share AI and digital technology may be pivotal for growth in our future. But as India scales new economic heights, she must also navigate a complex and rapidly changing world. The global economic landscape is shifting, marked by supply chain disruptions, geopolitical realignments, and the urgent need for sustainability. In this environment, India's ability to leverage strategic partnerships will be of paramount importance, and this is where the Commonwealth emerges as an unparalleled platform of opportunity. The Commonwealth is a voluntary partnership of 56 countries, spanning every continent, not bound by treaty, but by a deep and abiding commitment to shared values and systems, common interests, and natural advantages. Some have described it as a petri dish. We can grow anything because every country, every type of region is round our table. And this is what sets the Commonwealth apart in an increasingly uncertain and fragmented world. At its heart, the Commonwealth is an alliance of trust. Our members, representing 1/3 of humanity, large and small, developed and emerging, come together because they see the value of cooperation, mutual support, and shared prosperity. The Commonwealth is united by democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and a collective ambition to improve lives. These principles create an environment of reliability and stability, precisely the qualities that investors, businesses, and governments seek in volatile times. India, as the largest member, has an incredible opportunity to lead and shape this unique family of nations. India's influence extends beyond economics. It is a cultural, technological, and diplomatic force within the Commonwealth, with similar legal frameworks and established trade ties. The Commonwealth provides India with a trusted network of partners across Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, the Pacific, and beyond. Indeed, trade is at the heart of the Commonwealth's unique value. We are not a formal trading bloc, but the Commonwealth's advantage, which includes the 21% lower cost of trade between Commonwealth countries due to a shared language, legal systems, and business practices, is a reservoir of economic potential. You need only think about how we can together use the trade facilitation arrangements of the WTO, the benefits of the African continental free trade area, to see the opportunities that there are for great growth. Intra-Commonwealth investment has nearly quadrupled since I became Secretary General, and intra-Commonwealth trade is projected to reach 2 trillion by 2030, 1 trillion by next year. And for Indian businesses, this means new markets, easier trade routes, and seamless investment opportunities. For the Indian people and all the people of our beloved Commonwealth, this means greater prosperity, shared more equally, and outdated, entrenched global imbalances overcome. India is already a key driver of Commonwealth trade. From pharmaceuticals to digital services, from sustainable energy to financial technology, Indian enterprises are shaping the economic trajectory of our family of nations. But there is so much more that can be done. Strengthening trade agreements, reducing barriers, and enhancing connectivity through infrastructure and digital corridors will follow and allow India to further capitalize on this advantage. We only need to think about what the Commonwealth has just achieved as a result of our creation of a framework model law for virtual assets, something which others had been struggling to do, but the Commonwealth achieved through our law ministers' meeting that took place in Zanzibar. In today's world, where geopolitical tensions are rising and economic shocks are frequent, resilience is key. And the Commonwealth's diverse membership from the fast-growing economies of Asia and Africa to the small island states of the Caribbean and Pacific offers a built-in mechanism for collective problem-solving and risk mitigation. No other major power in the world has this advantage. The Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, just to take one example, has been instrumental in helping vulnerable nations access funding to combat climate change. With just 8.5 million USD investment, it has already unlocked more than 460 million in vital resources, with another 500 million in the pipeline. India's leadership in renewable energy and its commitment to the International Solar Alliance align perfectly with the Commonwealth's sustainable goals. Similarly, the Commonwealth's Blue Charter is driving ocean conservation efforts, an area where India's expertise in marine economy and coastal resilience can be a game changer. India's emergence as a global leader has been achieved in parallel with Commonwealth's own transformation. Since I took office as Secretary General in 2016, we have undertaken a journey of reform, modernization, and delivery. The Commonwealth has become more agile, more responsive, not only to its members, but more focused on tangible results. And we've streamlined our operations, enhanced transparency, and focused on driving investment, development, and resilience across all our member states. Our efforts have really yielded concrete successes: increased support for small states, advancements in gender equality, expanded youth empowerment programs, and stronger trade facilitation. India has been a key partner in all these achievements, reinforcing its role as a leader in shaping the Commonwealth's future. Together, we have built the strongest platform for our future success. So, as I look to the future, as I prepare to leave office as Commonwealth Secretary General, I understand more than ever before the need for us all to embrace the spirit of evolve, emerge, expand. So let us evolve by embracing innovation and adaptability. Let us commit to be the leaders in sustainable and inclusive development. And let us expand our horizons through deeper collaboration and partnership. When I started on this journey in 2016, all the things that we have done were said to have been impossible. It would have been impossible to get the 5 regions to come together to do the blue oceans. It would be impossible to do our Living Lands Charter. It would be impossible to get our trade ministers together. We have, as Nelson Mandela said, made it clear that the impossible is only impossible until it's done. India has the power to help shape the world to come. And she has an incredible role to play in the Commonwealth, not just as a member, but as a driving force for its future. By harnessing the opportunities within our unique partnership, India can forge a future for herself and her citizens which is prosperous, equitable, and resilient. And in doing so, she can further strengthen a Commonwealth family which is uniquely positioned to thrive in the 21st century, setting a blueprint for global cooperation, economic growth, and social progress. We are facing a technological revolution which has never been seen before. Many feel frightened by it. We need to grasp it. It is the opportunity that is there for us all. And I hope that the Commonwealth will be seen as the ideal platform, the partner of choice to make those sustainable development goals no longer a dream, but a reality. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for that very powerful perspective on collaboration and shared progress. And I hope all of you all are having an insightful and engaging time here today. We've just begun, of course. You can also, by the way, scan the QR code, which is displayed all over the screens in the hall, instantly to access pictures of the Darbar Hall, of all that's live happening right here. Within seconds, the images will be at your fingertips, and then, of course, you can go on sharing them on your social media handles. Make sure you use the hashtag scripting tomorrow and hashtag GBS 2025. Now, as we continue our journey through today's sessions, we now turn our focus to a very exciting and thoughtful, or rather thought-provoking fireside chat up next. Our next discussion, which is called Build to Last, Designed to Disrupt, the Future of Entrepreneurship, brings together two very dynamic leaders who have successfully navigated the complexities of building enduring businesses while embracing the spirit of disruption. Please join me in welcoming on stage. We're going to first have Devansh Jain, Executive Director at Inox GFL Group, a visionary leader, ladies and gentlemen, with a very strong focus on the new energy sector, wind, solar, and of course EV batteries and chemicals. He's spearheading innovation and sustainability in India's energy sector. Joining him also is going to be Vivekanand Oberoi, partner Nisus Finance UAE, a multifaceted entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist who is shaping the future of sustainable and smart developments. And guiding this insightful conversation is our very own consulting editor, ET Now, Vikram Oza. There you are.
See, entertainment, there's a little bit of entertainment in all our lives. So yes, built to last, designed to disrupt. It's on? All right, good. So I was just telling you about the topic of discussion and how relevant it is, because entrepreneurship as we know it is going through a paradigm shift. There is a lot of balancing to do in today's context, because yes, you have to be profitable, but you have to be sustainable as well. You have to be disruptive, but you have to ensure that disruption doesn't come at the cost of, well, there's social impact always at the heart of a lot of businesses, and we're seeing more of that come through. So when you talk about all these differing or maybe opposites, how do you balance it, is something that I wanted to discuss with Devansh Jain and Vivek Oberoi. Vivek, of course, has been disruptive in his own career by switching from entertainment entertainment as a profession to entertainment as a hobby. But how do you do that? How do you do that, Vivek, when you diversify as much as you have? Because I'm seeing the spread. It's finance, it's real estate, and it doesn't stop there.
It's always a pleasure speaking with you, Vikram. I think the journey from being an actor in front of the camera to being a director or managing director in the boardroom is quite an interesting one. It does bring in a lot more responsibility. I had to probably study and learn and equip myself with knowledge and information more than I studied when I was in school or college, with a focus to being an actor. But that did pay results. I think what's interesting, the predominant difference is anything that you want to scale, how do you scale beyond a point? I was lucky enough to have the leverage of, celebrity, being able to create more reach, but I found that the variables in my industry, whether you want to scale it economically, whether you want to scale it in terms of volume or content, it's still very limiting. I mean, it's very difficult to mitigate the variables that are there. And that's the reason I chose real estate. I felt that real estate was a strong space where I could, on the one hand with B&W Developments, scale the luxury real estate portfolio, which we're doing in the UAE, which by the grace of God, we're at almost $7 billion US now across 22 projects that we're doing there. So that scaled really well, 400 people working in the team. And then Nicest Finance came in with a great legacy of about 15, 16 years. Amit Goenka, a brilliant guy, doing phenomenally well in India. We partnered for the UAE market, raised $1 billion. We should have assets under development over the next couple of years of anywhere between $2 to $3 billion there. And there the idea was, how do you take assets that could be optimized below replacement value, right, and then rework those assets? How do you integrate technology to make it interesting? How do you create value that's exponential from there? And that's what we're seeing across the first 6 projects that we've acquired. We're seeing some phenomenal numbers. We're seeing anywhere between 24, 25% IRR on dollar terms, all the way to 32, 33% IRR on dollar terms. So I think that was very, very exciting in terms of how I could scale and create positive impact. We're also venturing into, for example, public housing. Yes. Right? In a place where everybody's talking about the gaming resort on Marjan Island, where we as B&W Developments are doing a lot of developments there. But how do you also bring in high quality public housing for all those people that are going to be working in all these resorts? So those are the kind of thought processes that we're working on. So there are a lot of synergies that you build into the diversification that you do when you try and pull it all together. When it comes to you, Devansh, because I know your great-grandfather started in newsprint trade. From there to come into fluorochemicals, and then to come into renewables, through your father and now you, that is a long stretch as well. And then to kind of see how you can synergize your operations towards a push for the future, because obviously you are scouting for possibilities of growth in the future. How do you actually decide that that's the direction to take when there is so much happening in every sphere?
Look, to be honest, Vikram, there is some method to this madness, When Dad started the fluoropolymer business, and as they say, you've got to be agile and nimble-footed, right? And disruption is the name of the game. But effectively, he started with refrigerant gases. And there was the Montreal Protocol and the Kyoto Protocol, which eventually led to sunset of refrigerant gases. So we thrive in disruption. And Dad forward integrated into fluoropolymers. Yeah. So when you go into fluoropolymers, it elongates the entire life cycle for refrigerants because there is no greenhouse gas emission. Now, when we were in fluoropolymers, that's also the time when I was studying at Carnegie Mellon. I was getting done with my degree. And as I say, business is in the blood. I was always hearing business, breakfast, lunch, dinner, whenever it was. You just wanted to come back. So I did a dual degree and I came back in 3 years because I wanted to work. Yeah. And when I came back, we had these large cash flows. And we were looking at a diversification opportunity. Fortunately for us at that point in time, we also had the world's first UNFCCC registered CDM project, carbon credits. Right. So, we started seeing that, there is money in greening the world. And I'm talking about 15 years ago when renewables energy transition weren't as sexy as they are today. Correct. So at that point in time, we worked with McKinsey and a lot of these other guys to figure out where do we go. And I thought that wind is going to be the future. Of course, solar eventually now with disruption. So that's how we went about building the wind business. There were a lot of pitfalls, challenges, whatever we heard from McKinsey, you know, they probably give the same strategy paper to 20 people. But you got to learn those and then navigate those challenges and create a model where you succeed.
Correct.
When we listed wind in 15, in fact, I was just talking to Nikunj outside. It was the largest IPO in India in about 2.5 years. And at that point in time, 1,000 crore IPO was huge. Today, 10,000 may be the norm. But effectively, that's how we went about building businesses. I think when it came to disruption and capturing value, it's no secret today, the two biggest investment themes globally are digital and energy transition. True. And what we are trying to do at Inox 3FL is be at the forefront of energy transition. So we've gone from EVs to batteries, to wind, and now a large foray into solar, and a large IPP which we're building out. Having said that, across EV and batteries, the heart of the batteries and EVs are fluorine, which is what Gujarat Fluoro did. So there is method to the madness. It's not as if we went from steel to cement to finance, right? And I think in renewables, we are now capturing the entire RTC, hybrid, and FDR play, where every time we sell a turbine, everyone wants a solar piece to it. So we say, why don't we just get into solar as well? So there is complementarity to the business we're doing.
Right.
And we control a large part of the grid, 15 gigawatts.
Right.
So when we control grid, you can load wind and solar on the same grid under hybrid and RTC. So that's how we're going about building these ventures.
So it evolves gradually, this entire thought process. It's not disruption for the sake of disruption. You obviously spot an opportunity, but you build as you go along.
I think the key differentiator is, in both cases, has been that earlier the focus in any kind of business was just forward integration and backward integration. But now it's lateral ecosystem building. You build a whole ecosystem, and that kind of helps amplify growth exponentially.
So disruption is in building an ecosystem and to build that architecture before you get into it. How easy is it to do that, especially when you're looking for finance? Do you look at internal accruals, or do you go out and decide that, look, I need to sell this disruption idea? Go ahead.
You know, look,
Since you did it.
Raising capital or finance could be easy or difficult. And, you know, the way I say it is, if you've created value across the group or in businesses which you've been, it becomes that much easier. And if you've been through hell, and I tell you, Inox Wind was literally bankrupt when 30 players went bust. At that point in time, going and raising even 100 crores was a pain. And I'm not talking about the group, I'm just talking about the renewable arm. Today, we've created such massive wealth across wind, green, EV, that for us, we've, you know, given where the markets are today, we've in fact just closed about 3,000 crores in the past 30 days, and at a pre-rev level in one of our EV ventures. I think what's important for many other businesses, it has to be a balance of valuation and internal accruals. Right. Look, if you're really going to go out and build something big, and if you're just going to keep waiting for internal accruals, it's going to take too long.
Right.
But if you can create value or show a moat which is disruptive, a lot of stuff which Vivek is doing, or possibly what we're doing in our IPP company now, the valuations are so large, and people trust you because you've created value.
Yes.
That you can raise large amounts of capital
Yes.
to build out these businesses. That's how we are building our businesses.
So quickness is an important piece. When you're looking at an idea and it looks good to you and you're convinced about it, but to be able to kind of build on it, you need to kind of have all guns blazing. Vivek, when you were looking at scaling, you are looking at the possibilities within the entire ecosystem that you were trying to create, what exactly were you gunning for? What was the overriding theme that you had in mind, that this is where I need to be? How clear were you on the other side, or do you build it as you go along? Because there is a certain element, like I started out by saying, of social impact, which is an important piece as well. How much do you need to factor that in when you see that image of the final, what you're getting at?
Well, Vikram, it depends on the business. I'm involved across a spectrum of businesses, but when I'm looking at real estate, it's all fine to later say, oh, we thought of it well in advance. But some of it is on the fly, like when you're an actor and you're improvising in the middle of a scene, you have to improvise as you see opportunities coming along. With the biggest gaming resort in the world coming in at Marjan Island, at B&W Developments, we were the first mover, so we got a big advantage. Today, we have a large, a substantial portfolio there, but the growth that we never anticipated. It would be really fake of me to say that we thought it would explode this way. But that allowed us a platform to now enter Dubai with strong financial backing. And just like Devansh said, that earlier it was a push mechanism where you had to go and knock on doors for capital, and now it's a pull mechanism. People will chase you, and you keep building from UHNIs, to family offices, now institutions knocking on your door saying, can you do the same thing for us? But at the same time, with NICE's Finance, the whole idea was on the sustainable or SDG aspect. How do we tie in with a sovereign guarantee structure for really high quality, sustainable living, but for public housing? How do we make that available where they're insulated against the kind of tremendous value increment that you're seeing in the luxury segment? And how do you make that grow hand in hand? At the same time, with NICES now, we've managed to build a really large portfolio with global giants coming in and knocking at our door. So if you say, what's the goal? How do you set a vision? I think with BMW Developments, the inspiration was EMAR. So how do we become the next EMAR, right? With NICE's Finance, it was like, how do we create a regional Brookfield, a regional Blackstone? How do we get there? What's the playbook to do that? How do we scale exponentially to achieve that? And since both companies are young but have already achieved remarkable milestones in a very short window, I think we're on the right path.
So then this understanding of the competitive landscape, an important piece, and India and the kind of businesses that are thriving and growing and where opportunities are growing, you are competing on a global scale. How do you stay ahead of the curve? Because you need your own domestic regulatory framework to support your disruptive idea. It may not immediately, but maybe it will in the future. How do you do that?
Look, a couple of things, right? I think, at least for us, we have integrated operations. And that's how we become leaders in the sectors in which we operate. So, for example, in fluoropolymers, we're the world's second largest fluoropolymer producer because we have very, very integrated operations. If you're really going to compete on a global scale, you got to stop cribbing about China, 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 right? At some point in time, there will be subsidies. At some point in time, there will be protection. But at some point in time, there will not be subsidies and protection. And at that point in time, the only thing which helps is your cost structure, number one, your efficiency in operations, and two, I think, constantly innovating to develop the best products. And I think that's what we've done. Of course, some of our businesses are domestic plays, and some of them are global plays. But at least on the battery and the chemical side, we are constantly disrupting in terms of the products which we're making, the advanced fluoropolymers and chemicals. But I think
technology is helping.
Absolutely. I think you've got to be very integrated operations, cost structures, and having financial backing. I think those are the three buzzwords I would use to stay ahead of the curve. Of course, technology is absolutely important because you're outdated, you're not going to really compete on any product.
That's the only thing I would add. I mean, technology, whether like how we're now integrating AI to bring in predictive analytics, we're integrating blockchain to potentially explore tokenization with real-world assets, fractional ownership, but through a coin with actual underlying utility. So those kind of new directions is where we think the real value capturing would be, and you could build your bastion.
So new directions, innovation, we are seeing a paradigm shift in entrepreneurship as these two leaders clearly in their diversification drives, it's obvious that we are on that path and there's so much more to achieve on that count as well when you talk about the possibilities, and they're just only growing. So thank you, Devansh, Vivek. It's such a pleasure having you here, and we hope you enjoy the discussions over here as well, and we'll have plenty more on the side, but of course our time's up. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Once more, yeah. Okay, as we continue now our journey into the future, let's turn our attention to exactly how design and artificial intelligence are reshaping the way we work, create, and innovate. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, visual storytelling is more powerful than ever, and AI has, of course, been amplifying all of this. But you know what? we're going to switch over and let's just shift focus solely to what India has been doing. And we're clearly, ladies and gentlemen, a nation that has been at the helm of transformative policies when it comes to labor, when it comes to youth development, when it comes to sports. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We are very honored to hear from a very distinguished leader who's driving change at the intersection of governance and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege today to invite Shri Mansukh Mandaviya, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for his very special address today. But I promise you, we will talk about AI shortly.
So let's again invite our guest, someone where we've seen him helm transformative policies. This is in labor, in youth development, in sports. It's such an honor to have him with us, a distinguished leader, driving change at the intersection of governance and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mansukh L. Mandaviya, our Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Mr. Mandaviya.
आज ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित विनीत जी, सभी साथियों, भाइयों एवं बहनों, दोस्तों, बिजनेस समिट के लिए मुझे इनविटेशन दिया गया तो मैंने पूछा कि मैं तो लेबर मिनिस्टर हूँ, स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर हूँ, तो मेरी भूमिका क्या रहेगी। तो नाविका जी मुझे बता रही थी कि आप अभी लेबर मिनिस्टर हैं, पहले शिपिंग मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, हेल्थ मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, और आप गुजराती हैं, तो गुजराती लोगों का ट्रेड के साथ, बिजनेस के साथ सीधा रिश्ता रहता है। आप आएंगे तो अच्छा होगा। मैंने सोचा कि बिजनेस कम्युनिटी, बिजनेस समिट, बिजनेस, इंडस्ट्रीज, इनोवेशन, ये सब एक दूसरे से जुड़ा हुआ सब्जेक्ट है। जब आप बिजनेस की बात करते हैं तो इस राष्ट्र आगे बढ़ सकता है जिस राष्ट्र में इंडस्ट्रीज, ट्रेड को प्राधान्य दिया जाता हो, प्राथमिकता दिया जाती हो। आज से नहीं दोस्तों, ये सदियों का क्रम है। मैं 1800 साल पुरानी बात कहूं तो आचार्य चाणक्य देश में हुआ, और आज भी आचार्य चाणक्य की इकोनॉमी पर थॉट, सोच, उसका अर्थशास्त्र दुनिया के लिए आज इतना ही रिलेवेंट है जितना 1800 साल पहले था। चाणक्य ने कहा था कि कोई राज्य को समृद्ध राज्य बनना है, समृद्ध राष्ट्र बनना है, तो राज्य में रहने वाले महाजन यानी कि ट्रेड और इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देना। उन्होंने कहा कि महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देने से 3 फायदा होता है। संपत्ति का सर्जन करना एक स्किल है। माई सेल्फ इज बेस्ट पॉलिटिशियन। इट्स मीनिंग इज नॉट दैट माई सेल्फ इज बेस्ट इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, बेस्ट बिजनेसमैन। जरूरी नहीं है मैं एक अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन हो सकता हूं, लेकिन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, ट्रेड स्किल, इट्स वन टाइप ऑफ स्किल। जिसमें स्किल है उसको आप प्रोत्साहित करेंगे तो संपत्ति का सर्जन करेगा, रोजगारी का निर्माण करेगा। और सरकार की तिजोरी में टैक्स कौन डालेगा? जो संपत्ति का सर्जन करता है उससे ही आप टैक्स ले पाओगे। तो चाणक्य ने कहा कि आप जब महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देते हैं तब वो संपत्ति का सर्जन करेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करेगा और राज्य की तिजोरी में कोष देंगे। और आगे कहा, देखो ये देश कितना सामर्थ्यवान देश है, ये देश में कितने मनुष्य लोग थे। उन्होंने उस वक्त 2000 साल पहले कहा था कि तब जाके राज्य गरीब और किसान का कल्याण करेगा। ये जमाने में भी गरीब की कल्याण की बात होती थी, ये समय में भी किसान की कल्याण की बात होती थी। जो वर्तमान समय में हम कहे कितना भी समय क्यों न बदला हो, हम वहां ही है जो इस समय में हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने या तो हमारे मानुषियों ने सोच रखी थी। और इसलिए समय समय पर देश को, राज्य को महाजनों ने मदद करी है। जब महाराणा प्रताप आक्रांताओं के सामने लड़ रहे थे, उस वक्त भामाशाह ने कहा था, वो बर्बाद हो गए थे और जंगल में घूमते थे, तब भामाशाह ने कहा था, संपत्तिवान थे, आप लड़िए, हम आपके साथ हैं। उन्होंने सहयोग करा था। आप वस्तुपाल तेजपाल का इतिहास देखिए, महाजन थे। ये देश में महाजनों ने समय समय पर, झगड़ू शाह जब 17 के दशक के शताब्दी में ये देश में बहुत बड़ा सूखा पड़ा था, उस वक्त देश देशावर से अनाज लाके ये देश के नागरिकों को सहयोग करा था, राज्य को सहयोग करा था, ये समय की सल्तनत को सहयोग करा था। और दोस्तों, और उसका प्रतीक के तौर पर आपने इतिहास पढ़ा होगा तो इतिहास में लिखा है कि जब बादशाह अकबर की अंबाड़ी चलती थी, बादशाह अकबर चलते थे, उसके आगे एलिफेंट पर हेमचंद्राचार्य सुरेश्वर जी महाराज साहब, जो महाजनों के पूजनी थे, प्रतीक थे, उसकी अंबाड़ी आगे चलती थी, उसके पीछे बादशाह अकबर की अंबाड़ी चलती थी। मैं इसलिए आपके सामने रख रहा हूं कि देश में ट्रेड, बिजनेस, इंडस्ट्रीज ये बहुत आवश्यक है और उसके आसपास देश की इकोनॉमी चलती है। और जब जब हम ट्रेड में, बिजनेस में आगे थे, तब हमने दुनिया पर और समुद्र पर शासन करा था। और उसका एग्जाम्पल है ये देश में लोथल है। आप कभी इंडस सिविलाइजेशन के समय का लोथल, मोहेंजोडेरो, धोलावीरा, लोथल इस समय की का नगर है। आज भी आज दुनिया में 5000 साल पुराना डॉक यानी कि पोर्ट कहां भी विद्यमान है तो ये भारत में, गुजरात में, लोथल में है। इतना पुराना डॉक आज दुनिया में विद्यमान नहीं है। उस समय 5000 साल पहले हम दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड करते थे, बिजनेस करते थे, देश समृद्ध था। ये देश में क्षमता की कोई कमी नहीं है। ये देश सामर्थ्यवान देश है। यहां ब्रेन पावर भी है, मैन पावर भी है। समय इतना ही है कि उसको अवसर दो। आप जब उसको अवसर देंगे तो ऑटोमेटिक उसकी क्षमता को पुरवार करेंगे। ये मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने देश के युवाओं को अवसर दिया। देश के युवा स्टार्टअप, स्टैंड अप के द्वारा, मेक इन इंडिया के द्वारा, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के द्वारा आगे आए। सरकार आपके साथ है। तो आज मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि देश में आज से 1 दशक पहले केवल 4 यूनिकॉर्न थे, आज 118 यूनिकॉर्न हो चुके हैं। सामर्थ्यवान देश है, उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली। और ये सब विषय आपकी इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रॉन्ग करता है, इकोनॉमी को जनरेट करता है। और इसलिए देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमें सही सोच से सही दिशा में कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव तरीके से प्लानिंग करना होगा। हम केवल कोई भाषण कर देंगे और देश आगे बढ़ जाएगा, ये तो बहुत होता रहा। और भाषण करना बहुत आसान होता है। मैं जब आता हूं, गाड़ी में बैठता हूं, तो हमारे पीए एक चिट्ठी दे देते हैं, हम पढ़ लेते हैं और आसानी से 1 घंटे भाषण दे सकते हैं। लेकिन आप जब भाषण देते हैं, कोई बात रखते हैं, तो सरकार को एश्योर करना है। एज ए मिनिस्टर जब मैं बोलता हूं, एज ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर कोई बात कहते हैं, तो कमिटमेंट के साथ ये विषय को समझ के देश के सामने अपनी बात रखते हैं। और जब आपको आगे बढ़ना है, आपको प्रगति करना है, समय के साथ बदलना बहुत आवश्यक होता है। जो आप नहीं बदलेंगे तो समय तो बदल जाएगा, समय तो आगे बढ़ते रहेगा। मुझे एक एग्जाम्पल याद आता है। मुझे याद है जब मैं प्राइमरी सेकेंडरी स्कूल में पढ़ता था, उस वक्त देश के प्रधानमंत्री 1985 में राजीव गांधी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री हुआ करते थे। और ये प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में उन्होंने देश के सामने एक विचार रखा, 21वीं सदी का भारत। शायद आप में से भी जो 50-50 अबव के लोग हैं उसको पता होगा। 21वीं सदी का भारत, उसका विचार कोई गलत नहीं था। देश को 21वीं सदी में ले जाना है, यानी कि देश को डेवलप करना है, हमें डेवलपिंग कंट्री की ओर ले जाना है। 21वीं सदी ये भारत की सदी होगी, शताब्दी होगी, ऐसी उसकी बात थी। लेकिन 21वीं सदी में देश को ले जाने के लिए जो रोड मैप तय होना चाहिए था, ये रोड मैप वो नहीं बना पाए। तो 21वीं सदी तो अपने टाइम पे आ गई। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे समझाऊं। आपको यहां से बाय ट्रेन जाना है मुंबई, तो मुंबई जाने के लिए पहले आपको ट्रेन की टिकट लेनी होगी। आपने ले लिया। टिकट लेने के बाद जिस डेट और टाइम है, टाइम और डेट में 15-20 मिनट पहले पहुंचना होगा। आप रेलवे स्टेशन 10-15 मिनट पहले पहुंच गए। आपका कोच नंबर है S5, तो S5 के सामने खड़े रह जाना होगा जहां एक कोच खड़ा रहेगा। क्योंकि ट्रेन तो 3 मिनट रुकती है। ट्रेन तो टाइम पे आएगी, टाइम पे जाएगी, 3 मिनट रुकेगी। लेकिन जब ट्रेन आएगी और आप एक कोच के सामने नहीं होंगे तो ट्रेन तो चली जाएगी और आप आपके गंतव्य स्थान पर नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। भूतकाल में यही हमारे देश के साथ हुआ। जो समय के साथ होना चाहिए, समय के साथ रोड मैप बनना चाहिए, ना हम रोड मैप बना पाए, ना हम समय के साथ चल पाए। तो ट्रेन एक के बाद आती रही, छूटती गई, आती रही, छूटती गई, चलती रही। लेकिन हम डेवलप्ड कंट्री की ओर आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया। हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री की ओर आगे बढ़ना है। क्या करना चाहिए दोस्तों? उसके लिए क्या कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्लान होना चाहिए? जब मोदी जी ने 2022 15 अगस्त से रेड फोर्ट से अपना उद्बोधन में कहा कि हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाना है, लेकिन डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाने के लिए मोदी जी ने कहा कि मैं देश के 140 करोड़ की जनता को आह्वान करता हूं कि हम पंच प्राण ले, पंच प्राण ले यानी कि 5 संकल्प करें। एक संकल्प है विकसित भारत का, दूसरा संकल्प हमें विकसित भारत बनाना है। व्हाट इज रोड मैप? ड्यूरिंग कोविड क्राइसिस वी was in lockdown at that time. The Modi government, all minister working in full time. We are work on full time 24/7. हम हमारे विकसित भारत के रोड मैप पर एक्सरसाइज कर रहे थे। हम उसके लिए स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन कर रहे थे। इंटरनेशनल डेवलप्ड कंट्री के साथ हमारा उनका विचार साझा कर रहे थे। हम इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ कंसल्टेशन कर रहे थे। जो विषय, जो सेक्टर डेवलप्ड कंट्री के लिए हमें जिस पैरामीटर को मीट करना है, ये पैरामीटर के लिए डिटेल डेलिब्रेशन हो रहा था, तब जाके हम विकसित भारत का रोड मैप बना पाए। दूसरा विचार मोदी जी ने दूसरे संकल्प लिलवाते हुए कहा कि हमें विकसित भारत बनाना है तो हमें गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर आना होगा। गुलामी के मानसिकता के सभी हमारा देश में सिग्नल है, सिंबल है, उसको हमें हटाना है। क्योंकि दोस्तों ये देश बहुत सालों तक परतंत्र रहा। कभी हुणों ने शासन करा, कभी शकों ने शासन करा इस देश पर। 1000 साल तक इस देश पर आक्रांताओं ने शासन करा। 240 साल तक इस देश पर अंग्रेजों ने शासन करा। 1857 मंगल पांडे की शहीदी से अंग्रेजों के सामने आजादी की लड़त की शुरुआत हुई। देखो ये देश का सामर्थ्य, जब देश बलिदान मांग रहा था तब ये देश के 6 लाख युवाओं ने अपना प्राण का बलिदान दे दिया था, तब जाके हिंदुस्तान आजाद हुआ। ये आजाद भारत, उसको विकसित बनाने के लिए हमें हमारा गुलामी के प्रतीक उसको त्याग कर देना है। और उसकी शुरुआत हम सब लोग देख रहे हैं। मैं भी पार्लियामेंट में बैठता था, पुरानी पार्लियामेंट में बैठता था। आज मुझे गौरव है जिस पार्लियामेंट में बैठ के हम कानून बना रहे हैं, वो पार्लियामेंट आज भारत के आर्किटेक्चर लोगों ने डिजाइन करी है, भारतीय इंजीनियरों ने उसको बनाई है और भारतीय मजदूरों ने उसमें श्रम करा है। ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत ये बनी हुई पार्लियामेंट में आज बैठ के हम देश के कानून बना रहे हैं। दोस्तों मुझे पता है, हम इंडिया गेट जाते थे तो बगल में जब अंग्रेज शासन के समय में जॉर्ज पंचम हिंदुस्तान में आए थे और उसकी याद में एक स्टैच्यू लगाया था। आज मेरे देश के कोई नागरिक इंडिया गेट की मुलाकात लेते हैं, अमर ज्योति को प्रणाम करते हैं, तो वहां सुभाष चंद्र बोस का स्टैच्यू देखते हैं। यही रास्ते पे सालों तक 26 जनवरी को हमारी परेड निकलती थी। हमारे देश की सामर्थ्य की गाथा वहां से लोग देखते थे। वही राजपथ मोदी जी ने कहा कि राष्ट्रपति जी हमारे देश के सर्वोच्च बड़ा है, लेकिन वहां वो देश राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठ के राज को भुगतने के लिए नहीं है। ये राजभवन पर जाने वाला रास्ता राजपथ नहीं है। यहां कोई राजा नहीं है। राष्ट्रपति जी जिस राजभवन में बैठते हैं, राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठते हैं, वहां बैठ के वो अपना नेशन के प्रति कर्तव्य का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं। इसलिए राष्ट्रपति भवन से निकलने वाला रास्ता जहां 26 जनवरी को परेड होती है, वो आज राजपथ नहीं रहा है, वो कर्तव्य पथ बन चुका है। मैं ये पार्लियामेंट में एक घटना का साक्षी हूं। जब पार्लियामेंट में कोई डिस्कशन होता था तो बोलते थे कि एक्ट 1920 में बना है, 1927 में बना है। अंग्रेज के जमाने में बना हुआ कानून से देश का वंश होता था। ऐसे 1200 कानून को रिपील करके आज भारतीय कानून की ओर से देश का संचालन हो रहा है। दोस्तों देश बदल रहा है, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, नया भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। यहां लेबर का भी कल्याण हो रहा है, यहां किसान भी उन्नति कर रहा है, यहां ट्रेड बिजनेस भी बढ़ रहा है, यहां सभी लोगों को प्राथमिक सुविधा उपलब्ध हो रही है। यहां केवल भाषण नहीं होता है, वास्तविकता के आधार पर डिसीजन करा जाता है। अभी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी EI समिट में फ्रांस से लौटे। दोस्तों जिस देश का पॉपुलेशन 6 करोड़ से कम है, ये देश में 25 करोड़ लोग पिछले एक दशक में बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन से अप हो गए, और वो वैसे नहीं हुए हैं, एक कमिटमेंट के आधार पर काम करने से हुए हैं। और एक कमिटमेंट कौन सा है दोस्तों? मुझे पता है, मैं ग्रामीण बैकग्राउंड से आता हूं। जब बीमारी कभी किसी को पूछ के नहीं आती है, वो गरीब के यहां भी आती है, वो अमीर के यहां भी आती है, शहर में भी आती है, गांव में भी आती है। और जब गांव में कोई गरीब मजदूर के यहां बड़ी बीमारी आ जाती है और डॉक्टर साहब उसको कहते हैं कि किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट करना होगा, उसके जेब में पैसा नहीं होता है, पेशेंट को फिर वापस लेके घर चले जाते हैं। और कोई शाहूकार के यहां से पैसा लेके कभी इलाज तो करा देते हैं, लेकिन वो परमानेंट बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन के नीचे चले जाते हैं, शाहूकार से पैसा लेते हैं और उसके इंटरेस्ट में उसकी आय चली जाती है, उसकी मजदूरी का पैसा चला जाता है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है जिन्होंने देश में 60 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख तक का मुफ्त इलाज की गारंटी देकर आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू करी। आज तक 1,25,000 करोड़ रुपया गरीब लोगों के जेब से बच गया, यानी कि आउट ऑफ पॉकेट खर्च उसका बढ़ा। क्यों बढ़ा? क्योंकि उसको हेल्थ के पीछे खर्च नहीं करना पड़ा, आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत खर्च हो गया। तब जाके 25 करोड़ लोग, 80 करोड़ लोगों को देश में फूड सिक्योरिटी मिल गई। दोस्तों, ईपीएफओ में मैं लेबर मिनिस्टर के रूप में देख रहा हूं, केवल एक दशक में 7 करोड़ लोग ईपीएफओ फॉर्मल सेक्टर में एम्प्लॉयमेंट पा रहे थे। केवल एक दशक में वो संख्या बढ़ के 14 करोड़ हो गई, यानी कि डबल लोगों को रोजगारी मिली। इतना ही नहीं, क्लेम डेटा बताता है, रिजर्व बैंक आज से नहीं, मेरी सरकार बनी तब से नहीं, वो तो पहले से एम्प्लॉयमेंट डेटा निकालते हैं। और दोस्तों, एक दशक में, एक दशक पहले की मैं बात करूं तो पहले एक दशक में 2004 से 2014 में देश में केवल 7 करोड़ रोजगार निर्माण हुआ था, जॉब निर्माण हुई थी। एक दशक में 17 करोड़ जॉब देने वाला देश हिंदुस्तान बना है, युवाओं को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है, तब जाके देश आगे बढ़ता है। व्हाट इज कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डेवलपमेंट प्लान? व्हाट इज विकसित भारत? हम विकसित भारत कब बनेंगे? मुझे पता है, जब मैं 2012 में पार्लियामेंट में आया था, तब देश में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे, हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है तो सबसे पहले बेस्ट इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड का हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए, देश की बेस्ट इकोसिस्टम होनी चाहिए, देश में सब लोगों को रोजगार की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलनी चाहिए, हर युवाओं के हाथ में काम होना चाहिए, देश में इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म करने के लिए एक सिनर्जी से आपको आपके एक्ट में रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा। एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्लान के साथ हम आगे बढ़ने लगे, देश कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव तरीके से आगे बढ़ने लगे और उसका नतीजा ये आया। और देश ने तय करा, मोदी जी ने तय करा कि हम विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए हमारे गुलामी के प्रतीकों को छोड़ देंगे। तीसरा संकल्प लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा, हमें विकसित भारत बनना है तो प्रेरणा कहां से लेंगे? दोस्तों, मैंने आपको चाणक्य का एग्जाम्पल दिया। हम दुनिया की इकोनॉमी का अध्ययन करें, लेकिन हर देश को अपना अपना मॉडल होता है डेवलपमेंट का। हमें अपने मॉडल पे आगे बढ़ना होगा। जब देश में, मैं एट द टाइम माई सेल्फ वॉज द हेल्थ मिनिस्टर, जब मैं हेल्थ मिनिस्टर था और देश में कोविड आया, तो उस वक्त मेरी दुनिया के साथ हर दिन मीटिंग होती थी और दुनिया मुझे कहती थी, इंडिया इज ए बिग कंट्री, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, पुअर हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये देश कोविड मैनेज नहीं कर पाएगा और इंडिया में जितने लोगों का मृत्यु होगा उसके आधार पर दुनिया का फिगर तय होगा। ये दुनिया उस वक्त मुझे बोलती थी। और देश दुनिया में जब डेल्टा वेरिएंट आया, उसके बाद ओमिक्रॉन वेरिएंट आया, तो मेरी तो बात हर दिन चलती रहती थी। एक बार मुझे एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री में, कंट्री का नाम नहीं बोलूंगा, उस दुनिया के जाने माने एक अपने स्वयं को दुनिया के बहुत बड़ा हेल्थ एडवाइजर मानते थे, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आपके देश में डॉक्टर ड्यूटी पे आते हैं? क्योंकि वहां नहीं आता था, छुट्टी लेके चले गए थे। आपके यहां नर्स ड्यूटी पर आती है? क्योंकि वहां नहीं आती थी। तो मैंने कहा कि दुनिया का अपना अपना मॉडल हो सकता है। शायद आपके कंट्री में या तो दुनिया में हेल्थ है कॉमर्स हो सकता है तो नहीं आ सकता। मेरे देश में ऐसा नहीं है। मेरे देश में हेल्थ है कॉमर्स नहीं है, हेल्थ है सेवा है, और सेवा हमारा देश का संस्कार है। और इस संस्कार के आधार पर मोदी जी ने हमें कोविड मैनेजमेंट के लिए मॉडल दिया। और ये मॉडल क्या था, आप सब लोगों ने देखा होगा। उस वक्त मोदी जी ने कहा दिया जलाओ घर पे, कोरोना वॉरियर को, मेरे डॉक्टर, मेरे नर्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए। मोदी जी ने कहा थाली बजाओ, उसको प्रोत्साहित करो। मोदी जी ने कहा ताली बजाओ, उसको प्रोत्साहित करो। मोदी जी ने कहा कि कोरोना वॉरियर्स के लिए आकाश में एयरफोर्स के प्लेन से ट्राई कलर से उसको सैल्यूट करो। दोस्तों, हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स, हमारे डॉक्टर्स, हमारे नर्स, कई डॉक्टर्स, कई नर्स, कई पैरामेडिक स्टाफ अपना प्राण गंवा दिया, लेकिन उन्होंने ड्यूटी नहीं छोड़ी। तब जाके हिंदुस्तान कोविड के सामने सफलतापूर्वक लड़ पाया। ये हमारा मॉडल है। दुनिया अपने मॉडल से आगे बढ़ सकती है, जरूरी नहीं है। हाँ, हमारा शास्त्रों ने हमें सिखाया है, संसार में जो कुछ श्रेष्ठ है उसका ग्रहण करो, करना चाहिए, लेकिन ग्रहण करके मॉडल हमारा होना चाहिए। ये विकसित भारत का हमने हमारा मॉडल बनाया है, और ये मॉडल है विरासत। हमारा तीसरा संकल्प लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम 140 करोड़ की जनता, हम हमारी विरासत से प्रेरणा लें। ये देश की विरासत जाजरमान विरासत है। कल मैं बोल रहा था, कल मैं नेशनल गेम्स में भाषण दे रहा था, तो मैंने कहा कि मेरे देश के खिलाड़ी जब इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर खेले, और जो भाला फेंकने वाला खिलाड़ी है उसके मन में एहसास होना चाहिए मैं महाराणा प्रताप के वंशज हूं या तो महाराणा प्रताप के देश के वासी हूं, मेरा भाला सबसे आगे जाना चाहिए। और मेरे तीरंदाज जब तीरंदाजी करे तब उसके मन में आना चाहिए कि मैं अर्जुन और एकलव्य के देश के नागरिक हूं, एकलव्य और अर्जुन के देश की विरासत का वाहक हूं। मेरा तीर तो लक्ष्य पर ही लगना चाहिए। ये हमारी विरासत है। ये विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके हमें आगे बढ़ना है, विकसित भारत बनाना है। और चौथा प्रण लिलवाते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा था हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है। तो हमारा चौथा 140 करोड़ की जनता का इस संकल्प होना चाहिए, हम एक लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़े। जब एक व्यक्ति एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ता है तो व्यक्ति एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन एक लक्ष्य, विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य के साथ 140 करोड़ की जनता जब एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ेगी तो देश 140 करोड़ स्टेप एक साथ में आगे बढ़ जाएगा। और लास्ट में मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम 140 करोड़ की जनता एक साथ में संकल्प करें, हमारी मांगे पूरी करो। तो हमने बहुत बार बात कही, मेरा हक मुझे मिलना चाहिए, वो तो हम बार बार बोलते रहते हैं, लेकिन हमारा भी नेशन के प्रति कर्तव्य है। नेशन फर्स्ट, देश पहले। एक संकल्पना के साथ देश के हर नागरिक जहां भी हो, जो भी करता हो, जो भी व्यवसाय में हो, जो भी सेक्टर में हो, जरूरी नहीं है कि देश को बदलने के लिए, डेवलप्ड कंट्री करने के लिए मोदी जी ही सब कुछ करेंगे। जी नहीं, मोदी जी ने कहा है कि हमें 140 करोड़ की जनता को एक साथ में मिलके हमारा कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करना है। एक टीचर, देश के शिक्षक, जब उसके सामने स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं, वो सोचेगा कि मेरा देश का भविष्य है, मैं उसको ऐसा तैयार करूंगा, ऐसा पढ़ाऊंगा, तब जाके वो विकसित भारत में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे। इस भाव उसके मन में जब आएगा तब वो कर्तव्य के साथ जुड़ जाएगा, और उसमें से जो स्टूडेंट निकलेगा वो विकसित भारत में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन देगा। कोई व्यापारी है, सोचेगा, कोई सरकार के अफसर है, जब कोई उसके पास फाइल आएगी और वो सोचेगा कि उसकी एक गलती है, उसमें ये लिखना चाहिए, फाइल मुझे रिटर्न नहीं करना है, मैं कॉल करके उसको बता देता हूं कि जरा एक करेक्ट करके ये कागज आपका काम है दे दे, ये फाइल एक दिन लेट पास होगी तो मेरा एक कोई इंडस्ट्रीज हो, एक दिन लेट उसको परमिशन मिलेगी तो मेरा एक दिन लेट प्रोडक्शन चालू होगा, मेरे देश को नुकसान होगा। जो भारत सरकार के मंत्री के तौर पर जिस चेयर पर मैं बैठा हूं, 24 घंटे मेरे मन में लगेगा कि देश ने मुझे इतना बड़ा दायित्व दिया है, मेरा कमिटमेंट उसके साथ होना चाहिए। ये भाव जब आप कमिटमेंट के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ देते हैं ना, ये मेरा कर्तव्य है, मेरी जिम्मेवारी है, ये देश को विकसित भारत बनाना है, देश के प्रति। और दोस्तों, समय समय पर हमें हमारा कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करना आवश्यक होता है। जैसा मैंने मेरे प्रारंभिक भाषण में कहा कि जब देश बलिदान मांग रहा था तब यही देश के 6 लाख युवाओं ने आपका बलिदान दे दिया था, अपने स्वयं। अभी देश कहता है कि देश के लिए जीना है। मोदी जी कहता है कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए जीना है। हर व्यक्ति कमिटमेंट और डेडिकेशन के साथ विकसित भारत के साथ अपने आप को स्वयं को जोड़ देगा तो दोस्तों 2047 में जब देश आजादी का शताब्दी वर्ष मनाता हो तब देश डेवलप्ड कंट्री बन के रहेगा। दोस्तों बोलने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन मैं सामने देख रहा था मेरा टाइम समाप्त होने आया है। तो इस अवसर पर जो बिजनेस समिट है उसमें बिजनेस रिलेटेड डिस्कशन होगा, डिबेट होगी। इंडियन इकोनॉमी, इंडिया का डेवलपमेंट, इंडिया का डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, इंडिया का टैलेंट पूल, इंडिया का यूथ, कन्वर्ट ऑफ यूटिलाइजेशन, ये सब पर बहुत सार्थक डिस्कशन होगा। दुनिया के इंडस्ट्रीज बिजनेस सिनारियो, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज हमारे बिजनेस सिनारियो, जब उसके पर आप थॉट प्रोसेस करेंगे तब दुनिया का मॉडल की अवश्य बात करना। लेकिन उसमें से हमारा मॉडल हम कैसे तलाशे ताकि ये हमारे विचार फ्रेंडली हो, हमारा कल्चर फ्रेंडली हो, हमारी विरासत फ्रेंडली हो। चूंकि जिस सेक्टर के साथ, जिस विचार के साथ आप आपके डेवलपमेंट को जोड़ देंगे उसको अचीव करना सरल होगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, डायमंड बुर्श बनाना है तो सूरत डायमंड सिटी है। दुनिया का 50% डायमंड का दुनिया का कारोबार सूरत से चलता है। तो सूरत में डायमंड बुर्श बनेगा तो तुरंत ही पुटअप हो जाएगा, सक्सेसफुल मॉडल बन जाएगा, आगे बढ़ जाएगा। लेकिन ये ही डायमंड बुर्श कोई जहां इंडस्ट्रीज है ही नहीं, ये सेक्टर ही नहीं है, वहां देश के कोई कोने में जाके लगाएंगे तो उसको ग्रो करने में बहुत समय लग जाएगा। हम हमारा मॉडल से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो हमें मॉडल को डेवलप करने में सुविधा हो जाएगी। मैं मानता हूं कि इस टाइप की समिट हमें बहुत उपयोगी होती है। मैं टाइम्स नाउ ग्रुप को अभिनंदन करता हूं, विनीत भाई को अभिनंदन करता हूं जिन्होंने इस टाइप की समिट का आयोजन करा है, जो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है हमें भी आगे बढ़ने के लिए इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर भी मदद करता है, नेशनल लेवल पे मदद करता है। एक इस टाइप का एक्सपोजर मिलता है जो हमें कनेक्ट भी करता है और करेक्ट भी करता है। हम कनेक्ट भी हो, करेक्ट भी हो, फ्यूचरिस्टिक प्लान भी तैयार कर पाए और देश को विकसित भारत बनाने में एक छोटी सी आपकी समिट मैं मानता हूं कि महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रख सकती है। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Sir, thank you. Thank you for those inspiring words. And do please stay on stage, Mr. Mandavia, just for a moment, because...
May I please request the MD Times Group, Mr. Vinny Jain, to come up on stage and give the Minister a small token of thanks and appreciation from us. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Very inspiring words. And the importance of following up words with actions. Mr. Mandavia has underlined that in his speech. Thank you so much for joining us at the ET Now Global Summit. Thank you.
Well, now as we continue our journey into the future, let's also turn our attention to how design and artificial intelligence are reshaping the way we work, the way we create, and the way we innovate. Visual storytelling, ladies and gentlemen, is more powerful than ever nowadays, and AI clearly is amplifying its impact across industries. Isn't it, Vikram?
Absolutely. And to take us through this fascinating conversation that is about to unfold, AI being at the heart of so much development, so much that is going on in various sectors is being powered by the possibilities under AI. So we're delighted to have as part of this conversation that we're just about setting up, Cameron Adams. We'd like you to stand by to join us here on stage. He's co-founder and chief product officer at Canva. This is a global leader, Canva, a global leader in design innovation. And to conduct this conversation, may I also ask Naya Sagi, the co-founder of the Good Glam Group, the Founder Edition, a trailblazer in digital-first consumer brands, to join us on stage as well. We're about to begin this conversation.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's now dive into what our session is called today, our visual future, how design and AI will transform your organization. Please, both of you, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cameron and Naya. Welcome.
Wow.
Naya, good to be up here.
Yes. So we're finally doing this, Cam. This is exciting.
It is.
So listen, I'm super excited on behalf of the entire tech and design community to, first of all, be doing this conversation with you and to officially welcome you on your first visit to India.
It is my first visit. I think I'm on hour 76 of my India experience, and it's been wonderful so far.
So, okay, before we dive into other stuff, what's been the most exciting thing about you for India in the last 3.5 days?
Two things. The people have been amazing, incredibly friendly, incredibly giving. The people I've met who have told me about the tech scene here, about the culture here, it has been really valuable to learn from them. And secondly, the food has been incredible. Every place I've eaten over the last 4 days has been amazing.
And what's been your favorite dish?
I had some kulfi on Thursday night, which was delicious. And also the dal from Bukhara, that was incredible.
Yeah, that's my favorite too, Cam. You know, I think before we dive into sort of the business questions, 3 things that stood out to me, which not too many people may know about here. And by the way, we actually have commonalities in. One is that you were also a qualified lawyer and now a tech entrepreneur like myself. There's not too many of us in this sort of a paradigm.
I wouldn't say I'm a qualified lawyer, but I know a bit about the law, yes.
Yes. The second, of course, is that I think, and Canva in general, has been a very, very big believer in communities driving impact and growth. And I think that's really fascinating. We'll actually dive a little bit into that as well. And I think the third thing is that there's a fundamental belief in Canva from a software perspective of design having the ability to shape and impact lives at scale. And that's really what I'm building with my new venture edition as well, but from a hardware perspective, a design-led hardware perspective. So overall, a real privilege to talk to you, but let's dive right into it.
Yeah, I'd love to chat about that.
So let's get back into like the very, very early days of Canva, Cam. You know, as I think a lot of us here are very curious to know what really drove you to build Canva and to kind of like look at a future where you had this crazy belief that design would actually set the narrative for businesses, for individual creators, for how economies would shape up.
So we actually started Canva 13 years ago in 2012, but the story kind of begins even before that. As you mentioned, I did law at university, but I was terrible at it. And I put myself through university actually doing graphic design. I worked on making catalogs and flyers and posters, and that's where I did an incredible amount of learning. I also did computer science at university, so I managed to fuse both design and technology together. And I left university and started my own design agency and ran that for a while. And it got a bit of attention, and eventually Google came knocking. They wanted me to work on a product that they had been thinking about for a long time. So I joined Google in Sydney and worked on a product called Google Wave, which was all about communication, a new way of communicating. It was an incredible journey, but also an incredible failure. We launched the product, no one could figure out what it was meant to do, and we ended up with very few users on it. But it was incredibly formative for me because of the network that I got introduced to through the Googlers that I worked with. My boss at the time was one of the founders of Google Maps. So he passed on an incredible amount of knowledge to me about building products and thinking about businesses. And I left Google with 2 other Googlers, started another startup, which also went incredibly badly. But through that, I managed to meet my current co-founders, Melanie and Cliff. And we started Canva jointly with an understanding of how powerful design could be. Each of us had arrived at 2012 through different paths, But my background in professional design and technology fused with their background in business and working with people and community was really the secret sauce behind Canva.
And I think it's really interesting because, you know, you were building Canva and you were looking at design being transformative across different industries at a time when I don't think design thinking in itself was as prevalent, right? So it's super interesting that you bet, like the three of you bet on that future. So today, Canva actually has gone from this journey of being a startup to being used by folks as diverse as educationalists, to folks in, of course, tech, of course, folks in, you know, just general industry as well. Tell us a little bit about maybe the 2 or 3 formative steps that, you know, you all took as a team, maybe from a product side or from a business side or something that comes to mind, that really helped you scale up from startup to being like a global behemoth that it is today.
So we've been going for 13 years now, which is over a decade. And the industry which we're in has changed rapidly over that time. When we started, design was something that you would think only 1% of the world could actually do. A few professional designers used some complicated software to produce beautiful looking things. What we saw was that design was something that everyone should be able to do. Not just 1%, but 100% of the world. And the power that you give people when you give them a really simple to use tool that helps them express their ideas and achieve their goals is incredible. But you can't start there from day one. We didn't have 200 million users in our first year. You have to start small. You have to find the people that really resonate with your idea and really want to use the product that you're putting out there. So we managed to find an initial community in social media. Instagram and Pinterest were just starting out at the time, so people were really interested in how they could create more visual content for those platforms. So social media managers really gravitated towards Canva. From there, we started expanding to other design types. We moved into presentations, we moved into websites and videos, even t-shirts and bags that you can get printed. And through each stage, we've broadened our audience and broadened the functionality of Canva to operate across every sector, as you mentioned, from education to enterprise to small to medium businesses. And I think that evolution in the product and the idea that you're constantly creating, adding onto the product, finding new audiences is really critical. And in speaking about finding new audiences, the last point I'll mention is about going global. In Australia, we have a very small population. We have 27 million people. In terms of the global audience, it's a drop in the ocean. So when you're thinking about a tech company in Australia, you need to think global first. You need to think about who's going to use your product in the United States, in Indonesia, in Brazil, in India, and you need to build from that from day one. And we have put a tremendous amount of effort into making the Canva product truly local, a product that people here in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Jakarta, in Barcelona can use and feel like it's a native product, like it was made for them, that has the content they need, that's in the language they speak, and feels authentically local. And that's what the team here in India, the Canva team, really focus on doing.
So, you know, when I was talking backstage to Cam, I asked him, what has been the most interesting sort of insight or the most interesting usage pattern you've seen in India? Cam, do you want to share that? Of Canva.
So when we first launched in India, we saw a lot of people creating designs in the morning, which was weird because everywhere else, people would create designs in the middle of the day. And we were really curious, why are people creating designs in the morning? And of course, I'm sure you all know that it's about people sending good morning messages on WhatsApp. To us, it was a revelation. It was something we'd never heard of before. And when we discovered it, it immediately got our thoughts racing about the type of content people needed to make, about enabling people to use a template to send good morning messages. And of course, it's spread like wildfire since then.
I don't know if you know, but my dad actually is a Canva user and he spams us in the morning with good morning, good evening, good afternoon, happy holy messages. So just so you know, he was power user my dad.
I have to apologize for that.
No, that's all right. It's good. It democratizes design, truly. But let's come back to this sort of double click on India. India is your 4th largest market already. And the press has been buzzing over the last couple of days on Canva's plans for India and to hyper-localize to India. And some really interesting, almost FMCG-esque products that you've been sort of working through from a product lens. Could you talk to us about maybe 2 or 3 things that you're doing to hyper-localize? India is a competitive market as well, right? So hyper-localizing to India, what do you folks have in mind?
Yeah, so India is a really exciting market for us because it grows so rapidly. You've gone from our 5th biggest market to our 4th biggest market in the space of months. And I truly believe that India can reach to the top position, given the uptake that you have with technology, the scale and size of the population, and the incredible innovation that you have across the country. In tackling that, we realized that we need a product that is truly local, that speaks to all Indians, speaks all the multiple different languages that you have across the country, and speaks to the uses that you have for it. Not just good morning templates, but all the cultural events that you have, the types of business that you run, whether that's on WhatsApp or other platforms. And the team that we have here in India supremely focuses on that. And they do it not just through content, so they create an amazing number of templates for Shadi, for various other events that you have in your life. But they also focus on the product itself. And we have engineers here who are tailoring the product for the Indian market and making sure that things like the way that you pay for a subscription is different here in India. We recently launched 1-day subscriptions and 7-day subscriptions because that's the way that you use software and the way that you find it most useful in your lives. And making sure that Canva matches up with that is really important. Earlier this week, we announced that we're also launching a Hindi website that you can use Canva through. And that is an end-to-end experience that thinks about the context and the culture of every person that's going to use it. It's not just about translating a few strings. It's thinking about the type of business that you run, the needs that your business has, the templates that you're going to use, the different channels that you're going to send them on, and it's all very particular to India itself.
So that really caught my eye because we were chatting about this backstage, and I think this point about like the 1-day usage, etc., is almost like a sachetization of SaaS, and we've seen it play out in FMCG and consumer at scale in India, and I think it's super interesting, but it's super sort of intricate in its workflows from a product perspective, right, Cam? So kind of like maybe just double clicking on that a little bit. When it comes to complexity, but also ease of use, the most foundational disruption and amplification of human ingenuity is happening today as we speak through generative AI. We're living in this paradigm. I think it's an exciting paradigm, an unprecedented paradigm. It's also changing the narrative of design. How is Canva leveraging generative AI in its workflows, in its sort of touch points with the consumers of Gen AI?
So since day one, our mission has been to empower the world to design, which means that we need to put design in the hands of people in a way that is accessible, that lets them express themselves and lets them achieve the jobs that they set out to achieve. And we've built software that enables them to do that. And when we started out, we used the best technology. We used mobile, we used web browsers, we used what people could get access to. Now, a decade later, AI has come on the scene, and we very much see it as an extension of empowering the world to design. It's enabling more people to design. It's enabling to bring design to different areas of their lives. It's enabling them to do it faster, and it's enabling them to do it with higher quality. So we've integrated AI across the product now at every step of design, and we're seeing incredible uplift in what people are able to do. They can explore more ideas. They can think about things more richly and more deeply, and they can work with their teams better. We're seeing professional designers and non-designers using artificial intelligence to make better ideas, to explore totally crazy and creative ideas and bring them to their team and have a much better conversation about what they ultimately want to ship. And I know you're doing this in your own business venture as well, and I think you can feel the excitement as you enter this new phase of business and the new possibilities that it can bring.
And Cam, if you were to double click a little bit into that, right? Because honestly, design was considered the last bastion of being human. Really, right? I mean, that was about being like human equals creativity, human equals ingenuity, human equals design. Where do you philosophically land in this intersection? And what do you see as a next big sort of trend on the Gen AI piece that will really kind of be that 100x delta from a design perspective?
I think we see this worry every time a technological innovation comes in. For centuries, every time a new technology has come out, people grapple with what it means for us as humans, as people. It's no different in the AI age, and we've still got a lot to figure out. But I'm personally very optimistic about what AI can bring and about how it can be a true partner. We're starting to see AI being this almost humanistic interface that you can partner with, that you can throw ideas around with, that you can go back and forth with to iterate on things and produce better ideas. And at Canva, we are very bullish on the idea that humans and technology together can produce better outcomes, can be better for society, can produce more impact and have more positive social impact. I love that buzzer. We've still got 45 seconds left.
Yeah, we're quite efficient here, everybody. But, I think the last, I would say 2 questions from my end. One is what your team has basically said you should talk about, which is a 2-step plan. What is it about? And can you tell us more?
So for the longest time on Canva, we've had a 2-step plan. Step 1 is build one of the most valuable companies in the world. And step 2 is do the most good we can in the world. And when we started Canva, we set out to create a different company. It wasn't just about creating as much money as possible and creating shareholder value. It was really about what is the positive impact we can have on the world by creating a great product and bringing together an amazing team of people that can have an impact on the world. And we think about those 2 different sides of the coin, about creating value and having positive impact at all times. We've set up a foundation called the Canva Foundation, which actually owns a large part of Canva. So every time Canva's valuation goes up, the amount of capital that the Canva Foundation has to access and do philanthropic work increases as well. We've now deployed over $30 million into programs such as direct cash grants and education, and we're continuing to scale and amplify that as Canva gets bigger.
And this is the last question, and I know time's up, but if you look at your journey building Canva, right, with Mel and Cliff, what has been the one leadership lesson or the one sort of, this is the one thing I take away from this journey that you want to share with all of us today?
For me as a leader, it is about championing my team. Our team are amazing. They do a far better job at many things than I do. And letting them take the lead, letting them take the reins, using their innate skills and enthusiasm to bring innovation to the company, to bring Canva to India, to help us grow, helping them flourish has been my biggest learning.
You can see like the lift in his voice and the energy and the enthusiasm when he talks about his team, right? So it's actually really, I think, very authentic. And that's why I think your team also, by the way, calls you Captain Cool. So.
It's a nickname I only learned from you, but I think it's pretty accurate.
But listen, Cam, it's been a pleasure. Time's up. It's been fantastic. And welcome again to India. And we're really excited for what Canva brings to India and to the overall tech and design ecosystem. So welcome again. Thanks.
Very fast. When you talk about design and innovation, it's fabulous. The possibilities, again, are growing so much with technology, and some of it is clearly at display with the kind of conversation that we had and the growth that we are likely to see in this entire space thanks to technology.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Don't we all love Canva?
We love it. We love what we can do with it. Thank you, Naya. Thank you, Cameron. such a pleasure having you with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Also, at this point, we want to just take a moment right now to express our heartfelt gratitude to our co-powered by partner, that's Google, and our co-powered by partner, Bennett University, a Times Group initiative. Your support and collaboration have truly elevated this experience for all of us. So let's give a huge round of applause to both.
Thank you indeed.
And make sure to scan the QR code displayed on the screens all over in this hall, and you're going to instantly get access to pictures of the Darbar Hall. Within seconds, the images will be at your fingertips, and then you can share them on your social media handles using the hashtag ScriptingATomorrow and hashtag GBS2025 as we continue our journey through today's sessions. We are now going to turn focus to our very next exciting session.
Very quickly, but even before I do that, just a quick word that there are headsets available for translation both from Hindi to English and English to Hindi. It's at the booth right there next to that GBS board, and you can collect it, but do return it as well after you finish using them. There are translators who are going to translate for you as soon as you wear your headsets. But thank you indeed for making this possible. Meanwhile, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to say that we're going to continue now our journey of insights and innovations as we explore the changing face of travel in the digital age, Vikram.
Yes.
With technology breaking down barriers, travel today is more personalized, more accessible, and seamless than ever before. But what does the future hold for this very dynamic industry is the question.
Yes, and there is this transformation that is currently underway. So let's welcome Omri Morgenstern. He's the CEO of Agoda, a global leader in online travel services. And in conversation with him is our very own Deputy Editor of ET Now, Sumita Karir. So both of you, please step on the stage and let's get this conversation going. It promises to be a very interesting one. We are trying to decode travel in a digital reality. Welcome both.
Hello.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you, Aisha. Thanks, Vikram. And thank you, Omri, for taking the time out and speaking with us right here at the Global Business Summit. It's great having you here. I believe you're traveling from Thailand, right?
From Bangkok, and thank you for having me.
All right. So, Omri, you've been instrumental in what the company is doing today and the stature that it has gained today, Agoda. You were elevated to being the CEO of the company in 2022. So kudos to that. And of course, we'll talk a bit about your journey in terms of how you've built Agoda over these past many years that you've been associated with the company. But I have to ask you this question first, because the Mahakumbh is currently on and you're associated with the travel and tourism industry. It happens once in 144 years. There's a lot of buzz globally, lots of headlines. And of course, travelers are coming in not just from India, but across the world. I have to ask you this. Have you been able to take out time to perhaps plan a schedule, because just a couple of days left for the Mahakumbh to get over?
So unfortunately, no. Not personally. I wish I could take some time to do that. That sounds amazing. You know, I was reading in the paper just now that the impact on Indian economy is around $35 billion. So what a remarkable thing. Just shows you how strong travel is. So it's going to be big on my plane in 144 years, I promise.
All right. So, Omri, let's talk about the travel industry. And of course, during the introductions, we were talking about how there have been disruptions related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, there are geopolitical disruptions underway. There are disruptions related to consumer behavior. And we'll touch upon each of them one by one. But let's first understand your thoughts about how you're perceiving India as a market. What is it that really excites you about the Indian market?
So, India is in hyper growth. I mean, it's very hard to ignore, first of all, the GDP growth and the travel industry growth. I mean, it's all over the place. Secondly, the amazing investment by the government, specifically in the travel sector, through the Udan scheme and others. There's no precedent like that anywhere in the world of such a huge investment in airports, in infrastructure, in airplanes. All of those things happening, and it's a remarkable power. In addition, it's very hard to ignore how strong India is as a tech powerhouse, right? So I can tell you that at Agoda, about 10% of our personnel is Indian, both in Bangkok, by the way, and in India. And that thing is just growing, and it just shows you the importance. That's another area that we need to talk about. So all of those together make India a superpower that you cannot ignore. And as a result, it's a huge piece of our planning, not only on the business side, but also on the way we build our personnel, the way we build our company.
Right, and that's great when you talk about the tech transformation that's going on currently in India, coming in from somebody who hails from Israel. So thank you very much for that. When you talk about particularly the India market, where are your investments going vis-a-vis, when you compare India to some of the other emerging markets?
So I think one of the, first of all, we are a very global company. So we are the #1 most downloaded travel app in APAC outside of China, which means that we have a huge scale. So first of all, for us, the immediate thing is to use that scale to do two things. A, bring travelers into India. We know those travelers very, very well. We can localize, personalize our services. They've been using us for a long time. Now, how do we convince them to come and visit this remarkable country? That's one side. The other side is the outbound side that, it's no secret that Indians are traveling much more, leveraging those infrastructure investments and the growing middle class, traveling outbound. So again, we are there to serve them. And then over time, spend more and more to cater for the domestic travel that we're seeing great, remarkable numbers with. So really across the board for us.
Right. So when you talk about, these kind of investments that are going into Agoda and, of course, building the overall architecture of the company, if I were to ask you what are some of the, most asked for destinations as far as India is concerned and, of course, some of the other markets, I believe you're present in 200 countries. Yes.
So destinations for India. So Indians go, as you can imagine, all over the place. India is such a big place. So many, there are the people that go west to the Europe or the US or Canada. Even some South America, even less. And obviously, Asia is a huge destination for Indians, specifically Southeast Asia, places like Thailand, Malaysia, increasingly Indonesia, which is very interesting for me, Vietnam, Singapore, all of those places that are growing very, very fast in India. And you know what's really interesting? People ask me what are the destinations that flourish or the origin that flourish the most. And the answer typically is where the friction is taken the most. So I can tell you in Agoda's numbers, the destinations and origins, interestingly, that grew on searches the most, 2024 to 2023, are Thailand and Malaysia in the top 5, 6, Thailand and Malaysia. And you know what's special about those markets? Those are the places where the Indian government removed the visa fee. Yes. And those places removed completely visa from restrictions from any Indian coming there. So it's not very surprising that something as small as that, it sounds small, generate such a huge growth. So it just shows you that removing restrictions, opening the border, letting people come, just immediately stimulates travel.
Absolutely, and that's also part of, like you said, that's a priority of the Indian government to sort of improve its ties diplomatically with other countries, and of course to ease some of those visa restrictions. But Omri, when we talk about geopolitics and diplomacy, there are a lot of changes that are happening in the world today after the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, what we are seeing right now is an administration change in the United States. And of course, everybody is anticipating and wondering what's going to be next so far as the Donald Trump administration is concerned with respect to its policies, whether it's related to inflation, whether it's related to Fed's trajectory. Then, of course, cost of living, like I said, is also another a big challenge. You also have two wars playing out. There is an attempt by, the parties involved to sort of bring a halt to those wars, but still, there are uncertainties. As a business that is into the business of travel, tourism, hospitality, how are you navigating those challenges?
So I think there is short-term and there is mid-long-term. I'd say as long as GDP is growing, travel will be fine. Travel is such a strong force. So I think travel tend to grow a little bit slightly faster than GDP. So there are, of course, turmoils, and we've gone through a pandemic that seized all travel for a few years. But I think the job of travel brands like us is to take a deep breath and to understand that, pendulum swing. But when you look at it from the medium, long-term position, then just keep holding your strategy. Hold your breath if you need. We needed to hold our breath for a long time during the pandemic. And keep doing what you're doing. Believe the travel will recover. And I am a strong believer that with the growth of the population, certainly in a place like, and the economical power, certainly in a place like India, but also globally, we'll be fine. The one thing that I say that we really need to react to when economical hurdles are happening is around price. So everybody that used Agoda knows that price is one of our massive, unique selling points. So we live and die by price. And what you see is that the customer sensitivity to price increases. It's kind of obvious. The harder the economical situation is. So what we need to do is to work harder to bring the best deals to customers, to encourage them to travel when it's a little bit harder to put your money out there. That's the main thing. But other than that, stick to our strategy and believe in the GDP growth that drives travel growth.
So what's going to be your strategy when you talk about strategy? Because there's competition hotting up in the segment as well. It's not just legacy players, but newer companies, newer models like Airbnb, which are doing rather well.
So first of all, travel is a huge space. There's room for everybody. By the way, a lot of those companies we are partnering with, because what we found, also domestic players, when we found that when we partner with others, then we learn. It expedites our learning. It expedites our ability to build a better product, and we also help them. Everybody brings something, so usually you get a bigger whole. I want to say for us, and we can talk about a lot of things, I would mention 3 things. First of all, the baseline is tech. I mean, you heard the dear Kanban's person sitting here and talking about the same thing. Tech is probably the strongest firepower, the strongest power on the planet. And it's only increasing and increasing. If you want to be able to deal with everything that is coming, tech agility, tech efficiency, the best engineers, that's your baseline. If you don't have that, then there's a limit to how much you can tweak. That's one. That's where you start. Above that, I think 2 things are the main thing that made us who we are. One is this focus on price that we talked about. That's not going to change. Ultimately, if you drive the best price to the customer will come. That's our belief. And the second thing is what internally we call it DLP. It's deep local merchandising, DLM, deep local merchandising, localization. What do we mean by that? Is that what Agoda has done very, very well is being local global. It means that if you're an Indian customer, you need to feel when you're going to Thailand or Malaysia or Singapore or the UK, it needs to feel as if you're booking domestically into your own city. Whether it's your user experience, whether it's the payment options, whether it's the way things are organized, whether it's the customer support. I can tell you, we talked about it in the past, that customer support in India is different in other places. You've got to do all of those locally to enable them to go globally. And that's a big, big, big effort, technical effort, service effort that will continue to drive our strategy.
Absolutely. And let me ask you, when you talk about providing and improving customer experiences to sort of give them a more localized yet a global experience, I want to understand from you the kind of consumer preferences that have changed post the pandemic. I mean, the industry went through a rather difficult time, but it has, again gone back up. Has the consumer become more demanding in terms of the kind of experiences that they choose? And if you could give us some key trends in that space that you witnessed.
So I don't know if necessarily demanding, but it definitely shifted. There are a few things that are very, very clear. One is online, right? The biggest winner of the pandemic, I think, is online versus offline. I think everybody understands it. It just expedited across industries, not only travel, but even in travel, places like, say, booking experiences, attractions online is an area that expedited tremendously throughout travel. So everything jumped a decade during travel, during the pandemic, which is one thing. Second thing, I think maybe where the consumer is more demanding is flexibility. So flexibility has a price. Usually you have a price for a non-cancelable offer that is cheaper, and then the flexible offer usually is more expensive. So you can try to measure what's that price, how much consumers are willing to pay for the flexibility. And what we've seen is that the pandemic was such a trauma that is still there because people lost their travel plans, had to cancel, had to call a lot of people, that it related, or a lot of companies, that it made people willing to pay a lot more for the flexibility. So the demand for flexibility increased and never came back to the levels that we've seen before. And the last thing that I'll talk about is the necessity to get all the services from one platform. So what we call the connected trip. So in the past, I think consumers were more likely to use services that are separated. I think with this trauma that we talk about, I think one of the things that happen is the consumers want and it talks about frictionless and ease of use. Consumers want someone to take responsibility for the trip, somebody they can trust. And you see that with connecting the services with Agoda and other services as well, that expedited that process significantly.
All right. So when you talk about improving experiences and, of course, changing consumer preferences, we have to bring in the technological angle, the tech angle as well. So help us understand what kind of, how have you been able to adapt to the new technological changes, which includes AI? Now, the Prime Minister was just at the AI Action Summit in France. There was a Bletchley Summit convention that was held in the UK about 2 years back. So, of course, AI is becoming more and more mainstream so far as businesses are concerned. I want to understand what kind of efficiencies are you getting from AI in terms of customer experiences? And of course, is that reflecting on your bottom lines yet?
So first, I cannot be honest. I'm a techie. If you look at my resume, I grew in tech, and I I'm hoping to be there in 144 years for the next spiritual event. But if I die, I'll probably die in tech. I cannot be on a stage without saying AI 5 times. So thank you for saying that. I think AI is remarkable, and I told you that the tech, very agile on tech and strong, is the foundation. If you don't have that, you won't make it. And as part of that, we jumped on AI very aggressively when it started happening. Actually, probably before it became as used as it is. And I can tell you, we are seeing, yes, it's definitely impacting both our bottom line and our top line. I can tell you that on the tech efficiency side, about 2 million lines of our code, were written in 2024 by AI without a person, which is a significant percentage of our code in general. I can tell you that most of the chat textual interfaces to our platform, including third-party chat, a lot of them are AI-driven. It's very hard to differentiate the AI from the person. It's just going to get better and better and better. And actually, we see that the AI, when we give AI the script, how they need to behave and what are the rules, actually, when we test it, we see that they are closer to the script than the person. So in certain areas, actually AI is superior already to the person. Now there is an impact on customer trust. So you gotta make sure that the customers accept it, and that's a journey. It will take time, but it's clear that the tech is capable. As an example, in places like content generation, Agoda is an 8,000 people company. We have 6,000 monthly active users on different AI tools in the company. AI, I'm talking Gen AI. Other AI, machine learning was there all along.
Right.
Just to you understand the scale. So it's remarkable, and it's also helping a lot on the consumer side of the house.
Right, so time's up, but I'll just take the liberty of asking you one final question, and we have to address this question. This is essentially about spiritual tourism. You were mentioning the kind of investments that the government of India is making, whether it's related to policy, whether it's related to an infrastructure boost, of course, propping up spiritual centers, airport addition as well. Is that going to be a priority area for you vis-a-vis the other areas that you're operating in? If yes, then what's the kind of investments that you're looking at making?
So absolutely, and it sits very, very well with our strong base in Southeast Asia, that those are people that are great customers to come to India, and we know that this is the India USP. It's great, by the way, that India has a USP. It's very, many, I'm talking as a marketing companies, they're like, oh, we're doing that, we're doing that, we're doing that. It's very important, first of all, to recognize your strength, and then to shout and scream on your strength. So absolutely within the center of what we're going to do. We need to work with authorities. I think the big thing here is to provide online access to sometimes very offline spiritual experiences or attractions.
Right.
I'll give you a quick example. A few months back, I was in Amritsar, and I visited the Golden Temple. I'm an Israeli, so I actually studied in Jerusalem. I've seen all the amazing holy places in Jerusalem. I can tell you that the Golden Temple is amazing. It's a world-class attraction, temple, spiritual place, but impossible to access for a foreigner. The only way I could access is because I have very, very good Indian friends that took me in by the hand and took me everywhere. I think our role with the Indian government is to make those things more safe, ordered, and online accessible for people. And they're so remarkable that people will come.
Omrian, which is where startups are coming in, because we do have very many spiritual apps that are essentially, giving users and viewers a glimpse into some of those spiritual sides. But on that note, thank you very much for joining us here at the Global Business Summit. Appreciate you taking the time out and visiting us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Omri and Samita, for those very powerful and inspiring discussions on where travel can actually head.
Yes,
with
and again,
the advent of technology.
The advent of technology making travel so much easier, so much more accessible. It is away at the click of a button, and we are seeing the growth of spiritual tourism so much in the country. So there are several avenues of growth, and some of it is on display with all that Agoda is doing. Thank you both for joining us. A quick word again about the scanning of the QR code that will appear on the screen as well, and quickly you can access pictures from the Darbar Hall, and within seconds you'll have it on your phones. You can share them with the hashtags, and that's scripting tomorrow, and of course the hashtag GPS 2025.
Well, as we continue our journey now through today's sessions, we turn our focus to a very exciting and thought-provoking fireside chat, which is coming up right here. We're going to turn our focus to an industry that keeps the world moving, logistics. So, in today's digital economy, data, and that's clearly become the backbone of global supply chains, revolutionizing how businesses operate and deliver value.
And to explore this entire concept and the possibilities over there in logistics, which are growing, let's bring on Raj Subramaniam. He's the President, CEO, and Director of FedEx. Mr. Subramaniam, if you could join us on stage. And to conduct this conversation, Nikunj Dalmia, Editor-in-Chief of ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. Let's get into this discussion about data to delivery, logistics in the digital world. Welcome, both gentlemen. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Raj, welcome to India. So nice to meet you in person. I'll start with a very basic question. The world is changing. It is always changing. And that's what logistics companies always thrive on, to make the maximum of the changing world. Give us a global template. How are supply chains changing? What has changed? What will change? And what should not change?
Very easy question to begin with, Nikunj. Thank you for having me here today. It's great to be in Delhi again. I would just say, firstly, I want to just take a second to talk about FedEx, because there's sometimes not a good understanding what we are about. As a company, we have 700 planes, we have 200,000 vehicles, we have 5,000 facilities, and more than 500,000 people. That's the kinetic system that we run in the globe every single day. The reason I mention it is not because of all the statistics, because I'm incredibly proud of the work that our people do every single day, moving the world's high-value supply chain. To put it in perspective, when people talk about supply chain, the first thing when you talk about logistics, you'll see ship containers. That's the picture that you usually see everywhere. To put that in perspective, yes, 99% of the volume of goods that goes on the ship. But that other 1%, it represents 35% of the value of the goods that flow through the system. So we, on every single day, more than 15 to 16 million packages every single day that goes through our system and are continuously in motion, we get a bird's eye view on what's going on the world's high-value supply chain. And so now, yes, the supply chain patterns are changing quite dramatically. And so over the last few years, what we have done, the word supply chain, by the way, 5 years ago before the pandemic, if I had actually mentioned it in this audience, you would have probably escorted me out because nobody really cared. But then in the last 5 years, it has become a boardroom conversation. So we have evolved our mission to make supply chains smarter for everyone. And to do that, we realize that not of all the statistics I said earlier, we also generate petabytes of data every single day about the global supply chain. So now, over the last 5 years, we have built the infrastructure to really digitize FedEx, really build a digital twin of FedEx to see what's going on in the world supply chain. So it is changing quite dramatically, and it's not easy to describe it in any one sentence or whatever, but I think different centers of manufacturing are showing up around the world. Different intermediate products are being produced and moving through the global system and going to the consumption centers differently. So all that's already happening. To put it in perspective, India represents about 2.8% of global manufacturing today. I certainly feel that there is significant upside. Indian manufacturing could double, and there is, in terms of the mix of global economy. And just, very eventful week this week, and I was so delighted to hear that the talk or the objective of signing an FTA with the United States and to go to a $500 billion trade goal by 2030. I've been saying this for years, that that's a huge potential to see that now as an official target, I'm very excited about that.
Raj, India has always been a service-driven economy. China always has been a manufacturing-driven economy. Post the pandemic now, the renaissance of manufacturing in India has started. The renaissance moment for Indian manufacturing has started. You said that the manufacturing will double.
I said the manufacturing has got the potential to double. And I think, you know, a lot of my friends who was in manufacturing sector CEOs around the world are looking at India as an opportunity. Now, it's not a given. There's a lot of things have to happen between the vision to execution on the ground level. But I think it can be done. And, we are putting our own infrastructure here in place, for example. You know, India is our fastest growing market in the world right now. You know, we grew more than 50% last year, and we expect to double in the next couple of years. And we just launched a new flight out of Bangalore, for example, and it was full day one. India is such an important market for us that we are sponsoring the Chennai Super Kings. I hope there are some Chennai Super Kings fans here. And so it's going to be, I expect that trend changing, and that more manufacturing comes to India. I hope manufacturing and logistics go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. So, you know, the cost of logistics as a percentage of GDP is actually coming down in India. It's great news, but there's a lot more potential to do that.
You know, I am not a Chennai Super Kings fan. I'm a Mumbai Indian fan. And now you're going to get a tough question from me.
Well, we'll go to a match together. How about that?
Are you focusing on what will move within India, or are you focusing on what will move outside India, or what will move into India?
Well, our main focus is connecting India to the world and world to India. One of the things that people misunderstand is what it takes to build a global network. We have spent more than 50 years putting in place a global network, and by which I mean you pick up a package in any one part of the world and get it to any other part of the world in a couple of days. That's what a global network does. People understand when it's a telephone, you can pick up the phone and call anybody. But when you do that on the physical, it's taken our company more than 50 years. That's a moat. Nobody else is going to will be able to do that. So that's what we are focused on. So when I said we opened a flight from Bangalore, the point about that is suddenly Bangalore is connected to the world and the world is connected to Bangalore. And that's the unique advantage that we have because we already had the network in place and we can just connect any point to the entire globe instantly. So that's what we are focused on, world to India and India to the world.
Could you give the audience perhaps a big picture analysis of what are the 2 or 3 things which you are doing which are distinctly different so that you're expanding your global moat? Since you use the word moat, tell us about 2 or 3 things which you're doing which is ensuring that your moat is only becoming stronger and more firmer.
Yeah. Well, I think the first and foremost is the physical network that we have built in place. That's unmatched, and it's going to be impossible for anybody to build it. Just try to imagine getting 1 square inch of space in CDG Airport, and you'll know it's not possible. That's what I'm talking about. We have been there, we've done that. But I think what now, over the last 5 years, what we have done is to create that data platform that essentially is a digital twin of FedEx. And we have gone from being reactive to predictive. I started a company called FedEx DataWorks in 2020. In fact, we are launching DataWorks in India this week. So this now creates another set of supply chain insights that now we are sharing with our customers on a very dynamic and timely manner, like real-time manner, so that they can change their workflow, they can change their processes to make their supply chain smarter. That's why our mission has become to make supply chain smarter for everyone. Smarter for ourselves, smarter for our customers, and smarter for the end consumer. So that's what we are now, our next push is, but the moat that we have built with our physical network, now we are trying to match it with our digital.
Could you give us perhaps an example of how exactly the digital transformation is happening, both in terms of cost, delivery timeline, and also in terms of margins?
Yeah, no, this I'll make it real for y'all. So one of the things that I believed that was that big retailers, for example, in the United States, and actually anywhere in the world, if they worked strategically with the logistics companies like FedEx, then they can match up the deliveries that pure play e-tailers can produce. The advantage that the pure play e-tailers have is all the way from order entry to final delivery, it's on one platform, and everything on the data is passed right through. But when you are chopped up, here's a retailer, here's a logistics partner, then that flow is quite choppy. So if we can combine it strategically, then things get, we can really match up. So that's what we started off back in 2019 and 2020. We went to the top retailers in the country, in America, in the world, really, and we have built common data platforms with these folks, and so that when somebody orders something on their website, that information instantly passes to FedEx. At that point, we are able to optimize our own assets. Imagine that information arriving to us 12 hours before otherwise it would have come, and 12 hours is a lifetime for FedEx. Secondly, we are able to inform them based on the latest in weather conditions, traffic conditions, to say, okay, in order to get that package to the customer by Thursday afternoon, you need to fulfill from this location and so on and so forth. So there's intelligence automatically passed back to them, and that helps streamline and makes their supply chain smarter. And then finally, because of the deep learning models, AI, that we have put in place, that we are able to predict the arrival of that package so that when the consumer who is ordering it is able to know precisely when that package is going to arrive. So suddenly, in one fell swoop, in the same system, we have made our supply chain smarter, we made our customer supply chain smarter, and then consumer supply chain smarter.
Raj, how different is India for FedEx? If you compare India with other developed markets, especially with China, how different and difficult it is to do business here?
Well, I have to say, I've been, of course, I grew up in this country, and I've been dreaming about what we could do in India for a long time. But I have never been more excited. In the last 2 or 3 years, under our new leadership, and with our new president, Kami Vishwanathan, and the teams here, we have taken off to another level. And I just see my dream starting to come true here. But it is our #1 growth market in the world today, and I think the potential is immense. So we are, as we talked about, we expanded our flights. We have opened up innovation centers. We invested $10 million with the IITs, my alumni actually, and then we have started Global Capability Center here. But now we want to expand and start to build a hub in India, going forward. So we are very excited about what this market holds for us, because as I said, we go where high-value manufacturing is going to go, and we see that, and especially with that and potentially an FTA with the United States, the opportunities are quite immense.
We are in 2025, February 2025. Yeah. I'm going to take the clock forward and talk about February 2030. So hypothetically, 5 years from now, if we're engaging on the same forum, what do you think we are likely to be discussing? Because today I can smell, I can see, and I can predict optimism in your, in your India commitment. What do you think we're likely to be discussing?
Yeah, I think there are 3 areas where I think we would go forward. I think from our context. One is our core business itself, right? And so I do believe that we will be more than double where we are today. I think it's just, I can just feel it. And it's just the energy in this market, what the world is changing. I think we can do that, and we just need to be planning for that kind of growth here. In fact, I'll be talking to my team about this next week. So I think that's what happens. Second is the innovation that's coming out of India. Even in the FedEx world, we're actually doing a lot of things in India that we're building it first in India and scaling it for the other markets. Now, that's new. That didn't happen 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And the architect is sitting right there with Nitin. There's been an unbelievable thing that what we have seen here is that We are building in India on technology, innovating, staying ahead, and then scaling for the rest of the globe. So that I think is going to continue. And then thirdly, I do believe that our global capability centers that we have now created here, in terms of talent that's available in this market, especially as FedEx has moved into the digital space, that in a big way, that plays a huge role. So by 2030, I would say all these factors will be pushed to a whole another level.
Looking at the kind of push which is coming in the Indian infrastructure sector, especially aviation, roads and railways, do you think that India eventually could also act as a global hub for FedEx? For example, right now Dubai is one.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure have to fundamentally evolve and change, and I think, we're already seeing, steps taking place. I certainly believe that's an opportunity for FedEx to put a version of a hub right here, in this market as the market grows.
I've always looked at Mumbai Dabbawalas, which I'm sure FedEx is aware of. How do they do it?
How do they do it?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure FedEx will struggle to deliver at that cost even in Mumbai.
Well, actually, I've been on the beneficiary of the Dabbawalas in Mumbai, and it's just an incredible operation. And but the idea of when FedEx started moving packages back in the 70s when you opened the business, we were the first ones who invented tracking and tracing. Today you take it for granted, but we needed to figure out where a package was at every single point in time, so we invented a system, and then finally we said, hey, we need to expose that to the customer. So back in 1978, our founder said that the information about a package is as important as the package itself. Today, it sounds okay, but he said that in 1978. So we were, I guess, the original Dabbawalas of the United States. We moved, the innovation and the digital nature of our business and the technology that we started off stood us in good stead. So now when I'm talking about moving into the next level with building our digital twin and building new insights from our global supply chain, I feel very, very excited about that.
So before we wrap, here's a secret. FedEx globally is also responsible. The pause is because it's a secret I'm sharing. Yeah? So FedEx globally is also responsible for moving pandas. You actually do that in China? And what is that interesting cargo you're moving in China, which you'll share with us before we wrap?
Well, yes. So, one of the things in talking about U.S. and China, I'm the chairman of the U.S.-China Business Council. And between the diplomacy between U.S. and China, one of the things is the panda diplomacy. So we're moving pandas from China to the United States and the United States to China. So we are the official FedEx Panda Express. We actually have moved more than 20 pandas, multiple flights, back and forth, and they are the beloved animals. If you go to the Washington Zoo, it's just unbelievable what you can see, and it's all over America. And so, yeah, we have moved multiple pandas around the world and as part of the panda diplomacy.
And what have you moved into India, interestingly?
Well, we could move whatever you want, So we're looking forward to figuring that out. But look, we have more than 45 flights a week out of India. So you can dream something up, we'll do it.
It's a fascinating infrastructure you run. So nice to meet you. And Mumbai Indian is my favorite cricket team.
Go Super Kings.
Thank you very much, Ajman. Let's put our hands together for all.
Thank you so much, Raj and Nikunj, for that very enlightening, insights that we got, and lots of secrets as well.
Secrets as well, but I'd like to be on one of those flights which have all those pandas. Should be a fun flight indeed. But thank you very much. Deep insights into the world of logistics, how it's changing with innovation and technology. Thanks indeed. And of course, another reminder, if you need translation for any of the conversations happening over here, whether it's from English to Hindi or Hindi to English, headsets are available over at that counter, so do use them and do return them as well. Thank you.
Well, we're now going to shift gears to a topic of global significance, that's economic inclusivity. And Vikram, as we all know, as economies are growing, ensuring that prosperity is shared across all sections of society, that remains a very critical challenge. So how can policy, investment, and collaboration bridge this divide is the question.
Yes. So to explore this possibility, we are honored to have with us Alvaro S. Pereira. He's the Chief Economist and G20 Finance Deputy at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development at OECD. And he's going to be in conversation with Hina Gambhir, who is news editor at Times Now, part of our network, and they're going to discuss bridging the economic divide. Welcome them to the stage, both. Thank you very much, Mr. Alvaro and Hina.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Aisha. Welcome to India, Mr. Pereira.
My pleasure. It's always a pleasure being in India because I follow more than 60 countries around the world, and I can honestly say that I don't see the vibrancy, the entrepreneurship, and the innovation and the future in many countries like I see in India. So it's always a pleasure being here.
Interesting. So I'm going to talk more about India in that case. Let's begin with a quick rapid fire. I'll give you 3 questions. You have to answer them in just one word. Okay? In one word, how will you like to describe the state of the Indian economy?
Good.
How will you like to describe the state of global economy in one word?
Uncertain.
Okay. And what about the state of economic divide across the world?
Worried. I think worrisome.
Interesting. We'll go to the bit about economic divide in just a bit, but first talking about India, you've called it good. What makes Indian economic outlook, the prospects, more resilient as compared to other emerging economies?
Well, I honestly think that the future of the world is India. I have no doubt about that. I think India is a rising economic power, but also a major power of the world. In the next 2 or 3 decades, I believe that as long as India continues to reform, as long as India continues to invest in education and infrastructure, I sincerely think that the next big major power is going to be India. Not only because of the population, but also because of the vibrancy, the innovation, the entrepreneurship that I see in this country. So I think that it's quite important to think, if you see the trajectory of India in the past few decades, India for a while was a sleeping giant, restrained by too many licensing, I think Amitabh Kant called it license trash, and too many restrictions. But then afterwards, a process of reform that took place over the last 10 years, it accelerated in the past 10 years, has led to significant unleashing of the economic forces that I think will characterize for the next few years. And so as long as India continues to reform, I sincerely think that not only a very strong rate of growth will ensue, but also millions of people will go out of poverty and will come into strengthening the middle class. And India, in many areas of the world, will be a leading innovative country. So I'm very hopeful about India. I say this all around the world. I'm not saying this because I'm in India. I say this because I truly believe that we are witnessing the rise of a major power of the world, and that will shape the world in the next few decades.
So what role do you see India playing as far as this changing global order is concerned, and given the kind of economic divide that we are witnessing, which is a cause of big concern? India has often spoken about the importance of the global south, but given how the global situation is right now, there is increasing protectionism. We have Trump back in the White House. He has already declared a reciprocal tariff policy. So, and there are geopolitical tensions that continue as well. So amidst all of this, what role do you see India playing to, perhaps make an effort to narrow this economic divide that exists?
Well, as I said, internally, I think India needs to continue to reform, invest in education, invest in infrastructure, continue to invest and continue to be the innovative entrepreneurial hub that is right now. I think at the global level, India, one thing that we know that will be quite important for India going forward is that the World Trade System functions, and we continue to trade with each other. Remember, more than 1 billion people got out of poverty around the world in the past few decades because we had a functioning world system. It's because of trade. More trade usually leads to more growth, more job creation, and as a consequence, almost everybody benefits. But we know that, trade, there's some corrections that need to be done, but we know that, world trade is a very important source of growth. So we need to make sure that multilateral dialogue goes forward, and we are able to continue to protect world trade, and we continue to protect our companies compete with each other in the global scene. So what role can India play? I think what we saw Prime Minister Modi at the White House a couple of days ago, exactly trying to get a deal with the American administration, trying to promote trade across both nations. This is something this is the role I think that India should try to promote. More trade, and how can we, if there are problems with the World Trade System, how can we correct them? And how can we make sure that we have a level playing field for everybody at the same time that we are able to protect our trading system? I think that's the role that India should play. So both internally and externally, I think that should be a top priority.
Okay, but do you see some kind of structural, perhaps, barriers that are preventing countries, especially in the global south, from closing this income and development gap that need attention right now?
Well, certainly there are several challenges and a lot of barriers for the global south or developing countries that are not able to close the barriers. So first, it's important to realize that in the last 40, 50 years, we have never seen development like we've seen around the world. And this is because many countries around the world reformed, they were able to invest in education, and also the trade system was quite important. But many countries stayed behind, and the reason is why. The question is why. Well, one of the big reasons that we have countries falling behind is, first, internal reasons, bad policies. Many countries insisted of having either an import substitution strategy too restrictive, or, for example, I used to teach macroeconomics, and my first class with my students, I used to say, if you tell me to engineer a growth miracle in a country, I might know the preconditions, but I don't know exactly, nobody knows the exact the conditions to do it. But if you want me to destroy a country, it's very simple. You just print money like crazy, you go on a rampant, promote your cronies, and do not promote trade. If you do this, you'll have a lot of inflation, erratic economic policy, and so it's not difficult to kill growth. Over the years, we had many countries that have done that. So bad policies very often is the first barrier for you not to develop. But other barriers that are quite important, usually bad institutions, not having central bank independence, not having regulators that are able to promote competition, or having a system that does not promote a culture of integrity, or foments corruption. This is something that is quite important. Or have other institutional barriers that don't promote good, strong institutions. Then another barrier for development for many of these countries is education. If you had countries like Korea, then China, Japan, in Asia, but also in Latin America or Africa, the countries that developed the most, or the countries that first and foremost, they promoted the education of their people. If you want really, the first priority in many countries should be education, 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 so that you're able to have better skills, so that firms are able to also compete in the national and the world markets. So education is another area that is quite important. So institutions, education, good economic policies, macroeconomic stability, and obviously infrastructure. One of the reasons, you were just talking at the previous panel, one of the reasons India is doing well is also because With growth, you're also investing a lot in infrastructure, and infrastructure is absolutely essential to cut the cost of businesses and to prosper growth and to foment growth. So this is another area that I think is quite important. And then finally, a sound or a good and financial market. That's why financial markets play a very important role for firms to scale up and to be able to do more trade. So having a good financial market also is quite important, not only for stability, but also for growth.
Are we on the right track
In India,
across the world to bridge this economic divide?
I think India is definitely in the right track. Continue to reform. Maintain a reform attitude that is quite important. Maintain this insatisfaction, not be always happy all the time. Just say we need to get better. We need to improve. We need to get in all our sectors, become leaders. And so India needs to continue the reform attitude. So I like what I see. Continue. Just be always unsatisfied. Just say we need to progress even further. We want to become the leaders. So I think that's important. For the world, we see positive signs and not so positive signs. First, there is a significant, I think this has started in the past few years, a significant productivity divide between certainly some of the major economic areas of the world. You see very strong productivity growth in the United States right now, 2.7% in the last 2 years. This was mostly because of 2 or 3 reasons. First, in the pandemic, there were 22 million jobs that were lost in the United States, and many of those jobs, people that lost their jobs, went to create their own firms, or they went to larger firms, so higher productivity. Whereas, for example, in Europe or Japan, there were job retention schemes, and so people did not move. So that mattered. Business dynamism. So you look at the United States, much stronger business dynamism and also stronger investment. You look at Europe, you look at Japan and other parts of the world, even China, productivity is coming down. And so you start having a big productivity divide that, if it is accelerated, will have significant consequences. Do we think that it will accelerate? Absolutely. Why? Well, because of the development and diffusion of AI. So the OECD just came out with a recent paper that shows in the next 10 years AI will lead to an increase in labor productivity between 0.4 to 0.9% per year. Just to give you a perspective, usually when you grow productivity around 1.5%, it's a very strong productivity growth for countries like the United States.
Right.
And so this productivity divide with AI likely is going to exacerbate it, because the diffusion of AI is happening faster in the United States and other parts. And so this will have major consequence for the world.
Interesting, but I think the message is loud and clear from OECD for India. It needs to continue to be on the path of reforms, the way it was started, and you're seeing the things looking pretty good as far as the state of economy in India is concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Pereira.
Thank you.
Fantastic talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very reassuring to know that India is on the right path as far as development goes, infrastructure, financial infrastructure. It is growing, a long way to go, but yes, the reforms agenda and that push is going to be key to further growth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what valuable insights on how to foster economic balance, more importantly, within the world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we now have a very special address, and that's going to be by a visionary leader in technology with digital connectivity shaping economies and industries. It's essential to understand how innovation is driving the next wave of transformation.
Transformative it is, and we are going to see telecommunications really take a key role. We have Borje Ekholm joining us here at the Global Business Summit. He's, of course, CEO of Ericsson. And he's here to share his perspective on transforming India's tomorrow with 5G. In conversation with him, back again, Nikunj Dalmia, Editor-in-Chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. Can we have you back on stage? And of course, we are doing it in transformative style as well, where Ekholm joins us here on screen.
Yes. Why not?
Why not?
Nikunj, I think you may want to come here.
Well, since we're talking technology, I just thought that, the best way to really talk to the Ericsson Global Head is to really, connect to technology. And Right. Wonderful. But now Ericsson has been in India for about 120 years. Can you talk about the presence, the importance of India, and in the overall scheme of things, where does India really fit in?
Thank you for having me, first of all. Yes, India is one of our most important markets. We've been in India since, as you noted, 120 years. I think we built the first switch in 1903. But since then, of course, we have evolved. We've been part of 2G through 5G. And today, India is one of our most important countries with the largest workforce. So we have more than 20,000 colleagues in India. Here we're, of course, doing service delivery, but I would also say it's a key hub for our research in AI, 6G, as well as network APIs. So for us, it's really a very important presence for us. And you know, when you are now, you see a very fast 5G rollout. And of course, that's something that we have been a key partner for the Indian operators in achieving. So we're very excited about our presence.
So, Bore, how has India's strategic investment in digital infrastructure and efficient spectrum allocation really positioning you on the digital forefront? And what about the 5G technology adaptation in India?
That's a great question. You know, to participate in the future and to digitalize a country, it's all about the digital stack. And building out that whole stack is critical. The first and very important step here is, of course, connectivity layer. And there India has done a very, very strong job. So if we look today, it's built out 5G coverage for, I think it's 80% population coverage. 270 million subscribers on 5G already. So I think India is by far one of the fastest build out of 5G we have seen in the world. And today it's actually a very strong network, probably one of the absolutely highest consumption of data in any network around the world will be found in India.
So, Bore, how do you foresee the 5G technology contributing to India's growth? Because with 5G comes speed, with speed comes productivity and connectivity. And when productivity and connectivity, they come together, that always will lead to economic growth.
I think it already has, actually. So if you look at, I think the strategies around Digital India, it's all built on the connectivity you have. Of course, their 4G networks played a role, but now it's migrating over to 5G. And what I'm really excited about is to see the way India have been able to digitalize the whole country. But what I also is excited to see is what's going to happen in the future. Because we'll add new use cases, entrepreneurs, innovators, call it a startup ecosystem in India. We'll actually have a chance here to develop new type of solutions, new products on top of the networks. And I think that's going to pivot India towards a very exciting future.
So, Bore, how exactly do you see 5G or Indian companies really benefiting from this entire 5G turn or tide? And are there any use cases within India which others perhaps can take inspiration from?
I think sometimes you underestimate the importance of what's actually happening in India. Today, you know, to single out the unique use cases on 5G is very hard. But what we are starting to see is the development of new applications, new use cases. Can be, for example, in healthcare, can be in mission critical, can be in other enterprise applications. So we're starting to see that, and here I think India has a chance to be a front runner.
So, Bore, Ericsson has been really talking about 5G being a platform for innovation, important innovation. How do you see yourself partnering with the developers ecosystem, and how can essentially the 5G service providers really benefit from it?
That's a very good question, a very important question. So when we look today on the digital stack, the interesting thing, we're going to run a number of different applications. It can be, for example, AI workloads, or it can be voice recognition, or it can be AR, VR glasses, or it can be enterprise applications, or for that, a fully connected police force, for example. All of these will require different type of characteristics. That's exactly what 5G was built for. So 5G was actually built to offer differentiated connectivity depending on the use case. And we're starting to see that happening now. So of course, 5G is important because it allows that type of differentiated connectivity. So what we are doing now, we're actually exposing that type of, call it then differentiated connectivity to the developer ecosystem that can then start to build new applications. So if, for example, if I run an AI workload, I may want to have a very high uplink. Then I can order the network to give me that high uplink as a developer. And that, I think, will actually spur innovation and really realize the promise of making 5G a bed for future innovation.
So, Bore, the entire telecom network has evolved. It started with voice, moved to data, started with pictures, now has moved to videos. How do you see the entire network or the mobile network really evolving in the future?
Yeah. What we see is that the networks will be, I call them horizontalized. So they will be open programmable networks. And it's back to the question of the future use cases. They will be very different, putting very different demands on the network. So it can be a mission critical application that needs very high uplink and very low latency. Or it can be, making financial transactions more secure. All of that will require programmable networks. So where we need to move the networks is from being single use cases, i.e. mobile broadband, into this type of multiple use cases. So that will require them to be fully programmable, fully automated, and basically have zero touch, and make it very fast to spin up that differentiated connectivity that's going to be used depending on use case. So I think we're actually at a very, very interesting point in time where we change the architecture of the networks and in a way preparing the networks for 6G as well. And that's where we are as an industry now. We're just at that turning point. Very exciting time in the development of our industry.
Right, Bore, really appreciate your time. Glad you could join us. And just when, ladies and gentlemen, we think that things are getting dull for the entire mobile industry, up comes an innovation from voice to video, video to data, and now perhaps AI. So that's how the technology, I guess, is moving. And I think when Bore is saying exciting times ahead, I'm really looking forward to, what exciting times ahead would be for the entire mobile industry. So with that, I'll hand it back to my colleagues, Vikram. So Bore says the exciting times ahead. And I just wonder what exciting times. Voice has become picture, picture has become video. And he's saying the best is yet to come.
The best is yet to come, and that's what we are talking about. I mean, we are evolving, we are emerging, we are expanding. So when you expand, there is so much more that comes to the table, and digital connectivity, there is a lot of transformation happening in that space. Isn't it true?
And one thing never changes that when you speak to an audience, take the mic close.
Yes, absolutely. So transformativeness in digital connectivity. What were your larger takeaways from what Bore said?
No, I think what we must realize is that he's saying that we are at the cusp of what could be called as a technology platform plus AI. When these three things come together, which is speed, technology, productivity, we are looking at a huge change coming. And I mean, I by the way, I had my first phone, which was an Ericsson phone.
Yes.
And missed call marte the.
Because it was so expensive.
Those days are gone now.
Yes.
Now voice is free, data is affordable.
Correct.
And innovation, I think, is at the breakthrough moment.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nikunj. Such a pleasure always. Thank you. So absolutely, like Bore at home is saying through that conversation, Nikunj, thank you indeed. It was enlightening to see the direction in which we are seeing digital connectivity move. But let's quickly move on. We've got a global thought leader in education and economic policy, Dr. Michael Spence. And he, of course, is the president and provost of University College London. He's in conversation again with my colleague, Hina Gambhir, news editor at Times Now. May we welcome both on stage on a topic which is campuses to communities, universities as global change makers. And this promises to be both thought-provoking. It is very timely as well, so welcome and look forward to this conversation. Can we ask Dr. Michael Spence to join us on stage as well? Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcomes for them. Over to you, Hina.
Thank you, Vikram. Good afternoon, Dr. Spence.
Good afternoon.
How did you find India this morning, Delhi?
It's been good to be here for all of about 3 hours. So.
Super. So we are here to discuss the role of universities because they produce global change makers, leaders of tomorrow who will shape our future. So universities are extremely important in this day and age. I was just doing my research to understand universities. You've moved from Sydney to London, and a university in Morocco was founded in the year 859, and it still awards degrees. The University of Bologna in Italy has been in continuous operation since 1088. Today, there are about 50,000 odd universities across the world, and 5,350 are in India alone. So I want to start by asking you a broad question, Dr. Spence. How have universities changed over all these years in terms of inclusivity and access, and what they are producing?
Yeah, look, I think the thing about a university is that we talk about the university as if they're all the same and as if they've been the same over time, whereas they are very radically and dynamically changing all the time, even if some of their practices remain relatively constant. So a place like UCL, we're an enormous engine of economic growth. So in a recent study that unusually our economists said was too methodologically conservative, showed that UCL contributes £9.6 billion a year to the UK economy. That's the same as a London Olympics every year from UCL. And our graduates expect rather different things to the graduates that graduated in Morocco all those years ago. And in particular, they expect to be prepared for the new economy. So we run Europe's largest startup program, for example, Europe's largest entrepreneurship programs. These are the kinds of skills that a wider, more diverse, economically more savvy student base wants from a place like UCL.
Interesting. Now, universities are a cradle not just for careers, but for leadership as well as change. But we find some kind of disparities. Even though in underdeveloped or developing countries, the number of universities is more, there are top universities that are still found in the developed world. So I want to ask you a little bit about how access definitely has improved, but in terms of disparities which still exist, does it need correction?
Yes, so there is no doubt that disparities in education need correction. And a part of the job of a place like UCL is to be working with our partners across the world in leadership education as well as in research. And we have very strong partnerships across the majority world. For example, a terrific program in South Africa that works with two of our closest university partners there. But in a place like India, it's a wholly different story because, of course, the Indian universities are producing remarkable graduates and doing research of the very best caliber. So in the recent agreement that we've just signed with IIT Delhi and with AIMS, an unusual trilateral agreement. We're more than 50% health and medicine, but we're also European leaders in AI. And that's a collaboration that is bringing the latest in AI technologies with medical research and practice together. That's really cutting-edge stuff at the highest global level.
Good to hear that. But before I talk more about how can universities, improve in terms of preparing the leaders of the future, I have a question on what these industrialists today are saying, the global icons. In fact, some of the industrialists who are global icons as well, they scoff at the idea of a university degree itself. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, citing the examples of Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, they say that a university degree is not what we really need to become a leader, to become an innovator, to become an entrepreneur. How will you like to respond to these kind of comments? And also, do you think perhaps the universities also need to look at changing something so that this perception also changes?
So in my last job, when I was Vice-Chancellor at the University of Sydney, we did a very large global study with employers in Australia, India, China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Italy, France and Germany. We also did some deep work in the theoretical literature and engaged work across a variety of sectors. And we were interested in just one question, that is, what is the education that you're going to need to have the intellectual and social flexibility to survive the fourth industrial revolution? And interestingly, almost univocally, everybody came back and said a deep understanding of a discipline. And that's because you need to know something about something to know anything about anything. You need that to develop the core critical thinking skills that actually are going to mean that you'll survive. You also need a capacity to think across the disciplines, a sort of T-shaped education that is multidisciplinary as well as disciplinary. And hey, guess what? That best happens in a university where all the a comprehensive university where all the disciplines are represented. You'll need an international perspective. And we not only have students from about 160 countries, but we send our students right across the world in learning experiences of one kind or another. But interestingly, they're also saying you need the capacity to bring that all together in teams to solve practical problems. And universities around the world are experimenting with how you lower the barriers, how you soften the border between university and work. And we have a number of activities of that kind at UCL, not least the largest entrepreneurship education program in Europe that over the last 4 years has produced 750 startup companies producing everything from African hair care products.
So you don't agree with their thought, basically?
No, not at all. There's a lot I don't agree with Elon Musk about, but that is one of them.
Okay. Now, how do you suggest going forward? Because the world is changing.
Yes.
You know, if we want to learn about something, we can learn it free of cost. Internet is there. AI is going to be the future. So going forward, how do you suggest the universities should find ways to collaborate with industry, government, non-profits to address the pressing global challenges like climate change, inequality, as well as social justice?
So industry is involved right across our campus, in our education programs, in our research. You know, as a university, we've attracted £3.8 billion of inward industrial investment into our startups over the last 5 years. We've had 4 NASDAQ listings. There's no way that that industry is not deeply involved in the activities of a modern university. In terms of AI, I mean, there are 3 things we need to teach our students. We need to teach them the skills that the machines will never have, the kind of interpersonal skills, the management skills, the cross-disciplinary skills the machines won't have. We need to teach them to use the machines well. You know, my Vice Provost Research is a cognitive neuroscience who works on the consciousness of AI, believe it or not. When he asks ChatGPT questions, he gets much better answers than I do. We need to teach them to use the machines well. But lastly, we continue to need to teach them the things the machines can do. We didn't stop teaching arithmetic just because we got calculators. And some of those core skills in synthesis, in paraphrase, in summary, they're going to remain important because the students need to know, we all need to know whether or not the machines are telling us the right thing.
Okay. Last question. If you could make one radical change as far as the higher education is concerned, what would it be globally?
One radical change?
One radical change that our higher education system, universities need right now.
I think the radical change that universities need is the capacity they need to work on their capacity to change, like all social institutions at the moment, while holding on to the values of free inquiry, of critical thinking, of constant questioning that have made universities such very powerful forces for social change, but also for social stability since people first went to university in Morocco all those years ago.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Spence, for speaking with us.
Bye-bye.
That was very enlightening. Hina, can you join me for a bit? Because this was a fascinating conversation and a lot is changing from what we've heard. But do join me on stage because I was just intrigued by that question that you asked. Come. You know, the importance of a university degree, that is not lost on us because as far as some of those luminaries in the industrial world are concerned, they're saying, well, you don't need a university degree. And of course, as we heard from Dr. Michael Spence, he says, no, there are critical roles and you need to kind of stick to the core. What was your largest takeaway?
Well, I think universities clearly are important, even though there is a view that is emerging across the world, especially because of leaders like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, because what they are looking at is perhaps just one aspect. But like Dr. Spence mentioned that, you know, we have seen universities actually creating so many innovators, so many entrepreneurs. And it's not just about those who end up starting a business. It's also about the leaders in, say, climate, social sector. So many politicians, not just in India, but across the world who have got great university degrees. So while their argument is valid and interesting, because Trump had said, I was just going through some of his old interviews, he said, when I hire people with a university degree, they know how the previous problems were solved or problems of the past were solved, but they don't know how to solve the problems of the future.
Right.
Now, as Dr. Spence also mentioned, we are looking at emerging technologies. Our curriculum also seems to be evolving. So we are preparing our students for the future as well. So I mean, he didn't really agree with that.
Yes, but entrepreneurship is changing. It's changing in a large way, as we've been discussing, and the need to kind of keep up with the times for universities. Now that's becoming an important piece, and we'll see exactly how that moves from here. But Hina, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you.
All right. Now, as we move ahead, let's just take a moment to extend our sincere gratitude to our partners. This event is co-powered by Google and Bennett University, which is a Times Group initiative. Thank you for this very invaluable support. It significantly enriches the kind of experience that we have and the kind of conversations that are unfolding on this platform. So a warm appreciation and a big thank you. Meanwhile, as we move ahead into the future and deeper into the ET Now Global Business Summit, India stands at the cusp of a historic economic transformation, and that is happening right now. With bold reforms, with technological advancements, and a thriving entrepreneurial culture, an animal spirit getting unleashed, the vision of this $10 trillion economy, that's no longer a distant dream. It's happening right now. It is an achievable reality as we see it now. But what is it going to take to actually get to a $10 trillion economy? What sectors are going to drive this growth, and how can businesses and policymakers collaborate to really accelerate that journey? To explore these critical questions this evening, we have an esteemed panel of industry leaders who are shaping India's economic future. So let's welcome them. Joining us is Amarendu Prakash. He's chairman of the Steel Authority of India. So may we ask you to join us on stage. He's a stalwart of India's industrial backbone, and he plays this pivotal role in the nation's infrastructure and manufacturing growth. Welcome, sir. Good to have you with us. Meanwhile, Santosh Iyer, CEO of Mercedes-Benz India, may we ask you to join us on stage as well. He leads the charge in India's luxury automotive segment, driving innovation, sustainability in the mobility universe. Also, may we ask Kami Vishwanathan, President, Middle East, Indian subcontinent and Africa at FedEx, to join us on stage as well. A global leader in logistics and supply chain solutions, she brings invaluable insights on trade and connectivity. Also on this panel, Neeraj Kumar, Managing Director, Suntory Global Spirits India. He spearheads growth in India's evolving consumer market and premium beverage segment. And to moderate this exciting discussion that is going to unfold is my friend and journalist with deep understanding of markets and policy making. Well, the incredible Aisha Faridi. Welcome. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you so much, Vikram. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And today we're here to talk about India's economy, the path to $10 trillion. And I'm happy to see that a few of the GDP contributors are already sitting to my left. But Amarindu, if I could start off the discussion with you. You represent an industry without which there's nothing when it comes to infrastructure. Tell me, how do you envision India knocking on the doors of $10 trillion as an economy roadmap?
I'll just give you an example of what is happening in my company, and that will represent something. Even President Trump, we talk about him a lot in these times, said that if you don't have steel, you don't have a country. He went as far as that in his first tenure, and now he's doing something to steel again in his country. In my company, in recent times, what we have been talking about is you get an audience, put a number on the board as a target. If the whole audience is not laughing at you, then your target is too small. So we talked about 5 trillion economy, India reaching a 5 trillion economy barely 3 years back, and there were so much skepticism around it, so many people were laughing at that goal. And today we are on the cusp of achieving 5 trillion much before 2030, probably 2020, as early as 27. So to me, this 10 trillion economy target is something that the audience is not laughing. And so I feel that they are serious about this. We are confident of this. If I tell you about the steel industry, it is at 180 million ton capacity in India, slated to grow to 330 million ton capacity in next 5 years. That's the kind of ambition that the industry has. Logistics is improving. The infrastructure in the country is demanding this. In fact, in 2017, India set up a national steel policy, and we said by 2030, we want to get to 300 million ton. And as steelmakers, we laughed. Frankly speaking, let me admit that we laughed. That 300 million ton in India, at that time we were barely at 80 million ton. And we said by 2030 as a joke. Today, we revised our target. 3 months back, we sat down and revised our target and said, no, by 2030, not 300, but 330 million. So that's the kind of growth which is happening. The demand elasticity is amazing. Last year, Indian steel grew at 14%. Against a GDP growth of 6.5 to 7%. This year, it is already in the first 10 months, it has already grown at 11%. So that's the kind of inflection point that we are seeing in terms of pace and quantum. So we are quite confident of the 10 trillion.
Yeah, and no one laughed at all. So it's totally believable, all that you said. But Santosh, you cater to an industry where you're catering to the aspiring India, right? Who doesn't want to own a Merc here and Benz, like you said, in South India, right? Yeah. Exactly. I remember our conversation. What challenges do you foresee? Or do you think that, the automotive industry, and especially the premium segment, can play a huge role in India galloping ahead?
So firstly, let me also share a few numbers like the steel industry. We are 30 years in India, and there has been a big question, when will the inflection point come up? But in these 30 years, we have sold close to 2 lakh cars. And but if you now dissect that, and if you see in the last 10 years, we have done 1,50,000 out of the 2 lakh cars have come in the last 10 years. And the last 1 lakh car have come in the last 5 to 6 years. So you can imagine that's the trajectory of growth. It has multiple signals. One is it shows, luxury consumption starts when necessity ends, right? So in that sense, consumers are rewarding themselves. There is a way to also dissect this segment, because for us, 25% of the sales are coming from cars costing more than 1.5 crores. 60% of sales are cars which are in the region of 70 lakhs to a crore. And average selling prices have gone up from 50, 60 lakhs to 95 lakhs. So if you see not only the number, but also look at the structure of the car sales, it clearly shows that luxury consumption is there. It is a reflection in some extent of the economy and how aspirations in India are going. Looking forward, there is something of course, we all expect this to continue because fundamentally, structurally, infrastructure-wise, we don't see, we only see more positive upsides to it. And then coming back to the manufacturing side of this business, because that's a consumer demand, we also feel that, now this ongoing discussions of opening up borders, opening up, this should help India not only to participate, also for brands like us, not just to look at India's story, but also to see what can we do for the world in terms of manufacturing and exporting. So I think we are pretty confident. We have been strategically patient for 30 years. The last 6-7 years has been a role, and we expect this party to continue, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. One can see that in your smile, that the party is here to stay. But Kami, that's where you come, right? Because like Santosh mentioned, that, the borders are getting completely sort of invisible, if you will. That's where the supply chain dynamics of India and how we leverage onto this globalization and, one big world theme comes into play. Tell me, what's been your reading?
Sure. I think I'll start by saying that we see a tremendous growth opportunity in India. And as a facilitator of global trade, close to $2 trillion of goods processed through our network every year. And we also have a ringside view of some of the changes in global supply chains, some of the shifts that we are seeing. And it is very clear that there is a definitive interest from global businesses in setting up manufacturing and export operations from India. We're also, of course, seeing a lot of Indian businesses going global, including the small and medium segment, which is increasingly exploring international markets. So for our India business, we are growing at 50% year over year, and we expect our business to double in the next 3 years. And with the government's focus on reducing logistics costs and making manufacturing more competitive, we think this will get even further accelerated, this growth that we are seeing. So, we are making investments in capacity to carry volumes from India to Europe and to the US and to Asia, and also inbound from Asia to India. And we launched a freighter from Guangzhou in China to Bangalore in South India in November, and it was full on the first day. And, so some of the other investments we're making are in infrastructure with respect to our gateway facilities in Delhi and Bangalore. Last year, we launched a state-of-the-art hub in Dubai to facilitate the regional imports and exports, but India is a big driver of that. We're also looking to see how we can simplify cross-border trade. And especially for small and medium businesses, and even for larger enterprises, there are lots of frictions in cross-border trade. And I'll give you an example. The import process into India has been very complex because of clearance. And so we've launched a digital tool called FedEx Import Tool, which enables customers to upload all of their documents. We use AI to process them, and they can make duties and taxes payments via the portal. So it really simplifies and makes the customer experience much better. We're also looking at how can we offer a single solution for all shipping, international shipping needs, whether you're looking at Air Express, which is for time-sensitive products, or Air Freight, which is less time-sensitive but still has to fly on air, and then Ocean Freight, which is more price-sensitive and less time-sensitive. So we've launched a single tech platform, which we call FedEx One Stop Solution, which enables customers to ship across the spectrum and have full visibility across the spectrum. So we're very optimistic about this potential that we're seeing in India, and I think it is at an inflection point, and we're really seeing this take off significantly.
Neeraj, you're at the other end of the India consumption story. At Suntory Global, what's been your reading right now as to, where the alcobev industry is when it comes to India? I mean, I know a lot of them are actually making the headlines as the world #1 single malts, both in ranking as well as prices, perhaps. But what's been your observation?
Well, I think the alcobev world, or the spirits world as we call it, is looking at India with a lot of cheer. I think that's what I'd say. It hasn't been an easy category around the world in the last 12 months, given various machinations of tariffs and the world we live in. As consumers come into this category of legal drinking age and consumers who choose to drink moderately, we see a massive shift. A shift in the premiumization story, India being on absolutely the foremost of that story. With our median age of 27, I think every boardroom around the world looks at India in different categories and different sectors, but Suntory in India has been balancing between what does it take for us to be native and make in India and participate in that Imagine India story. On the other hand, when I look at and hear Santosh talking about growth coming across certain segments, with our brands from Japan like Yamazaki or Hibiki, or even our bourbons from the United States, Jim Beam, we see a path and a participation for every of this brand. When I then look at the channel isn't undergoing a massive shift. Right from stores and the experiences of stores when you walk in, no less than in the best of the duty-free you would find in Gurgaon, in our neighborhood, in Mumbai, in Hyderabad and Bangalore. We see the bars coming through, which is engaging with very, very meaningful experiences, personalized experiences with consumers. So I think across channel, across the segments of consumers, across the premium portfolio, this story is still clearly on a big cheer. Now, with big cheer comes big responsibility. I think it's equally important that the company and Suntory is looking at the India growth to that massive 10 trillion economy with a lot of responsibility. We owe it to our consumers, we owe it to our suppliers. Sustainability is important for us as we look at usage of PET or greenhouse gas emissions. So kind of that's part of that. But from a consumer perspective, I think there is a lot which is ongoing in India, and Suntory has now in the last 5 years established about 25-26% growth year on year, which is great compared to some of the other markets in the world.
That's the thing, right, Amarendra? Because policy framework and policy sustainability, I think, is very key for India to reach that $10 trillion goal, right? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Policy certainty, definitely, because you see, for example, the steel industry has a gestation period. Today, if I decide on an investment, it will take me 4 years before I can start producing. So having a policy sustainability is important to us. But at the same time, I'd like to point out one thing, that as we open up, as India reforms and goes forward, we have seen a shift from a compliance mentality to an outcome-based mentality. It's typical. And I come from a public sector company. The government is the largest investor in my company. And I see a shift from being compliance-based, I have done everything right, I'm not at fault mentality, to what have I achieved mentality. Have I delivered the outcome that we wanted to achieve? So the government reforms, many of the policies of the government we have found which are reforming in the positive direction. To give you a sense of how much confidence it generates in the industry, I'll tell you, last 7 years, we have been running after Indian Railways to say that how much rail track will you buy from us? Should we put up a new mill? Should I make an investment into a new mill which will produce good rails for you? Will you buy it? And we wanted a comfort letter. And Railways have, as a consumer does, always denied. They said, I'm not going to give you any comfort about what I'll buy in future. And this month, last week, we decided to put up a 800 million USD investment into a mill, because I'm confident that Railways will go nowhere and they will have to buy from me if I put up a mill. So I have taken a decision like that. So that's the kind of confidence that comes when the policies we know are growth oriented and they are bound to continue. There will be no reversal unless and until there is some kind of a doomsday prediction is different. But normally, if you are walking a path, it's irreversible and you will walk on that.
Kami, for a player such as you also, policy certainty must be a very sort of imperative point, right?
No, absolutely. I think there has been a very progressive vision around logistics, regulation and policy with respect to, the Gati Shakti Master Plan, the National Logistics Policy, the ULIP platform, and so forth. And I think we need to continue to accelerate implementation of this program. I also think there is opportunity to, facilitate trade even more. For example, removing limits on the express courier clearance for exports, bringing more products into that program and creating a single window clearance across different partner agencies for approvals and so forth. And one of the things we are looking to do in India, given all of the volume growth I talked about, is to set up an air cargo hub. Like I said, right now, Dubai is our air cargo hub for the region, but we would love to set up a hub in India, which will be the first of its kind in the country. And I think for that, there needs to be certain regulatory changes that come up in terms of transshipments, regulations, screening, customs, and also airport infrastructure. So I think those are some of the things where a focus on these aspects will help accelerate, from the policy front as well.
Amarendu, any figures to match the kind of vision that Kami just talked about?
Yes, I think she is right on the numbers because you see one of the key things, and we have seen this across India, and it is not just about the steel industry or anything. You see, as the roads have got better in India and the penetration of rail and road network inside the country increasing, you will find, I come from a small village near Nepal border in Bihar. I was born there. The village that I had seen and the village that I see today after 30 years, there is an amazing change. Nothing has come, no industry has come there, no investment has come there. They just have a national highway passing right by the side of the village, and that has changed the economy of the village. That's the kind of inclusivity that infrastructure brings in, logistics brings in. Coming to a larger scale, when I produce 1 ton of steel, I need to move 3.5 tons of raw materials. So you can imagine the kind of logistics and infrastructure that we require. We look forward to that number. As I said, the steel industry is quite bullish as India is being built up. Naturally, the logistics requirement will build up, the supply chain requirement will build up, and I think Kami is right in her numbers.
Yeah. Sorry, you wanted to make a point.
I think one of the other enablers to this is going to be technology. And we have started on that path with the ULIP platform and the idea of digitizing end-to-end. And, when you talk about supply chain resiliency, we need to be able to leverage data and technology. And we need to be able to leverage AI, machine learning, to use historical data to see where we can predict delays and put in place interventions and so on. And we're doing a lot of work with that. We have a product called Surround that uses historical data and including data on weather so that we can put in place interventions to enable our customers to deal with the volatility and the disruptions that we've seen, and especially in the past few years due to a variety of factors. We're also working closely with the IITs. We have centers of excellence in both IIT Madras and IIT Bombay for creating the future of supply chains from both a smarter supply chain point of view as well as a sustainability point of view. And there is great research going on there with over 40 projects led by world-class professors. So we are very optimistic about the industry-academia partnership as well to create the right technological innovations to support smarter supply chains.
Santosh, I recall when we were chatting 2 years back and I asked you, what's the future of cars? And you said technology. That was your only answer. That, it's not going to be about whether it's hybrid, diesel, this, that, EV or anything. It's just going to be about technology. Do you think India has that kind of bandwidth to actually leverage and make the cars of the future?
No, for sure. If you see, cars are shifting to software-defined cars now, and already Indian OEMs are on that path with electrified cars as well. Same applies for us as well. All the new cars, we just had the Delhi Motor Show, we showed a car which is completely based on a software-defined platform. Let me also say that, we have another unit in India in Bangalore where there are around 10,000 engineers working for software-defined vehicles for the world. So, and I keep saying this, that, we feel proud that there is an India in every Mercedes sold around the world. So these engineers are working just not on the software of the cars or just coding, but they are also, we have a lot of patents, more than 500 patents filed out of India for Mercedes-Benz. So I think a lot of proprietary work happening out of India, a lot of work happening on digital twins, on AI as well. So this is I think the sweet spot, because I think on the engineering side, we have the global macroeconomic challenges with also trade not as free as it used to be. But I think when it comes to software, when it comes to technology, here we can cross borders much faster. And I think this also for the sector, to your specific question, I think the Indian auto industry is also really taking this up fast. We will see a range of software-defined cars. The other point here also, electrification is one trend, but autonomous, again, it is always said that India cannot have autonomous cars, with the kind of traffic, with the kind of situation. But I think there would be use cases with the infrastructure coming up. If we can borrow time for our mobile phones while driving cars, and the car can take care of itself. I think it's coming quite close. Already in some of our cars, we just launched the E-Class. You can do a Teams call. There are selfie cameras. But the risk is always safety because, again, we have high number of incidents. So if the car is able to do a bit more and takes control even for the traffic situation, even when you are in the traffic jams, and you can actually use that time not just for work but also for catching up with family, also is possible. So I think technology is going much more deeper than we think, even in automotive area, and India again has this chance with the skill as well as with, I think it's a level playing field when it comes to technology, and India can participate much faster in this.
Are you pushing us for a 90-hour work week by any chance, by making cars which are going to make us work more perhaps? No, right?
As I said, you can catch up with family as well. When you are in the car.
You also said Teams call and selfie
both
cameras.
ways.
I got a little worried.
One real-life example, I was just, till 5 years back, probably, when you decided to buy a car, the first question on your mind was, mileage kitna deti hai, right? In India, probably that was the question. Mileage kitna deti hai? I had an experience 3 months back with a friend in Helsinki, Finland, was buying a car, and we were just discussing, and I asked, what are the key factors in your mind? They said, we are trying to decide which car has which features of the software, and whether Mercedes offers a better software package, or whether BYD is offering a better software. That was the decision-making point behind buying a car. So that's the role of technology coming into our lives everywhere.
Absolutely. So is it BYD or Mark?
Different segments, we are in the luxury segment.
Yes, you wanted to.
No, I just want to add the context of human connections here. Technology, of course, is absolutely driving the world, and this is disruptive tech. When I look back at the category which I represent, which is spirits and beverages generally, I think India adds an Australia every year in legal drinking age. India adds perhaps half of many countries in the world. And at the end, when we look at the path to 10 trillion and the growth prospects, I think the consumer at the center, and having this balance between deep AI and AI running the business, but consumer interactions and the human touch not going away, I think is going to be an important other element of how we look at. There is not going to be too long a time when perhaps all you would need is a thinking mode or a pill to feel a little cheerful. You don't even need alcohol, or you don't need any beverage. So we are moving in that direction as we look at things to come. But at the very heart of all of this is human connections. And I think as we bring more consumers, the importance of growth has to be balanced with also using that AI technology in a home, in a DIY experience in your bar, or maybe when you're having a nice time with friends and family, if you choose to drink. But I think that's been one big balance of priorities for us when we look at growth and segments, because that's going to be an important element of how consumers relate to this category, especially Gen Z. Skibidi has to be in this conversation, right, somewhere, because that is where people want to have quality of life. There's a very, very high dividend on quality of life. Consumers will choose to use or not use any beverage. Sugar or calories are all part of today's generative narrative. So it's an interesting cusp when technology, life science, just the prospect of having a good time, but in safe environments is going to be driving our path forward. So I just want to bring that human touch into this conversation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And how would you say that the Indian consumer, the Alcobev consumer, from a in heart, just a single malt drinking India that we traditionally had maybe about 20 years back. How has the consumer evolved? What's been your experience?
This is fascinating. The consumer today is all about repertoire, and a repertoire of having a beverage in the day, moving to an evening sundowner, going to a nightcap, or I think there is, I would say 2 points. A point about the types of consumer. The new Gen Z or the legal drinking age is not necessarily only about single malts or whiskeys. They would like to have a quality product which allows them to mingle and be safe and get back home in a nice cheerful form. On the other hand, you have the luxury consumer. I mean, we've added 94 billionaires in the last year. And I think we are second to the US on the list of billionaires. And that's a very enhanced, customized personal experience. So what is going to be relevant for that consumer is going to be very different from a 26-year-old young first jobber drinking and wanting to have a good time with friends. So when we look at our repertoire, we've got bourbons from the US, we've got Indian whiskey, a brand called Oaksmith, which is successfully launched 4 years ago. We've got Lafroig and Bowmore, which are Scotch single malts. We've got Yamazaki and Hibiki coming together. And the challenge for us and our marketing teams is what in our brand portfolio resonates with what occasion in that repertoire of that consumer. So it's an interesting balance of act.
Amrita, you already talked about as to how various sectors, and you rightfully gave the example of railways, for instance, need to come together, and only then can India achieve that $10 trillion goal. That must be an imperative, right? And especially for the industry that you belong to.
Absolutely. I just mentioned for making 1 ton of steel, I need to move 3.5 tons of raw material in. For when I make a steel plant, I need to get a city around it for people living there. So you need sanitation. Imagine my company today practically owns and manages 13 cities and townships combined. So we are the mayor we are the sanitation worker there. Everything, schools, education, hospitality, everything. So it is all woven together. If I look at the supply side, again, if I'm putting up a steel plant, I need spares. For that, I need to get to MSMEs to build quality spares. So that means as soon as I put up one job in a steel plant, generates 7 jobs across the economy. Everybody has to come together. The incoming suppliers also have to come together. So we are today talking about setting up steel plants and getting industrial clusters close to the steel plant. We will, for putting up a steel plant of, say, 5 million ton size, I'll need 400 megawatt power. So that means you are going to build a power plant. So the technologies, for example, BHEL or GE or others, ABB, need to come in and set up those power plants for us. So that, again, one thing that we need to remember in this whole process, and I wanted to bring this in, while India is growing and we are saying we are building an India, advanced India, Viksit Bharat and everything, you need to remember 3 things. You are not going to build an India for a decade. We will not build an India today and after 10 years we are again rebuilding another India over that because the infrastructure that we put in place is not long lasting. So quality becomes a very important part of what India you are bringing in. So the norms and the quality controls have to be very strict, very strong. That is something that we are working on. And that's why if the steel plant is there, if the MSME is not up to that quality, the suppliers are not of the same quality. If the fabricators, after I produce the steel, the fabricators are not of the right kind to provide the right infrastructure there, it will all collapse. So we need to work on multiple points, and if all stakeholders need to come together while building this India for centuries, not for decades.
Yeah. And Kami, you were making that point, right? That it can't be just the top of the pyramid. It has to be bottom up, starting off from MSMEs, starting off from grassroots.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we have found is in the last couple of years, we launched a cluster strategy. So we identified clusters either on geographical or industrial lines. And so examples would be for, the automotive and leather cluster in Vellore in South India, or the home furnishings cluster in Delhi, or food and spices and so on. And we offer customized solutions for these clusters, pickups, deliveries, clearance, pricing, and also work with small and medium businesses from a knowledge sharing and mentoring and sharing of best practices point of view. And this has been a very popular effort in our customer base because we are really seeing a lot of exchange of ideas amongst SMEs. We are seeing a lot of interest in exploring markets and learnings from peers and experts on what are some of the pitfalls, how do you address them. And of course, we share our best practices from around the world as well in terms of shipping and logistics. We've also partnered with Invest India on the One District, One Product program. So across 750 districts in India and 1,200 products or so, working with SMEs on packaging, inventory management, and so forth. So we think this is going to be a big driver of the growth going forward, the SME segment.
Santosh, shouldn't be a problem for you, right? You're catering to the top end of the pyramid, the aspirant Indian, always wants a Merc or a Benz.
Yeah, but I think for us as well, you know, we have, when I said we have 200,000 cars on road, we have also parts to be supplied. You know, the logistics setup that now we have set up in Pune and now also coming up with warehouses. And actually automotive also, like steel and many industries, there are enough studies to say that one car sold or one vehicle sold generates 14 jobs. So I think if all these sectors now are on the growth path, the 10 trillion where you started with should not be the biggest of the challenge. But it won't come by itself. I always feel that I have been in the industry now for close to 24 years. To now at this juncture to say that it will happen by itself also would be a fallacy. So I think industry on one side, the stakeholders, policymakers, we are on the right track, but we need to keep this momentum to make it happen as well.
Okay, on that positive note and the buzzer, thank you all of you for being part of this discussion, and I'm sure we're going to make it to that $10 trillion vision of the government very soon. Thank you all of you.
Yes, the path has been set for the creation of a $10 trillion economy. The vision set is all there. Our panelists, Amarendu Prakash, Santosh Iyer, Kami Vishwanathan, and Neeraj Kumar. Thank you all for joining us, and Aisha, thank you indeed for conducting that. Again, a quick word about that QR code displayed on the screen. You can instantly access pictures of the Darbar Hall, and within seconds, those images will be at your fingertips. You can share them on your social media handles, and you can use the hashtag Scripting Tomorrow and GBS 2025. As we now continue our journey, it's several sessions back to back, and of course, we can't wait to bring you more. And as we unfold this journey, there are these wonderful insights that are unfolding even as the day wears on. The next one is the migrant economy. And here we are turning movements into momentum. How exactly? That's what is under discussion, and the migration that we are seeing, long being defined as a force to reckon with in shaping several economies in the way that we see our industries and societies worldwide. And as we do this, there is talent and labor that are crossing borders. The global economy is adapting to new challenges, and obviously, as always, wherever there are challenges, there are new opportunities as well. So just to understand the economic impact of migration as it's unfolding and how movements can be turned into momentum, we are greatly honored to have with us Christian Dussmann, who is the Professor of Economics at the University College London, and he's also Director of the Rockwell Foundation, Berlin. Professor, do join us on stage and do share your valuable insights with us. Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk here. Migration is a subject which I have been working on basically for the last 30 years, and I can tell you 30 years ago nobody really spoke much about migration. So this has dramatically changed. The topic of the 15 minutes I have to talk about migration is the migrant economy turning movements into momentum. Now, let me start with some trends in international migration. Over the last, 35 years or so, the number of international migrants, and they are defined as individuals who live in another country than where they are born, has basically doubled, from 141 million to 282 million. And those numbers don't even include the dramatic migrations we are seeing within countries. For instance, from the rural areas in China to the urban areas, and similar migrations in India and in many other countries. So migration has become a very important issue. You may now say, well, the population has also increased, which is very true, and if we correct those numbers, we still see a large increase of international migration. So what is the contribution of India here? Well, the percentage of Indian migrants across the entire migrant population has also slightly increased but stabilized in recent years. 2024, about 6% of all international migrants have been born in India. Now, why is migration so important? Well, first of all, migration creates opportunity. Where someone is born determines their future opportunities and the wealth they can accumulate over their life cycle. If we are lucky enough to be born in a prosperous country, our opportunities are, of course, much better. And as Raj Chetty from Harvard has shown, even within the US, there are huge differences in economic opportunity and life cycle wealth according where you are born. So those who are born in poorer countries face more restricted economic opportunity, reduced possibility to enhance their productivity through learning, and lower wages for their work than those who are born in richer countries. Now, one way to improve this situation is actually to move to richer countries. While this is basically unquestioned when it takes place within a country, there is a lot of politically controversial talk about migration across countries, as we all know. So what's the economist's view about migration? Well, despite very large potential gains in global output through migration, there are very severe restrictions. And Adam Smith, one of the fathers of modern economics, noted already on the cost to preventing free mobility, saying that by obstructing the free circulation of labor from place to place, occasions in some cases in very inconvenient inequality in the whole of the advantages and disadvantages of their different employment. The possibilities of international migration are severely limited, and they are mainly limited due to restrictions in those countries where the productivity of labor is actually very high. Now, let's think about the simplest possible framework to kind of learn a little bit about the economic and political implications of migration, the most simple framework we can think about. So we have two countries. We have a rich country and we have a poor country. And we have migration from the poor country to the rich country. So what happens? Well, first of all, it increases wages in the emigration country where wages are low, because you take people off the labor market in that country, and therefore the value of labor becomes higher. So productivity increases. It decreases wages in the immigration country where wages are high. It increases the gains to capital in the immigration country, but it decreases the gains to capital in the emigration country. It creates, most importantly, a very significant migration surplus, which is basically created by individuals improving their productivity because they move from a country where their productivity is low to a country where their productivity is high. Now, overall, there is a total gain in world output, but there is also redistribution. Some are gaining, but some others may actually lose. And that's very important to understand the political economy of migration. So who are the gainers? Well, certainly the migrant, but also the non-migrant in the origin country and the owners of capital in the destination country. Who are the potential losers? Well, workers in the destination country and the owners of capital in the origin country. Overall, there is a total gain in world output, which is far larger than the losses. If we look at global welfare, those gains may be even larger, because giving an additional dollar to a poor individual will increase welfare by much more than giving an additional dollar to a rich individual. And migration will decrease inequality between countries. So what is the political debate we have at the moment? Well, it's actually between the owners of capital in the destination country, and that includes people like Elon Musk, who really want skills to come to the US, and workers in the destination country who may actually believe, at least, that they are disadvantaged through migration. So these are basically the two political camps which discuss the benefits and of migration. Now, the other gainers, the migrant himself or herself and the non-migrant worker in the origin country, are never really considered in political debate. What are the political implications? Well, the simple considerations, the simplest possible model tells us, are that migration creates global welfare gains, but it also has distributional effects. There are winners and there are also losers. Although the winners win far more than the losers, the distributional effects have political consequences which are important. They mirror the huge policy challenges governments in the global north face. On the one hand, to allow labor migration to respond to the demands of industry, the owners of capital. On the other hand, to restrict migration. That can't be. To respond to the demands of parts of the general population, and these are the voters. Now, there are other economic incentives for movement, generosity of social insurance, for instance, which has the potential to undermine the benefits of free movement by creating motivations and incentives that are not aligned with economic gains. Therefore, free migration areas, like for instance the European Union, has been very hard working on harmonizing tax rules and transfer rules in order to eliminate those incentives which actually counter economic gains of migration. There are non-economic reasons for movements: oppressed groups, individuals exploited by the corrupt, and those persecuted for reasons such as religion or race will have reason to move to other countries. And extreme cases of these reasons that induce such movements are addressed in the 1951 Geneva Convention relating to the status of refugees. And 144 countries have been signatories of that particular convention. Now, the share of refugees, or the number of refugees and asylum seekers, have increased with the increase of conflict, but also now increasingly with the consequences of global warming. Non-economically motivated resistance to migration, which is the last point I want to raise here, are actually very, very important. And these non-economic concerns are related to homogeneity, to race, to cultural prejudice, and they are more impactful on the way individuals form their views about migration than actually economic concerns. In the study we have conducted about 10 years ago, we show that by factor 5, those cultural resistance reasons are more important than reasons which are related to the economy. That is why migration is the ideal subject for populist political movements, particularly potent in the rise of populist parties. Just to illustrate that, if we look at the main issues for populist parties just in Europe, so we look at the three main issues in the party programs of populist parties. We take Fratelli d'Italia, its growth, family immigration; Vox in Spain, its family nationalism, immigration; Rassemblement National, its taxes, family and immigration; AfD, its Euroscepticism, crime and immigration, etc., etc. Immigration is always the number one issue on the party program of any right-leaning populist party in Europe. And we can continue to Sweden, Denmark, etc. So it is always immigration. So how do we turn movements into momentum? Well, the economic argument is pretty clear. There are large global gains when individuals move to where their productivity is highest. Migration helps individuals and has always helped individuals to escape poverty and to improve their livelihoods. Destination countries benefit by filling skill shortages, and increasingly in European countries and in 20 years, also in many Asian countries, if not already today, like in Korea, addressing the demographic decline. However, the economic gains of migration are unequally distributed, and that leads to disparities in political support. What is even more important are the non-economic concerns, such as homogeneity, race, and cultural prejudice, which are key factors in the recent rise of populist parties, which also move centrist parties' views about migration into a far more restrictive direction. The main political challenges is therefore to design policies that maximize the economic benefits while at the same time carefully addressing cultural resistance. Now, the only kind of part of the migration equation which has significant benefits are migrants and those who are left behind, but they, in this debate, lack strong advocacy and are very often overlooked. If you are interested in more information, please look at our websites. Thank you very much.
Professor Justman, Christian Justman, Professor of Economics at University College London, Director of the Rockwell Foundation, Berlin. Great to get those insights on migration, the migrant economy, and turning movements into momentum. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we take a very short break. It's a curtailed lunch break, but you'll get a chance to network with all the bright minds who've gathered here at the ET Now Global Business Summit. This is going to be for 45 minutes, but we are clearing out the room for the Prime Minister's visit, and he's going to be here later this evening. So we suggest that you take all your belongings with you. You need to take them with you because this room is going to get cleared out before the Prime Minister visits in the second half, and we're going to have a fascinating round of discussions, panel discussions, conversations right after this lunch break. So enjoy your lunch, enjoy the conversations. We'll be right back after 45 minutes. Thank you.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Dreamer X Assistance AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you use Dreamer X for your business, you can use AI assistance to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business. With New Dream Network, let your dreams fly high.
From bustling ports to remote farms, Transworld weaves the threads of global trade. We navigate the complexities of import and export with ease. Our fleet of owned ships embodying steady resolve. No challenge is too big. We handle break bulk with expertise and orchestrate project logistics like a maestro. Time-sensitive cargo? We deliver with the speed of sound. Freshness is our promise. Our cold chain logistics keep perishables pristine, while our expansive warehouses ensure flawless inventory management. Transworld ensures the seamless flow of your supply chain, all while upholding the highest standards of corporate responsibility and environmental, social, and governance practices. We connect the world, not just goods, with luxury private aviation and ethical recruitment. Driven by our vision to accelerate global trade and foster sustainable growth, we are committed to the mission of inspiring people to create value with innovation, service excellence, good governance, and technology. Our values of integrity, transparency, respect, customer centrality, excellence, and social and environmental responsibility guide every aspect of our operations, transforming the future of logistics.
check, check one, one, two, check. Hello, hello, check, check one, check. Check, check, hello, check, check one, one, two, check, hello, check, check one, one, two, check, ठीक है? Check, check one, one, two, check, hello, check, check one, one, two. Check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Check one, one, two. Check. Hello. Check, check one, one, two, check. Hello, check. Check one, one, two, check. Check, check one, one, two. Check. Hello, check. Check one, one, two. Check. Hello, check. Check one, two. Check. Hello, check. Check one, two. Hello, check. Check one, one, two. Check. Hello, check. Check one. One, two, check. Hello. Check, check. Hello, check. Check one.
to thrive in uncertain times, in volatile times. In a world that is facing economic turbulence, there are shifting dynamics. And today, adaptation is no longer optional. It is essential, it is the cornerstone of growth. Businesses and governments, we need to rethink strategies, embrace change, and turn challenges into opportunities. And there are several opportunities out there. So these three pillars are going to guide our conversations over the Global Business Summit this time. Evolve through innovation, through adaptation, staying ahead of the curve. Emerge through building resilience, overcoming adversities, and thriving and expanding through exploring new markets, fostering collaborations, and driving global growth. So as we embark on this journey together, we are going to uncover insights, we are going to
Just get settled down. Podium on, Brenda, please. On it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Could we have you walk in and please settle down as quickly as possible? We've got an exciting lineup of guests and panels that is to unfold in the post-lunch session here at Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit 2025. We're about to begin the second half of this exciting session that has already unfolded, and there is so much more to come. We're expecting the Prime Minister later this evening. But even before that, before we get down to the next panel discussion, let me tell you and remind you all, there is this QR code that you'll find on the walls here. You can scan it, there it is. It gets displayed on the screen every now and then. With it, by scanning it, you can instantly access pictures from the Darbar Hall. And so within minutes, you will be able to get all those images on your phones, and then you can use those images and put them up on social media. And the hashtags that we are going with is scripting tomorrow and hashtag GBS 2025. So here we are, and as we continue this journey of ours, it's an exciting journey to say the least, and today's sessions have been very enlightening, very insightful. We're turning our focus to an exciting theme now, and this is something that we were looking forward to in a huge way, this fireside conversation. It's entitled The Money Tale, Markets, Mysteries, and the Masters. This is where we bring together industry voices. These are veterans of the industry. They are decoding for us the kind of trends that we are seeing, the risks that can be mitigated, the several opportunities that lie ahead. As part of this discussion, we have Kevin Sneeder joining us. May I ask Kevin Sneeder to please walk up on stage, President of Asia Pacific Goldman Sachs. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Sneeder. And with him, Anshula Kant, Managing Director and World Bank Group Chief Financial Officer. Ma'am, can we have you both on screen? Or rather on stage. So used to being on TV. And moderating this discussion, my friend and colleague Aisha Faridi, national editor at ET Now. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you so much for that, Vikram. Hope everyone's had a hearty lunch and gearing up for the Prime Minister later this evening. Well, we're here to talk about the money tail, markets, mysteries, and the masters. We have the masters right here, Anshula, Kant, and Kevin. So let's dig a little bit about what's the mystery, how to make money, and all of it. Kevin, let's start off with you. Welcome to India. Obviously not your first trip. So tell me, each time that you come to India, what's been the observation like? What are the changes? What are the growth biomarkers, shall I call them that? Because everyone's so obsessed about living longer now, so biomarkers is a phrase which is so often used.
Well, I have been coming to India for a long time, so perhaps I'm less surprised every time I come here, but nevertheless, the continued build-out of infrastructure is obviously a very visible sign. The continued development of middle-income consumers, and you can start to see their spending, certainly comes to mind, but a lot of it's also the less visible. The digitization of India is very much on my mind and on the mind of many investors, because it's the backbone for a lot of what we've seen, whether it's the creation of a much larger banked population and the opportunity that it's created to also have a value-added tax and a sensible system of collections. That's part of the digitization. The other part that we see in flows, of course, is the financialization. It's a terrible word, but the development of the financial markets, the inflows from domestic investors, even though foreign investors are more cautious, has been a big part of the story. And clearly the formalization of the economy, the extent to which there is now more of a legal structure around the economic system, and in particular the bankruptcy code that came in, has been a big and important part of the reform. So there's what you see, but also the plumbing underneath it, which is why, for many investors, including ourselves, we're very positive about the medium to longer term outlook for India.
Anshula, what's been your observation? You've been here in India and an observer as first a banker and now at the World Bank. How has India climbed up the ranks when we talk about the $10 trillion economy vision? Where do you see India headed next?
I think India has made great strides in the last few years, especially since I left here about 5 years ago. You mentioned about the digital services, and if you viewing it from the global perspective, and what we really are working hard with other emerging market and low-income countries is what sets India apart is the digitization of the many public services that are offered here. That adds to the governance, that adds to the transparency. It just adds up to the whole underlying plumbing that you were mentioning, Kevin. I think that's worked well here, and I think also the market infrastructure, the capital market development here, it sets India apart in many ways. So while, capital flows, especially foreign capital flows, is a big focus area for us. We were just speaking before we came in here. So what happens quarter to quarter is one thing, but in terms of the trend that we are seeing, it's all positive for India, I think. They've taken the right steps. There is a lot still to be done. And I think the recently announced budget, again, focuses on some of the issues which are really pressing here.
Kevin, we all know that long-term India is a great structural story. I don't think anyone denies that. But tell me the challenges in the very near term. I know Anshula doesn't want to talk about quarter tak, as we call it in Hindi, from quarter to quarter, QOQ. But in the very near term, what are the challenges that you foresee for India?
And we shouldn't overlook the near-term challenges, but let's also keep them in the context that Anshula and myself both see in terms of the medium to long term. But in the very near term, and India will not be alone in this, you obviously have the trade issues, tariffs, the most beautiful word in the English language. There is a reality that the uncertainty that this environment is creating and what it means for the dollar and the strength of the dollar, or otherwise, is going to be a factor. And clearly India, even though in absolute terms, I think its deficit with the US is around $46 billion. It is nevertheless notable that in the fact sheet that was issued with the recent round of news around reciprocal and fair tariffs, India was called out in that, and obviously the Prime Minister was there in Washington and has already started a process of negotiation. But there are real consequences, particularly on the exchange rate and also, therefore, on the trade outflows. And India does and is an important part of the global trading system. So I think that's a near-term challenge. Secondly, of course, inflation and monetary policy will be a challenge. Whilst we have seen some moderation in inflation, we saw a cut in the rates. Perhaps it wasn't quite on the basis of being accommodative, it was neutral. You know, in investors' minds, that's also a signal. And we saw a softer earnings season, and that earnings season was softer in the back of some of the slowdowns we've seen in the consumption side. So there are near-term headwinds, but to be clear, we see these as speed bumps in what is a longer-term structural growth story. And the speed bumps in some way are a cyclical correction. There's been a fiscal consolidation. There is a macroprudential set of acts and policies that are taking place, but they are real near-term issues and they need to be got through. And foreign investors have been cautious on the back of them, as we've seen through the outflows that have occurred in recent months.
Anshula, tell me, what role would World Bank play here? When you talk about emerging markets, how do you think World Bank can sort of support emerging market economies, such as India, to try and develop capital markets?
You know, emerging market, EM capital markets as we call them, they are not homogeneous, or they're not all alike. So India is at a different trajectory, other parts of the world are, you know, emerging markets are at it. So we have, you know, it's a key pillar of private capital mobilization, which is a big focus area for us, but also resonates very much with the Indian endeavor to attract more cross-border investment, foreign capital flows into the country. And we work with countries to help them establish policy frameworks, legislative reforms, the entire spectrum of the capital market infrastructure that is needed. We work with countries to help develop. Again, in India, it's all pretty much well developed, but the domestic government bond markets, the money markets, the derivative markets. I believe what we can do more here, while the rules and regulations are all available, is how to sustain pension funds, insurance companies' flow of funds and resources into the capital markets on a sustainable long-term basis. That can sort of rejuvenate the corporate bond market, and that could, make available more resources for infrastructure, etc., that are needed here. But, let me also add, and you talked about the, the underlying structural growth story. One key trend that we are seeing globally, and in some ways that resonates with the concerns that developed world is facing today related to migration, etc., that we estimate that about 1.2 billion people will get added to the workforce in the next 8 to 10 years in emerging markets. And there are only about 400 million jobs likely to happen if we go along the way we are going. And there is a huge, huge gap sitting there. And I was really pleased to see the recent budget that came out last week. There is a big emphasis on job creation in India, and that is actually now one of the flagship key focus areas for the bank. So it's not, you can't create jobs out of thin air. So what are the sectors which will help create jobs locally? What are the sectors, given there is a backdrop of, there is a technology-related revolution that's happening. So what are the kind of jobs that will be sustainable? Where are the skills which are lacking, which need to be developed? I think those are the areas which be of key interest for us to work with in India. But of course, there are many sectors where we are working with, but the key focus area today for me as the CFO at the World Bank is how to help countries mobilize private capital and private investment into the countries. Because, the needs are so huge that there is, everybody understands now public financing or development banks like us are not going to be enough to support the development needs.
That's so interesting that you say that. And, the numbers that you gave in terms of what the job requirements are going to be and how much the gap is. Tell me, how do you get the tools in place to actually try and bridge the gap and aid it?
So let me give you an example of one big target, big ambition, and it sort of rallied around a lot of development partners and private sector partners with us is, let me give you one more statistic. Roughly half the population in Africa don't have access to energy. So you talk about where can the growth or jobs come from if there's no access to energy. 600 million people. So we've actually now gone on record to announce a target of, together with other partners, to give access to at least 300 million people to electricity by 2030. It's a hugely ambitious target. Public sector money is not going to be enough. And we need the private sector to come alongside us. Last month, we had 30 heads of state in Tanzania commit to the policy reforms and the structural reforms that will be needed. We've actually signed off that we commit to these reforms because you can't actually give electricity access without the policy enablers to come in. We have development partners, we have philanthropies, we have foundations, and how we see our role is a catalytic role. For instance, IFC is now setting up a distributed renewable energy permanent equity structure, which can give, first loss equity, junior positions, take junior positions to catalyze private sector investment into this. So this is how, we try to, now this whole process of energy access will create jobs, but this is what will lead to growth and development, and, it's a virtuous cycle of job creation. This is an example of what we are trying to do.
And when it comes to India?
So India, we don't try to impose really our priorities. Most often we try to find is what are the governments, any country, not just India, but what are the development priorities for India? And we work together with the country to help them achieve their development priorities. And we don't try to spread ourselves too thin. So there are certain sectors, there are certain asks. I met with the government authority yesterday. There are the programs where they want us to work with them, and a key, I think, value add that we bring is also the knowledge part of it. It's not just the dollars and cents, because we acquire learning and knowledge globally and experience in different parts of the world, and the government wants us to bring that knowledge together with the financing to support them in various sectors. Yes, jobs is one of them. Jobs it's not a project by itself, right? It's an outcome. So it could be about skilling, it could be about education, it could be about health, human capital, and then, of course, sectors which will create jobs. So those are the areas.
Interesting. Kevin, when you analyze a country such as India, and you gave us a sort of SWOT analysis on what's working in the short term, what's not, and while India continues to be a great structural story, tell me, how does geopolitics and all the talk around tariff really impact India? And does it really?
No, it does. Geopolitics, it's not that long ago that you never talked about geopolitics. You'd be talking about domestic economics, and it's really been a shift that I don't think is going away. So we shouldn't think this is just a near-term moment. There is a structural shift going on in the world. And at one simple level, it's clear that there are going to be a number of countries or groupings of countries that play a very significant role in the global economy. India is clearly one of them. Of course, there's China, there's the United States, there's the European Union. And in that context, I do believe that we are going to see increased emphasis on geopolitical factors. Sometimes it's taken a bit too far. It doesn't completely sweep away economic reality. So, for example, there's a lot of talk about supply chain movement. In practice, whilst there has been some, it's been slow. It's been very slow, because it takes time for supply chains to relocate. It takes time for the whole ecosystem around a supply chain to relocate. So if you think about the automotive sector, you continue to see it's a very distributed economic model in one sense, but it's very hard. You've got places like Mexico where you do have a critical mass of the suppliers and so on, but a lot of the parts are still coming out of China or other parts of the global economy. So it can be overstated in practice, but I think for India it's going to be an important factor. In terms of the tariffs, what's interesting, of course, is if we think back to the start of this, a lot of the conversation, particularly in the United States, was around China, and there was an expectation of up to 60% tariffs in China. in reality today, what we've seen is first off announcements about Colombia, which actually had more to do with an immigration policy approach. Then we had Canada and Mexico, two core partners of the United States, as being the country-specific focus, with China added, but Canada and Mexico were 25%, China was 10%. Then we moved to the universal tariff for a conversation about it that had featured during the election campaign in the United States, but we've shifted from a universal tariff. The most recent conversation that was ongoing last week and now over the weekend is around reciprocity, reciprocal tariffs. And reciprocal tariffs are actually blind geographical affiliation. They're a mathematical view of what's your tariff on me and what's my tariff on you. And that is therefore less geopolitical and more universal in nature, but it's taken us away from a universal tariff to, again, a country-specific model. And looks like we're about to see product-specific tariffs, pharmaceuticals, chips, auto. That's what's being previewed for next week. Now, if you look at all of those, they're actually economic and trade-driven rather than pure geopolitics. But I do think that ultimately the geopolitical reality is part of the conversation, and it will be impacted through supply chains and other movements, and India will be part of that.
Interesting. I guess the buzzer's up, unfortunately. That's all the time we had. But thank you for giving us a color on where India stands right now, and of course how World Bank is helping achieve India the dream of the $10 trillion economy. Thank you both of you so much. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Kevin Sneeder, Anshula Kant, it's a pleasure having you with us, giving us insights as quickly as we could in a very short span of time. But of course, we are talking about the market infrastructure getting built. There's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to tariffs and what it could really bring for India as well. So all of that is in play. But also very importantly, we are talking about the digitization of public services, like Anshula Kant mentioned, and an interesting conversation about this very important facet of our economy. And as it grows, it's going to become even more important. We are going to have a discussion based on that. But a very quick word, in case you're looking for translation for any of the conversations that are taking place here on stage, then you need to use a headset. We've got translators for English to Hindi and also Hindi to English, and those headsets are available right there at the booth. So do pick them up and use them. Meanwhile, we are swiftly moving on. This is, like I said, an important piece that we are tracking. It's about scaling for trust and inclusion. And this is about GPay and the future of secure digital payments in India. It's going to be an important piece, like I said, going ahead from here. And to discuss how important it is going to be, Sharad Bulusu is here. He's the lead product management for Google Pay. And for this discussion, Sumita Karid, Deputy Editor of ET Now, my friend and colleague, joining us on stage for it. May I please welcome you back on stage, Sumita, along with your guest, Sharad Bulusu. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Vikram. Welcome to GBS, Sharad. Great having you here. Now, when we speak about scaling, especially as far as the payments ecosystem is concerned, we have to talk about the fact that Google has been an important part of India's digital revolution because you have several products baked into your ecosystem. But today we'll talk about payments specifically. You have about 37% of market share so far as the payments ecosystem is concerned. When you started, there were very few players, but now there's a whole host of startups as well, specialist payments players that are currently in the ecosystem. Give us a sense of the journey that you've had from that point to now, and how have you built products with trust and at scale?
You know, recently, whenever anyone said this to me, I've said this is probably one of the most fun phases of fintech we're entering. Just the breadth and scale of interesting players that we're beginning to see enter payments, where it started with, I remember 2016 is when I remember coming back to India. I was told one weekend that there is this seminar happening on something called UPI. I should go attend it. I was very skeptical. I didn't realize then that I would actually be working on UPI and probably consider it to be one of the proudest parts of my career, right? The way it is scaled is very interesting because it is not just a technical solution or a legal solution. It's been a very interesting mix of there is a spec that was created, there is legislation that enables it, there are institutions that have powered it, and it's enabled all of this to work with traditional existing players in payments like banks to work alongside new technology that players like us as well as many other startups could bring to the table. And the reason why it's worked is building trust is not just a matter of saying, hey, Google's a well-known brand, people can trust it. It's also all the bits that you build into the product. So last year, for example, we counted all the times that we told the user that, hey, we think this transaction looks unusual. Do you want to continue or not? And if the user said no, we counted that amount. It came up to 13,000 crores, $1.3 odd billion. Now, it sounds scary, it sounds large, but for a country of our size and for the scale of UPI, also remember that UPI probably processes just shy of $4 trillion a year, right? So it's a small number, but for the user to whom it happens, it's a big one. So I think features like these that enable users to maintain trust in payments is what's allowed us to grow.
Right, and when we talk about UPI, we have close to 400 million players in the ecosystem. We are a country of, internet users, close to over 900 million. Where will the next phase of growth for payments come from, really?
And the next phases of growth are going to come from a few different areas. Some of them are structurally going to change. Having experience working in both commerce and payments in India, less than a quarter of the participants in digital economy, whether it's commerce or payments, are women, when they're 50% of the population. So I think as women's participation in not just the labor force, but in banking, in making some of these decisions increases, I think we'll see a new wave of users come in. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen there across rural and urban India. By the way, this number is only marginally better for urban India. The second thing that will happen, and I think of this when I think of my own kids, is I recently got my kid set up with UPI Circle, right? UPI Circle enables her to use me as a form of payment. I can delegate payments to her. She's 13 years old. If I'm going around thinking that digital payments are such an integral part of my life, just imagine what happens when this kid grows up and when her, like even younger kids grow up. They're going to need to learn how this works right from a young age. So I think the second thing that will happen is...
But isn't that going to be slightly tricky given the kind of regulatory pressures that there might be?
I think the beauty of what we're doing in India is that we're doing it as part of the protocol itself. See, in theory, my kid could have signed up for GPay by misdeclaring her age, right? I could have moved one bank account to her phone number and told her, sign up for UPI, do this. Technically, it breaks all sorts of terms and conditions that I've agreed to with banks. But what UPI Circle does is it gives her a legal, clean way to say, here is my parent delegating payment authority to me. Now, I've set it up for her where every single one of her payments is approved by me. And my agreement with her is, 6 months later, if I see that you're doing this well, I will change it to a rule-based thing. A transaction up to a certain size, up to a total per month, in certain places, you can spend that money. So I think we're structurally building it into the protocol itself. And I think that's the beauty of what's happening here. This is not people trying to say, let's somehow hand over my debit card to someone or my credit card to someone. This is the system itself enables that kind of claim.
And that's all the more important, building trust and safety into the ecosystem because you have so many vulnerable groups as well. And this is something that the government of India is also working on so far as the digital personal data protection rules are concerned. Those rules have been out for consultation. And of course, the feedback is awaited. The deadline is extended. So safety is key so far as any digital products within your ecosystem is concerned. I want to understand a bit more on these recent trends of digital arrests, for example. Of course, you're doing a lot to keep your users safe, but how do you really mitigate some of these concerns? Because bad actors are always going to be a step ahead of regulators and policymakers.
Yes, I think there are broadly three things that you do in this space, right? The first one is there's no simple way of getting around the fact that we've got to educate users. I remember talking to people who've been working in banking for a while, saying that, look, when cards were first introduced in India, we had to tell people not to write their PIN on a piece of paper and keep it next to them, right? When computer systems came out, we had to tell people not to tape their passwords to their monitors and so on. So I think if you look at it like that, with every change that happens, people need to be educated about how to stay safe. Maybe it comes more naturally to people who've been in technology for a while, but there's no getting around customer education. The second thing that we do is utilize all the technology we have at our disposal. I mean, speaking as a part of Google Pay, I can say that we see threats and frauds emerge from multiple countries every day. The fact that we are really good at machine learning, AI, means that we can learn from these and prevent them from happening, prevent them from spreading. Right? The third thing that I believe that needs to happen is better enforcement. And increasingly, that is beginning to happen.
So when you say better enforcement, are you expecting more from policymakers on this front?
I think it has to be a partnership. Let's think of the stat, right? I think this is a stat from about 2021. There's a book called Future of Money which talks about this. In 2021, there were about a few tens of thousands, if I'm not mistaken, less than 50,000 bank-specific frauds that were done online that were reported in the US. In comparison, larceny theft, physical theft, was in the order of millions. Online fraud has gone up, but the difference is you can actually track it. Property theft, on the other hand, a lot harder to track, a lot harder to stop. So the way I see it is firms like ours that work in technology make it possible for enforcement to have the right information in a timely way, in the right place. So for example, various players in the fintech ecosystem in India work with I4C, the Ministry of Home Affairs, MeitY, to try and figure out how this information sharing helps curb fraud. Stats in India are if an online fraud happens, in less than 30 minutes, the money dissipates through the system. So the second side of it is you've got banks who will partner and say, how do we stop mule accounts from showing up? How do we do better with KYC? Right. So everyone's got a partner in making this happen.
All ecosystem players have to come together so far as mitigating these threats are concerned, and of course, more importantly, digital brands like yourselves. But Sharad, is AI more of an enabler, or is it creating more risks and more threats? Because you have callers sitting, like you said, in several other countries in Southeast Asia and actually, carrying out these fraud transactions.
It's both. I think every new technology has done that. You can take an engine and use it to create an automobile that moves people. You can also use it to create weaponry. And it's true of AI as well. You're going to have bad actors who are going to use AI to try and mimic what you could consider to be an authority figure or someone else that someone will easily trust to commit social engineering. But at the same time, you've also got players like us and others who can deploy AI to detect and prevent that threat. Right? So we've been talking about a hypothetical scenario. This is not live or released yet, but imagine that your phone can, on your device, in a privacy-safe way, listen to a conversation and alert you to someone trying to socially engineer you, right? And stop that fraud from happening. Many times that's all you need. You need someone to snap you out of that little bit of falling into a rut and thinking, yeah, I'm just going to enter my PIN, right? So there's a lot that we can do with AI that also works from the other side.
And we'll have to see whether AI really leads to more inclusion, because inclusion has been key to India's digital public infrastructure. And of course now, the AI model that India is now working on, and it has started inviting participants to sort of develop that. How are you looking at that? And secondly, on the point of inclusion, how are you making sure that this is core to all your products?
I think, see, for inclusion, this is probably like a golden age, right? Whether it is making your product available in more languages, adapting or personalizing your product to work for people with all sorts of ability, right? And this is not just ability with respect to digital literacy or something. It could be physical disability, visual, etc. The fact that voice systems have become more live, they've become low latency, and you can just have a conversation like we are having right now with a phone, whereas 2 years ago, your phone would wait, synthesize, think, and then respond. I think this is almost like a golden age to be able to solve for inclusion using AI.
So when you say it's a golden age to solve for inclusion, what are the new products and services within the digital payments ecosystem that you're planning to get into?
So some which we've been talking about publicly that NPCI also has been talking about is bringing voice to payments. So you enable people with different abilities to be able to use it. The second one is being able to work across a host of different languages. See, you said there are less than 400 million people on UPI. If we have to get to like 800 million for a country of our scale, they're all going to come from many, many different languages. We have, I think, more than 100,000 languages that if you set the bar at, hey, there are at least 1 lakh people speaking this, you'll find more than 100,000 dialects in this country. How are we going to set up translations for all of them? It's going to come from machine-based translation, right? So I think there's a lot you'll start seeing in this space. Google's been working with projects like Bhashini to make that happen on language. In systems like Android and Chrome, we build a lot of stuff for accessibility and disability. You'll see us doing a lot more in terms of enabling people through mechanisms like delegation. And that earlier point you made about trust and safety, I think that will go a very long way to just make people feel confident about stuff.
Now, the second point that I mentioned in the question that I asked you was about AI, and this is the final question, was about AI. The government of India is building its own AI model. What kind of synergies do you see Google making on that front? We know that Google is, of course, a big part of India's smartphone manufacturing, electronics manufacturing story, DPI as well, but what about AI?
Yeah, even in AI, I think, like I said, we work with projects like Bhashini, which is about enabling more and more Indian languages to be able to be used in different contexts, right? Ranging from software contexts to others. The second thing is, as a company, we are deeply invested in India for talent, as a market, as a place where new innovation comes from. I think this is the market where we're learning how to work with DPI. The first major product at Google that is built on top of DPI is GPay in India. And in that sense, I think there's a lot that we're learning here that we'll be able to apply.
Yes, indeed, exciting times ahead, Sharath. On that note, thank you very much for joining us on stage at the Global Business Summit. Thank you.
Indeed, for walking us through what digital payments are likely to seem like in the future, and now that we have AI so much in the picture, whether it's an enabler, a disabler, like we heard, it's probably a disruptor, is something that we'll have to keep watching. It's an evolving space again.
Right. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we'd like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our co-powered by sponsor, that's Google, and our second co-powered sponsor, that's Bennett University, a Times Group initiative. Your partnership, of course, has played a key role in making this event truly, truly special. Let's give them a well-deserved round of applause. And now, let's take a leap, literally beyond the boundaries of Earth as we know it. So, have you ever wondered what does it feel like to see our planet from space?
One would imagine. I used to follow Star Trek very closely, and Captain Kirk was someone I looked up to a lot. And there was one line in that series which said, to go where no man has gone before. But of course, many men have gone, and one of them is joining us tonight, and that's Warren Woody Hoburg. He's an astronaut with NASA, and he provides a very different perspective. I mean, perspective in the true sense from a different angle altogether. What does the Earth look like from that perspective? Well, maybe he can tell us. May we request Warren Woody Hoburg to join us on stage? We are talking about Zero Gravity, Infinite Dreams, a seafarer's view of Earth. Over to you, Warren Woody Hoburg.
Thank you so much. It is a true honor to be with you today. I'm going to start with a bit of history. If you look at the left-hand photo on the screen, that is one of the last moments in recorded human history when all living humans were on Earth. This was October 31st of the year 2000 at Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. And on that day, the crew of Expedition 1 launched to the International Space Station. It was just 3 modules at the time, and they began a continuous presence in space that continues to this day, almost 25 years later. We built up the International Space Station module by module using the Space Shuttle as a workhorse. And by the year 2011, the space station looked something like this. Humans live in the pressurized modules running front to back in this photo, and the truss running left to right is unpressurized, so it's only accessible by spacewalk. This entire vehicle is solar powered. It's about 75 kilowatts on average power consumption. It's 1 million pounds of mass in low Earth orbit, about 450 metric tons, orbiting 400 kilometers above Earth. It travels just under 8 kilometers a second, and so astronauts on the space station see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every single day. Now, in May of 2020, a little American startup called SpaceX made history. They launched NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on a test flight of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. And this fundamentally changed our access to low Earth orbit. Bob and Doug spent about 2 months on the space station before they successfully returned home. And I actually didn't know it at the time, but I would eventually fly on Crew Dragon Endeavour, which is the same capsule as Bob and Doug pictured here on the right. Less than a year after their flight, I was lucky enough to be named as the pilot of the Crew 6 mission up to the International Space Station. So I'll briefly introduce my crew from left to right in this photo. On the left side, Russian cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev, Commander Steve Bowen, myself flying as pilot, and Sultan Al-Nayati, who is the first UAE astronaut to perform a long-duration mission, 6 months aboard the ISS. We trained for about 2 years and then found ourselves at Kennedy Space Center, ready for launch. We actually scrubbed our first launch due to a technical issue with our rocket, but about 3 days later, we were ready to try again.
Ready for an on-time launch for the instantaneous
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power, and liftoff of Crew 6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
It's about 1.5 Gs initially.
Now launching on Endeavour's first flight to the International Space Station. Vehicle pitching down range, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, provided by the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage.
And then this is our second stage engine. It builds up to about 4.5 Gs by the time the engine burns out.
There you can see on your screen, confirmation.
Dragon separation confirmed.
And so less than 12 minutes after launch, you're in space. This is our first time experiencing weightlessness. We spent about 24 hours phasing our orbit up to the International Space Station for our rendezvous. The crew on board got some really fun shots of us as we approached. You approached from below, and I still remember seeing that first view of the International Space Station through our thermal camera as we approached it. It's pretty fun, the first few days, experiencing weightlessness, living in low Earth orbit. Steve was our resident chef, famous for baking pies. And we had a great handover with Crew 5 that taught us all the tips and tricks to operating in weightlessness. We also got right to work. So we had a full complement of science experiments. This is the Japanese module of the space station, and you see our primary glove box oriented sideways. And working in the glove box there is American astronaut Frank Rubio, who has the current American record for duration of a single space flight, 371 days in space. It turns out that weightlessness causes heart tissue to age faster than it does on Earth, and we're using that as a model to study treatments for heart disease.
Sultan, we see that top one beating looks like happy heart cells.
So we all thought it was pretty cool the day that Sultan looked through the microscope and saw beating heart cell cultures. Just incredible. We also printed a section of human meniscus using a biofabrication facility. This is one of many tech demos on the space station, looking at ways we can use the unique weightless environment aboard. In addition to all the science, we have to perform all of the maintenance on board. So this is maybe some of the less glamorous work. This is fixing our toilet. We have to keep the spacesuits ready for action, so we perform regular maintenance on those. And I'll let you try to find me in this photo. This is fixing one of our CO2 scrubbing machines. You see my legs poking out from behind the rack. And this is how we get rid of trash. We load up these cargo vehicles and send them home to a destructive re-entry through Earth's atmosphere. We have a regular cadence of these cargo missions, always visiting ISS. Here, Frank and I are grappling the NG-19 vehicle with the Canadian robotic arm and berthing it to the bottom of Node 1. The team on the ground always works hard to send us fresh fruit and veggies with every new cargo vehicle arrival, so that's always a very special treat. And we also have to take care of ourselves. So this is Sultan running on our treadmill. It's actually mounted on the wall, so you run facing the floor. And we do about 2.5 hours of exercise every day. It's super, super important. So this is the resistance exercise in addition to the cardio that we do. I love chess, so I was able to get a chessboard sent up. And we actually played a few games, ISS crew versus mission control. Did about 1 or 2 moves every day, and we always picked out a flight controller from a specific console to make our move on our behalf on the board down in mission control. We also had visitors. So about midway through my mission, the crew of Axiom 2 flew their own Dragon spacecraft up to the ISS, and they spent about 8 days with us. Their crew included the first 2 Saudi astronauts to visit ISS, and we're super excited. This spring, the Axiom 4 mission, which is a similar mission, will be visiting ISS, and Shubhanshu Shukla will be on that mission. He will be the first Indian astronaut to visit the ISS. That's coming up this spring. I'm excited too. Now, during training, one of my favorite parts of training was EVA, or spacewalk training. We have this amazing facility in Houston called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's very tactile, operating in a pressurized spacesuit, and so we spend about 6 hours underwater at a time practicing using our tools and practicing procedures for spacewalking. So I was absolutely thrilled when I learned that I would get to do 2 spacewalks during my mission to install 2 new ISS rollout solar arrays. Those are the rolls you see oriented vertically in this photo. Everything in space is hard, and this was no exception at all. So about 2 weeks before my spacewalks, we were flying over the Pacific Ocean, and we saw this storm. And unfortunately, that storm caused damage to a ground site in Guam that we use to communicate with our satellites that allow us to talk to mission control. So this meant that during my spacewalks, we knew in advance there would be long periods where we would not have coverage to talk to mission control. The entire team rallied. So Sultan and Frank set up this command post in the US laboratory. And in addition to their duties flying the robotic arm, they were prepared to walk myself and Steve, who were outside the space station, through all of our procedures and any possible malfunctions. I got a selfie right away when I had a moment outside. And Frank and Sultan flew me in the robotic arm over to the arrays where I unbolted it. This is the commute out to the work site. Those array units that I'm holding here, it's about 800 pounds of mass, 360 kilograms. So it's weightless, but it has inertia, so you really feel the inertia of that mass in your hands. After we completed the installation, Steve got this photo looking back at 2 Dragon spacecraft, the Crew 6 vehicle that I flew up in on the forward end of Node 2, and then on the top is CRS-28, the cargo vehicle that brought those arrays up to the space station. So that was a fast run-through of 6 months. So we spent 186 days in space, and it was, at that point, time to come home.
The Dragon hatch itself is closed, that coming at 4:19 a.m. Central Time.
You see the thrusters firing as we back away from space station.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop.
Beautiful
the
views.
Burn 1 is complete and nominal.
Sultan got this incredible view out the window of the plasma on the vehicle as we re-entered Earth's atmosphere. And then after entry, we
have
deployed.
fired, and we have good confirmation of drogue shoots. 2 drogues.
Those drogues slow us down to about
Released 4
200
parachutes.
kilometers
Now
an
deploying.
hour. And then we get main parachutes.
It's slow descent.
And we
There
splash
we can
down.
see splashdown
we splash
on
down
screen.
some of the highest sea state today for any Dragon spacecraft. Amazing recovery team comes and rigs the vehicle, lifts it onto the recovery ship. And you see our smiling faces here after opening the hatch and getting outside the vehicle. Thank you. It was just the thrill of a lifetime getting to do this mission. I do want to spend a moment beyond sharing the experience of my mission, telling you a bit about where NASA is headed next. We are headed back to the moon with the Artemis program. And
our return to the moon will be different than the last time. We plan to explore more of the lunar surface.
Artemis 1, Artemis 1. So here's some highlights from Artemis 1.
Counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. And here we go.
Okay.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
We are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis.
Spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo missions.
Distant retrograde orbit. We're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo.
The Orion spacecraft is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit. Splashdown. Orion back on Earth.
So here's where we're at in terms of Artemis. We're going to the moon. Artemis 1, you just saw the video. It already flew. That was an uncrewed mission and a super important test of the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft. The Artemis 2 crew has already been named. These are some of my best friends and colleagues, and they are training right now for their mission. They're going to fly out around the moon, further from Earth than any human has ever been, and they're going to test out the Orion spacecraft. And then the next mission after that is Artemis 3, and that will be that first surface landing on the moon since Apollo. From there, we're going to keep going. We're going to send a lot of hardware to the moon. We've got big plans. We're going to set up a sustained human presence on the moon and test out a lot of interesting tools and techniques. And why are we doing all this? We're going to the moon to set up a proving ground for Mars. So every single thing that we do and learn during this Artemis campaign will help us get to Mars eventually and send human beings to Mars. So I hope as you reflect on the themes of this summit, evolve, emerge, and expand, I hope that you'll think about how human spaceflight can help serve as an inspiration about how we can evolve, emerge, and expand our place in the solar system.
Wow. Thank you very much. Wow, Woody. I'm so in awe. I'm sure we all are. What an experience. It's almost like being there.
I still have goosebumps.
Yes, still some goosebumps.
I'm sure everyone else does too.
But conquering the final frontiers, and we're going way beyond. So this is something so to look forward to as we continue talking about evolving, emerging, and expanding. It's certainly something to think about what's out there and to explore and to be able to conquer in times to come.
I'm speechless. But yes, let's talk about energy next. And as you know, the world has been grappling with energy security, climate goals, nuclear power, and that is once again at the center of conversation, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's something that we want to talk about at length because these green initiatives that are coming in a big way, clean energy is something that India is pursuing. Targets have been set. So what role is nuclear energy going to play in all of this? And already we have the Prime Minister, of course, he's going to be joining us. There are deals that are being spoken about with the United States. How exactly are we framing that is something that we'd love to explore in this discussion. Dr. Sama Bilbao y Leon, Director General of the World Nuclear Association, is joining us. And Dr. Bilbao is going to be in conversation with my colleague, Hina Gambhir, news editor at Times Now. Can we have you back on stage as well? Welcome both.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you very much, Dr. Sama, for joining us here this afternoon.
Thank you. This is great.
So we're going to be discussing Atoms of Change, the nuclear promise. It's a very different subject. It's new, it's evolving, it's expanding, and that's the reason why we are discussing it today. There are immense possibilities when it comes to nuclear energy, but at the same time, there are perceptions that people create around nuclear energy. There are misconceptions as well. So I want to begin by asking you, what is that one big misconception that you want people to forget when it comes to nuclear energy, when they think about nuclear energy and the possibilities that it can really bring?
Well, you know, we were just watching this super cool stuff about space, and we were commenting very briefly how many people don't know that the rovers that are in Mars, Perseverance, is actually powered by nuclear energy. And also that when we go to Mars, we probably are going to consider using nuclear propulsion. So those are very cool things. But back in Earth, I mean, I'd like to actually focus on Earth first. So now what we have seen recently is a newfound pragmatism everywhere, in most continents, in most countries in the world, where people are really making that connection, that very important connection between energy, 24/7, affordable, clean energy, and progress, prosperity, socioeconomic development. So what we have seen is in all continents there is people are appreciating, I mean, when I say people, I mean policymakers, the finance community, the average citizen, the media. They are appreciating the essential role of the current nuclear fleet. As you know, nuclear energy today produces 10% of global electricity. This is the largest source of electricity in OECD countries, second only to hydro at a global level, meaning carbon-free electricity. And it's 25% of our carbon-free electricity today. So we are seeing most and most countries that are looking into extending the life of these nuclear power plants, so they are going to operate for 60, 80, perhaps 100 years. So many of the reactors that we have today will be operating in 2050. And then also what we are doing is new reactors. Why? Because we have heard today several times the global demand for energy is only going to increase. So nuclear energy is going to need to expand also. So we are seeing many countries in all continents looking forward to advanced reactors, whether they are small, medium, large, or super, super small. And let me just say, I think that part of the reason why we are seeing this is, number one, energy security. I think many countries have become very aware of how important it is to be independent and self-sufficient when it comes to energy. There is, of course, the sustainability parts, right? So we want to address climate change. We want to address clean air, clean water, efficient use of resources. And then, of course, there is the equity part. We want to make sure that we don't leave anybody behind, that we provide affordable energy accessible to everybody. And then the last thing that I will say that is relatively new, that we have heard also here and there today, is the very important role of the intensive energy users. They have recognized that they need 24/7 energy. and they are turning back to nuclear energy among other energy sources. And this is, of course, technology, but also the metallurgical industry, the oil and gas industry, cement, hydrogen, shipping, aviation, etc. So very exciting times.
Okay. But compared to solar, wind, nuclear faces higher upfront cost as well. That is a big challenge. Of course, it can actually bring about the transformation change that, one needs. But how can the industry at this point in time across the world make nuclear energy more financially viable, at the same time attractive for investors as well?
Right. Well, so as you know, all low-carbon energy sources, they have high capital investment. Nuclear is no different. Obviously, the difference is nuclear projects tend to be very large. So, of course, the affordability is a little bit different. So, but we are seeing that ultimately, a nuclear project is cost-effective compared to all other low-carbon energy sources. So, for example, we have examples, Olkiluoto 3 in Finland. When it entered into production, the price of electricity in Finland lowered 75%. So this is obviously very important. And also very important is the fact that nuclear energy is essential to the system. It's not just the generation, it's the stability, the reliability, the resiliency that brings to the system that is also very important. So what we are seeing right now is that the finance community is definitely understanding much better what it takes to invest in nuclear projects. So we are seeing more and more affordable finance being available for nuclear projects. Green bonds, taxonomies, green taxonomies, ESG criteria are recognizing the very important sustainable role of nuclear energy. And then what I would say also that I think is very important is it's not just funding or finding finance for the nuclear power plants themselves. There is many opportunities to actually invest and grow the entire value chain of nuclear. This is from exploration and mining of uranium or thorium or other resources, all the way to the entire value chain.
For a country like India, what kind of an opportunity do you see when it comes to nuclear energy?
Wow, nuclear is front and center in India right now. I was this week at India Energy Week, and I don't know whether you have been following the news, but just last week the finance minister announced within the context of the new budget a goal of 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy in India for 2047. But of course there is an intermediate step, which is by 2032 there is a plan to have 32 gigawatts of nuclear in India. And again, I think that all of you know that India is already a powerhouse when it comes to nuclear energy. We do have currently 22 operable nuclear reactors in India. We are building currently 6 reactors more. And we have a vibrant, enormously robust and knowledgeable nuclear industry in India. And then you mentioned, or your colleague mentioned, how Prime Minister Narendra was just this week, both in France and the United States, putting together collaboration agreements with US, with France, to accelerate the deployment of the already very good nuclear industry in India.
They've already pressed the buzzer, but I'll just slip in one last very quick question. Beyond 2030, the way we are going, right now, what does the ideal global energy mix look like to you, and where does nuclear really fit in?
Well, I don't think that there is one ideal mix. I think that each country will organize their own energy mix the best way for them. But in any case, in many countries in the world, there will be an important role for nuclear energy. So I think you know that at COP28, nuclear energy was recognized as one of the key technologies that needs to be accelerated if we are serious about meeting Paris Agreement goals in a timely, sustainable, cost-effective, and very importantly, equitable manner. So what we are proposing is that at the very least, by 2050, we need to have 3 times the nuclear capacity that we have today. And this will really be a drop in the bucket. That will only cover electricity. If we are serious about everything that I told you about decarbonizing other hard-to-abate sectors like metallurgy or oil and gas or cement or other things, we will need much more than that.
All right, 3 times of the nuclear capacity that what we have right now by 2030. That looks great. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you so much.
It is my pleasure. Thank you.
The conversations get more and more interesting as we go along. Thank you very much for joining us with your insights, Dr. Samar Bilbao-Leon, Director General of the World Nuclear Association, and Hina, thanks very much for conducting that for us. Meanwhile, we're stepping into our next session, and focus is on the ever-changing landscape of global politics. It's something that we discuss on the channel on a daily basis. The geopolitical tensions that have wrapped us all up in, they continue to shape economies, and power dynamics are now that much more fluid as we play along. To deep dive into this, we have Dr. Hal Brands, a distinguished political scientist. He's a professor of global affairs at the Johns Hopkins SAIS, and he's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Let's welcome him on stage for further insights, and he's discussing shifting sands, geopolitics, power, and the world in conflict. Please, can we have you on stage? Dr. Hal Brands.
Thank you. I appreciate that introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here as well. It's a real honor to be present with so many distinguished guests and speakers, and so I'm grateful to the organizers for including me in this event. So I've been asked to give my sense of the world that awaits us in the coming years, of the geopolitical landscape that's emerging today. And that's a challenge in any moment. It's particularly challenging right now when so much is going on. If you look at Ukraine or Gaza or Taiwan, the world seems to be awash with crises. There is political change and even political upheaval in so many countries. Technology is racing ahead in ways that are dazzling but also disorienting. So let me try to impose some coherence on the events that are happening and to give you a sense of the deeper contours of the emerging era in global politics. And my basic point here is that we've now conclusively left behind the historical moment we called the post-Cold War era. You can think of that as an era of integration. It was a time when the world seemed to be converging geopolitically, economically, politically. It was a time when autocracy seemed to have been defeated by democracy, globalization was racing ahead, and the prospects for great power peace had never been greater. I think what makes our current era so complex is that all of these characteristics of the former era have faded away at once. Our new era is one in which geopolitical competition is intensifying and strategic rivals are waging sharp technological fights. The international economy has become a battleground. Global governance and global problem solving are in decline precisely when we need them most. And international violence is intensifying as the risk of major war grows higher. Now, amid all of this upheaval, American power is still impressive, but American behavior has become more erratic as American politics become less stable. Now, I'm hopeful that all of this turmoil could still produce a decent future, but I think first we have to understand this new age of fragmentation that's underway. And so let me just take a moment at the outset to sort of remind people of the world that was, this post-Cold War moment, this age of integration. That moment was structured by a set of global realities. Democracy seemed to be trouncing autocracy. The number of democracies in the world went from about 40 in the early 1970s to about 120 by the year 2000. Second, globalization was running riot. Global trade and investment exploded in the decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall and created a deep and complex interdependence. Globalization was related to a third trend, which was a digital revolution that facilitated trade and boosted productivity. It also seemed like this digital revolution favored democracy, particularly after protests that were fueled by social media toppled governments in Egypt and Ukraine in the early 2010s. And these factors underpinned a fourth feature of the era, the idea that great power competition was receding, perhaps permanently, and that major countries would now cooperate to solve transnational problems and strengthen the global rules of the road. And then finally, all of this progress was meant to be underpinned by U.S. power. U.S. alliances provided stability in Europe and East Asia. The United States promoted democracy and globalization, and it tried to rally collective action in dealing with catastrophic terrorism or other problems of the moment. Now, it was all more complicated than this, of course, but these were the basic characteristics of the post-Cold War era. But for a variety of reasons, that era didn't last. In some cases, it didn't last because new democracies or established democracies were more fragile than they seemed. In some cases, it didn't last because globalization also brought inequality and insecurity, which triggered the backlash we still see today. It didn't last because technology was a two-edged sword. It gave repressive regimes tools for tracking and stifling their critics, even as it gave dissidents new ways of critiquing their rulers. And fundamentally, it didn't last because the balance of power shifted. The post-Cold War order was underpinned by U.S. and Western primacy, but in recent decades, we've seen the explosive rise of China, the resurgence of Russia, the emergence of India, Saudi Arabia, and other global players. And many of those countries, understandably, had different visions of how the world should work. And at the same time, we saw economic stagnation in Europe. We saw the U.S. squander some of its advantages through long, draining interventions in the Middle East. So the basic point here is that any international order ultimately rests on a balance of power. And as that balance has shifted, a very new moment has begun. So let me try to explain what that moment is by just pointing to 6 key contours of the age of fragmentation. First, we live in a moment of resurgent blocs and new Cold Wars. Not so long ago, it seemed that geopolitical dividing lines were fading or even disappearing. That's clearly not the case anymore. The lines are getting more clearly drawn in Europe due to Russia's war in Ukraine. The same is true in the Middle East, where Iran and its proxies are facing off against the U.S. and its friends. The same is true in the Western Pacific, where there's a multifaceted competition between China on the one hand and the U.S. and its allies and partners on the other. During the Biden years, the U.S. tried to frame this situation as democracy versus autocracy. I don't think President Trump views it the same way. But one thing that hasn't changed is that the revisionist powers are working more closely together. Iran, China, Russia, North Korea are doing more and more together, and that's creating more of a bloc-type alignment in international politics. Not every country is picking sides in this struggle, of course, as people in India know well. But global divisions are sharpening, and so is the competition for influence. Second, the battle of ideas is back. We used to think that democracy had defeated all comers, but today, powerful autocracies like Russia and China believe that their illiberal systems are the way of the future. They're coercing and destabilizing states that stand in their way. And political systems throughout the world are being reshaped by populist movements, some of which are challenging established democracies from within. And so the fight for the world's ideological future is just fiercer than any time since the Cold War. Third, the fight for techno-primacy is raging. A generation ago, the U.S. had just a commanding technological lead over any competitor. It's not the case anymore. China has made huge strides in cyber weapons and hypersonic missiles. It's investing massively in AI, quantum, and other advanced technologies. Middle powers are getting into the game as well. Throughout history, geopolitical competitions have been technological competitions, which means that whoever dominates key emerging technologies may dominate this era. This means that industrial policy is here to stay as countries try to invest in their own strengths. It also means that economic warfare is here to stay as countries use tariffs, export controls, and other tools to try to hold the rivals back. Fourth, global problem solving has never been more necessary, but it's never been harder. Transnational challenges like migration, pandemics, and climate change are worsening, but global tensions are making it harder to solve them by cooperating across geopolitical dividing lines. Just look at the fact that the major powers couldn't even cooperate to keep sea lanes open and the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden over the past year. Fifth, amid all these hot wars, tech wars, and trade wars, the threat of real wars has risen. We see this in Ukraine, we see it in the Middle East, and of course there's a growing danger of a clash in the Pacific. Finally, our era features a powerful but unpredictable America. The U.S. is still by far the most powerful country, but its politics have become more polarized, its system has become more dysfunctional, and its ability to produce stable, coherent leadership on the international stage is open to question. Now, I don't mean to sound gloomy. I think eras of upheaval can produce productive outcomes. It was the tense world of the Cold War that gave rise to the relatively peaceful and prosperous international system we now know. I also think some countries, like India, will find tremendous opportunity in today's geopolitical cleavages. But in order to do so, we have to first understand the contours of the age that have taken shape. Thank you very much.
Dr. Halbrand, thank you very much. Insightful as ever to be able to understand geopolitics and the kind of changing scenario that we have over there. So much at play and so much is moving.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, in an era of geopolitical shifts and economic realignments, global cooperation is more critical than ever now, and how nations can navigate increasing polarization to foster collaboration and progress, I think that is a big challenge right now.
It is, certainly. So that brings us to our next panel discussion, which is something where we're going to have several ministers joining us from different parts of the world. They're sharing their perspectives this evening on a very pressing topic, and this is what we're discussing this evening. To be able to understand the perspective from Myanmar, Dr. Kan Zaw is joining us, Minister of Investment and Foreign Economic Relations for the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. Also joining us on stage in a moment is Olta Manjani, Deputy Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation for Albania, and Sunil Handuneti, the Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development of Sri Lanka, is here with us as well. So this is going to be a very interesting discussion where we understand global cooperation in its entirety.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And moderating this discussion is going to be Shreya Dhondial, Executive Editor, Mirror Now. Shreya, all yours.
So good to see you, Shreya. Welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you very much for your time. And thanks all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here as well. We are meeting in what are difficult and rather unpredictable times. The world is seeing more conflict than it has after World War II. We've had the hottest year in history in 2024. Our global growth rate is underwhelming at about 3.7%. And we now have a disruptor in the mix. So since Donald Trump is the elephant in the room and the flavor of the season and someone who's dominating headlines, can I just start by asking you what someone like him, what a bully like him means for global cooperation? If you'd want to start, Sunil.
Thank you very much. It's a big question.
Huh?
It's a big question.
It's a big
Question.
fracture.
Yeah, question. Because of you asked about the Donald Trump. What's his experience? What's his practicing in the world? Huh? You know, now we are living in a world like we are living in a dispute world, politically divided world. You know, all the countries are fighting each other against environment. All are making money with the corruption. That's why next generation is asking from us what you are doing for the next generation people. Even in India, live 1.4 billion people. In my country, in Sri Lanka, 22 million. In Myanmar, Dr. Khan know well. There are also similar issues. In Albania, Dr. Olta know well. All are in similar way. That's why world is asking very peaceful environmental business, very peaceful dialogue to the people, not for boosting their political agenda.
Okay.
That's why we are urged to as a nation in third world country, Trump China, our neighboring relation leader, Prime Minister Modi, all head of the leaders of the world need peaceful attempt to overcome these difficulties.
Dr. Olta, Albania, I believe, does find itself in a slightly difficult position vis-a-vis Trump. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I promise we'll just keep the Trump question to the first question, and after that we'll go back to our topic. But I do believe that there is some pressure on Albania to get 1 lakh Palestinians into the country and keep them there. How do you deal with that? You know, when you talk about global cooperation, that's hardly cooperation. That is a bully telling you do this. Otherwise, here you go, tariffs for you too.
Well, thank you for the questions. First, I would like to state that Albania is one of the biggest political, economic allies of the United States. But it is probably the worst of times, but also the best of times to talk about global cooperation, starting from the wars, trade wars, geopolitical rivalries, economic fragmentation, going on with the climate change, challenges, technological developments, but also disruptions. The world is more connected than ever, but I would say also more divided than ever. And globalization in a polarized world, particularly in the context of figures like Donald Trump, has been really marked by raising nationalism, protectionist policies, and a lot of skepticism toward international institutions. And this coupled also with the withdrawal of the US from international agreements and mainly a focus on the domestic priorities has really challenged the framework of globalization. And I already mentioned that under the Trump administration there has been a lot of discussions in terms of the protectionist policies that he's following, nationalism, populism, some US-EU tensions, I would say, where Trump's strained relations with the European allies created a little bit of uncertainty for EU members, but also for EU candidate members. And here comes Albania into the equation because we are a candidate member country and most probably we are going to join the European Union in 2029. So this is important for us that we actually align with the policies of the European Union when it comes to our political stance and our political allies. So we remain committed to the European integration, of course. We remain committed to regional cooperation within the Western Balkans, which is where we are actually located in terms of the geography. Of course, we remain aligned with Western foreign policy. We have aligned ourselves with the US, as I mentioned, with NATO. We are a NATO member country, and we support sanctions on Russia as well. We participate in NATO missions, and we contribute to international security officers. So in response to your question, I would say that we are indeed both an ally of the European Union and the US, and of course we're going to continue to keep this stance and be aligned with both of their policies.
Sir, can I bring you into the conversation as well? You know, when you'd want a mic. You know, we live in a multipolar world, right? That is what we like to believe. With someone like a Trump coming in, do you think that is set to change? And does a unipolar world actually pose a danger to our way of life as we know it right now?
Thank you, ma'am. I have a privilege to talk about this global polarization and also the unipolar and multipolar issues. I don't think the unipolar will emerge again because it has been the unipolar in the 90s and up until the early of 2000 until 2010. But now it is the time of the multipolar world. So that's why I don't think this new political landscape change as the US. I don't think this could happen again because of the counterpolars or especially the multipolars are emerging. Not only the US and the China are two emerging, the two bipolar situation, but there are a lot of the multipolars, especially like India and the other BRICS countries also. They are emerging very strongly, so that I welcome the more the multipolar world. And as Myanmar is in the very strategic location between the South Asia and Southeast Asia. So Myanmar is taking as a bridge between the South Asia and Southeast Asia. And also Myanmar is a very neutral country and non-allied country. So we have, to some extent, we are working very much friendly with all countries and our international friendly countries, so that, I fully expect about the more multipolar than the unipolar again in this current situation.
Before I was coming into this session, I was just doing a little Google search, and I actually found there is something called the Global Cooperation Barometer that is published by the World Economic Forum. I wonder whether you were aware of it. I only became aware of it a couple of hours ago. And that report is telling us that global cooperation is higher than the pre-pandemic levels, but has flatlined over the last 3 years. In 2024 itself, if you see, there are 70 countries that have held elections. There are some countries that have gone right, there are some countries that have gone left, and some countries have been centrist. In a situation like this, it's not a topsy-turvy world, but it's a difficult world to live in. Can I ask you where the convergence in global cooperation will be? Because clearly, if you look at the muscle of global cooperation, Dr. Olta, if you want to come into this, it's pretty weak. The fact is that the world together collectively has not been able to stop the wars we are seeing. So global cooperation is nothing to write home about. The world is changing, it has changed, it is changing. The way countries cooperate will have to change as well. Where do you think is that middle ground, that convergence ground, that common shared interest? Both of you, whoever wants to start and then.
Well, history has really shown that cooperation is really not a luxury, but it's a necessity. And if we go back to history, after the devastation of the Second World War, there were multilateral institutions like the United Nations, like the European Union, like the World Trade Organization, that actually emerged exactly and they were built on the idea that collective action is the most effective path to peace, to prosperity, to cooperation, to economic growth of the countries. And there are certain areas that I would say are really indispensable when it comes to cooperation. One of them, for example, is a big and a common challenge that the whole world is facing right now, which is climate change. And of course, no single country can combat climate change on its own. We definitely need collaboration. And while we were talking previously, when we were trying to have a warm-up discussion for this panel, I already shared with you the fact that Albania, the country where I come from, is one of the countries that actually produces almost 100% of its energy through clean resources, through hydropower. So even though we are a country that we really do not contribute in the climate change, because, and we're trying to diversify actually the energy production through other clean sources like solar or wind power, we still, once we join the European Union, we will have to be part of the countries who contribute towards the climate change. So the question is it fair, being a country that doesn't produce any pollution, having also to bear the burden of other countries who actually are big polluters. But I guess to answer your question, this is the challenge. So if you want to be part of a larger union, if you want to have access to a single market, like the single European market, you of course have the benefits of being part of these larger conglomerates and larger unions, but also you have to pay a certain price for it. And this is the price of, becoming more globalized and becoming more a country that collaborates and cooperates with other countries. Another critical area, in my opinion, is also economic cooperation. And protectionism and trade wars that actually threaten the stability yet history tells us that, it is exactly economic cooperation that fosters resilience. So sometimes you have to pay the price for something in order to benefit from something else. And that's why Albania is towards its path to EU integration, exactly because we want to be part of a bigger union, we want to promote our tourism, we want to be more open. We have embarked on several reforms in terms of becoming a digitalized government, exactly to facilitate the communication and the cooperation with other countries, because I think that in this context is more beneficial compared to the costs that we have to pay to be part of this larger union.
Sunil, cooperation for Sri Lanka also, you were telling me, means having access to markets, which Sri Lanka doesn't have right now. What comes in the way? Is it corruption? Is it is it a PR exercise gone on? What comes in the way?
As you well known that about the Sri Lankan political history and the climate in the past history, there was a struggle, people struggled. After that, as you mentioned very clearly, there was a peaceful elections also. Same time the struggle of the people, and the same time with the peaceful mandate of the peoples. We representing that mandate, 2/3 majority mandate. People has given to us to overcome all corruption, especially in the level of the political level. Now as a nation, we are committed to corruption-free country. That's the thing. That's why people give that mandate. I can say assurance to the all investors here, business community, leaders of the other countries. Now we are open up with the facilitation with the corruption-free environment. Post-pandemic experiences, as you well, Priya said, no nation can have survived with the individually. No industry can survive isolation. All should have a collaboration. Each other countries need to collaboration at the exchange the exercise practices, innovations, everything with each other. But in our country, in 2 decades, there was a big issues, 3 pillars we have identified. One thing is no access, freedom for economy without corruption. Other thing is tax barriers. Liberalization of the tax barriers also we have started now. Other thing is delay of the approval system in even India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka. In some entrepreneurs trying to start a business there, they will take at least 1.5 years for approval system. In our countries, experiencing within 22 agencies, they have to take the permissions.
So what you're promising here on the,
but now it's single
on the
window
stage is,
system.
it's a single window system, there's ease of doing business, and Sri Lanka essentially is open for business. I'm afraid...
Recently...
Sunil, I'm afraid our time is up.
Yeah.
Our time is up, so we'll have to wrap this here. But thank you all very much for this session. It's been lovely knowing you and having this chat. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I mean, we're talking about globalization in its current context, Aisha. But this kind of discussion is about more global cooperation, and there are certain impediments that are still kind of stopping us from cooperating. And when we talk about climate change, there's so much that the world needs to cooperate on, and yet there are hurdles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what great insight that we got from all of our marvelous speakers today. Well, it's now time for a very special segment and a special address by a very distinguished leader whose vision and dedication have been instrumental in shaping India's communications landscape and driving the development of the northeastern region.
Yes, very esteemed guest joining us. This is Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Minister of Development of the Northeastern Region, Government of India. Mr. Scindia joins us, and he's going to be in conversation with Navika Kumar, Group Editor-in-Chief of Times Now Navbharat and Times Now, the Times Group. Great to have them both with us this evening. This is getting more and more interesting as we draw closer to the Prime Minister and what he has to share, especially after that meeting that he's had with Trump in Washington. It's going to be a very exciting evening that's just unfolding. Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia joining us along with Navika Kumar for this very interesting discussion tonight.
Yeah, within seconds from now, we can already see him walking up to the stage. He should be here. And would be great to see what his whole vision is and the kind of dedication that he's been so instrumental in when it comes to shaping India's communication landscape, especially, and driving the development of the northeastern region.
Yes, and this is an evolving piece when you talk about the northeastern region or when you talk about the communications landscape, which has kind of changed a lot in recent times, and more changes are expected. Now, in which direction are we expecting these decisions to go? That's something we are going to get Mr. Scindia to speak on. It's great to have him with us, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, in conversation with Navika Kumar. If we can have you straight on stage, sir. Over to you, Navika.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the Union Telecom Minister, the man who's in charge of the Northeast, an area where we've never seen so much interest and so much development activity taking place as it has over the last few years. Thank you very much, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, for joining us at the GBS. I want to ask you, just before we start, GBS, Global Business Summit. India is on the cusp of doing great things as far as the economy is concerned. We need to move at a faster pace to a higher trajectory to get into an economic superpower status. Jyotiraditya Scindia, you're a young face of the government. How do you see this journey and how do you see the catalyst that your government is actually preparing for to speed up this process?
So, Navika, I think, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's wonderful to be a part of ET's GBS, which is one of the most coveted annual features held in India. On your question, I think India is very much already on its path. The fact that in 2014 we were the 11th largest economy, we are today the 5th largest economy in the world. By 2027, we shall be the 3rd largest economy in the world, going ahead of Germany and Japan as well. We will be a $5 trillion economy by 2028. A $6 trillion economy by 2030. India is on its way, and India is on its way because in the last 10 years, not the incremental change that has come about, but the monumental change that's come about in India. A government led by Prime Minister Modi that has been focused on execution, focused on empowerment, focused on unleashing the power of every single Indian. And today, unlike what it used to be in my growing up years in the 70s and the 80s, where access to capital was really the main issue in terms of growth, today capital has become a commodity. It's new ideas, entrepreneurial capability that is powering individuals, powering companies, and powering nations. And we happen to have a huge amount of power there and potential there. We didn't have a single unicorn in our country 10 years ago. We have 118 unicorns. We have 140,000 startups today. And so much so that you have a government today, as was evinced in this budget, which is targeted close to about 10,000 crores for setting up an FFF, a fund of funds, for the startup ecosystem. And mind you, that money can be leveraged 8x, 10x. So you're actually talking about a corpus of close to 100,000 crores for startups in India. So India is on her way because of the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. You need to create that landscape, which has been done in India. The fact that over 10 years, you had 74 airports. Today, you have close to 160 airports. You had 90,000 kilometers of national highways. Today, you have close to 150,000 kilometers of national highways. The monumental change that this country has seen, today the execution capability in India is way beyond any advanced economy in the world. And that combination of government and the private sector, enterprise and entrepreneurial capability is unparalleled in the world. And I have all the confidence that our growth rate, and I am not, as an economist, by background, I am not interested in a 10%, 9%, 8% growth rate that remains a blip. The beauty about transformation, Navika, is about CAGR. It's about the compounded annual growth rate. Why the US today has become the world's largest economy is because the US didn't grow at 10% or 15%, but the US grew at 3.5% for 100 years. That's the power of compounding. And that's the power of compounding that today India is experiencing. We have grown over the last 10 years at a 7% CAGR decadal growth rate. And that's the reason why we've been able to lift 25 crore people in India above the poverty line. Our youth dividend, I always say we have a democratic dividend, but we also have a demographic dividend. 70% of India is below the age of 35. That's 98 crore people, 980 million people, 3 times the population of the United States of America, twice the population of combined Europe. That's our capability. And I believe that India will become the center of not only economic growth, but the center of innovation. And it is innovation that powers nations.
Let me ask you, Mr. Scindia, the fact that
Could you and I ever dream that we'll be setting up fabs in India? Today in India, we're not setting up a fab. We're setting up multiple fabs. And fab is the seminal part of growth of new kinds of paradigm innovations in the world. You've got a fab being set up in Assam, 40,000 crores. You've got a fab being set up in Gujarat. Could we ever dream that Airbus will set up a FAL, a final assembly line in India? You've got C-295s now being produced in India, in Vadodara. The Aquarel helicopters are going to be produced in India. We're the second largest market in the world for mobile phones. We're the third largest market in the world for telecom. That's where India is headed today.
You've said in the past, as the telecom minister, that in 4G we followed the world, in 5G we walked with the world, and in 6G you're going to lead the world. Can you take our audiences through the blueprint of what you're planning on 6G?
So just to give you an analogy, if you go back to the US of the 1900s, right? And what the Vanderbilts did and what the JP Morgans did in those days was build out the physical infrastructure. They built out the railroads, they built out the highways. And the Industrial Revolution took off on the basis of that physical infrastructure being built. Today, in modern day, in the global arena, we no longer have a physical highway. We have a digital highway. And that digital carriageway is the most advanced today in India. You know, we built out, and I take my hats off to our TSPs, our telecom service providers, our telcos. We built out the fastest 5G rollout in the world. 22 months, 99% of India's districts, 82% of India's population was covered. the fastest 5G rollout. That digital highway today is doing what? It's transforming India. Because what that digital highway does is that it makes opportunity ubiquitous. It creates a level playing field. It creates inclusivity. It creates equity. So what my farmer can do in Madhya Pradesh or my agarwood grower in Assam or Tripura or my queen pineapple grower in Tripura can do the same thing that what people in Bombay and Delhi and Chennai and Bengaluru and Kolkata can do. It creates a level playing field. And the fact today that you have, because of that, 46% of the world's digital transactions, happening in India. 46%. You're talking about 172 lakh crore. Can you imagine the number of zeros in that? That's the volume, that's the amount of rupees being exchanged digitally in a year in India. 150 lakh crore transactions. That capability is because of the digital highway. But what the Prime Minister thought is that while we create that digital highway, I don't want India to be only a service nation. India must translate into a product nation. And so it was a difficult decision that he took. But when BSNL was moving down the transition from 3G to 4G, the decision was taken that we will move down that transition inventing our own 4G stack. And mind you, people were scoffing at it. Why? Justifiably so. Because there are only 4 countries in the world that have done it successfully. Korea with Samsung, China, Huawei and ZTE, Siemens, Nokia, Finland. Only 4 countries in the world. But he made up his mind that we are going to do it. And so you had the most unthinkable group working together. You had CDOT, a government company, working along with Tejas, a private sector company. CDOT developed the core, Tejas developed the RAN, the radio access network. And then you had an SI, a system integrator, which is also an Indian company, TCS. So you had a complete consortium, Indian consortium, working that out. And within 18 months, we developed our own 4G stack. So we are today the only 5th country in the world to do so. And mind you, that 4G stack is not something sitting in the cupboard. It's being rolled out as we speak. 100,000 sites are being rolled out by BSNL. It's something I monitor on my dashboard, not on a weekly basis. I monitor it on a daily basis. Beginning of day and EOD, end of day. We are rolling out 100,000 sites. We have constructed 75,000 sites as we speak in the last 7 months, of which 60,000 sites have been optimized. We will complete this task latest by June of 100,000 4G sites. Now, converting them from 4G to 5G is not that difficult. You need to put in additional BTS, a little more infrastructure. You can use the same media, the same core, not a problem. And that's going to give us the leapfrog solution for 6G. And what we're doing in 6G, we started with the Bharat 6G vision document that was released by PM in late 22. We've already put together a Bharat 6G Alliance, which covers private sector companies, IITs, academicians, research people. They're working together, and in the ITU, the International Telecom Union, we've already put in a paper that has been accepted as one of the principles of 6G, and that is ubiquitous connectivity. Connectivity for all. That's already been accepted. We have a target of contributing 10% of the patents to 6G, of which, let me tell you, Navika, we are among the top 6 nations today in terms of contributing patents to 6G as we sit today. We've put together the 6G testbed already. We've sanctioned close to 111 research projects costing about 300 crores. And we are well on our way in terms of putting in place a whole network of MOUs to work with 6G. Bharat 6G Alliance has tied up with America, Germany, Brazil, South Korea, the 6G Alliance is there to work together in tandem with them. And therefore, I'm extremely confident, the statement that I made, that we followed the world on 4G, we walked with the world in 5G, we will lead the world in 6G.
Mr. Scindia, the Prime Minister just met US President Trump. And one important project that's mentioned in the joint statement mentions India intends to invest in the maintenance, repair and financing of undersea cables in the Indian Ocean using trusted vendors. Could you elaborate on the significance of this initiative and the opportunities that it presents?
So undersea cables are extremely important in terms of connectivity on a global scale. India has multiple landing stations for undersea cables. Those landing stations are manned mainly by the private sector, one or two government landing stations as well. But the biggest problem with undersea cables, as you will very well understand, Navika, and it's not analogous to India alone, but across the world, is really the maintenance of those undersea cables because they snap all the time. Simple examples where draft levels are low, you don't have deep drafts, fishing nets that cut into cables, marine life that cuts into cables, and therefore repairing those undersea cables is not an easy task. It takes a lot of capex in terms of equipment, setting that up, and therefore maintenance of those undersea cables is also extremely important, and this is a step in that direction.
But we did this in the past. I remember from our times when I covered telecom, Vajpayee era, we had similar undersea cables with Singtel and from India to Singapore. How are those cables doing? And has that experience, taught us how to effectively manage this technology?
So it's not it's not rocket science in terms of undersea cables. What's happened over time is following Moore's law in terms of the number of chips that will reduce, that will increase the capacity of the resistor. Similarly, for undersea cables, the amount of information through that OFC that you can push through. So the same cable width can transmit exponentially greater amount of data bits into the system. And therefore, the large volume of data that comes in. And the key issue is separating domestic traffic from ILD traffic. So that's part one. Part two is that the undersea cables have become many more in number because connectivity to Africa is separately, connectivity to the Middle East is separate, connectivity to Singapore, separate connectivity to the rest of ASEAN is separate, and then off to to Europe and to the Americas. So the number of cables that are coming in because the amount of data that's being consumed has also grown tremendously. And with our targets that we are looking at over Bharat 6G, when 6G technology becomes all-pervasive, is to ensure 100 Mbps per customer. We're today at 20 Mbps, so we're looking at a jump of 5. We were at 1.5 Mbps 10 years ago. So guaranteeing 100 Mbps per customer, making sure you're able to give 1 petabyte per gram panchayat. And so the amount of data that's going to be consumed is going to be exponentially larger. And so you'll have to have both on a domestic basis and an international basis. And for the international basis, you'll have to have many more undersea cables that are laid.
Mr. Scindia, let me also ask you. A question is often asked.
So for example, and even for the domestic side, so we've laid an undersea cable to connect to the Andamans. We've laid an undersea cable successfully to connect to Lakshadweep. Both have been close to about 1,000 crore projects that were inaugurated by the Prime Minister in late 23, early 24.
Let me also ask you about the fact that it's often said, and you face these questions in Parliament, on public sector undertakings under your ministry, BSNL. Many infusions of capital later, what is the status, and how would you justify government being in the core point of running the telecom sector through this PSU?
So I think that, so let me give you the backdrop. In the telecom sector globally, you have very few countries that have more than 2 national players. And we are very lucky in India to have 4 national players. One of them is BSNL. It's extremely important, I believe, from the social perspective as well, until you're able to connect every single village across this country with OFC and broadband and all of that, to have that capability in a government provider. The government has infused close to about 3.04 lakh crores into BSNL. A lot of that had to do with legacy issues as well. For example, we had a VRS that was in place for almost about 50,000 crores. That also includes, the figure I gave you includes the spectrum that was given to BSNL, which is an accounting entry, because the capital infusion that comes in also goes out back to the CFI in terms of payment for that spectrum, which is almost 75,000 crores out of that 3 lakh crores. And then also part of BharatNet, which is our OFC venture, is part of that. But having said that, I am extremely glad to report to you and through you to all our esteemed members sitting here today and the millions that are watching on your channel, that for the first time in 17 years, and 17 years is a long time in economics, for the first time in 17 years after 2007, BSNL has made a net profit for the quarter of October to December. BSNL has not made a net profit for the last 17 years on any quarter. This quarter, December 31st, we closed at 262 crores to be exact net profit, number one. Number two, we've kept our expenses in check. Number three, we've made an operating profit since this capital infusion came in. From 2021, we made an operating profit. So for those of you who understand accounting, on an EBITDA basis, we made an operating profit from 2021 onwards. 23-24, last year, we made an operating profit of 2,100 crores. This 9 months, so I'm taking 9 months, so if you do pro rata of that, 9 months, April to December, we made an operating profit of 2,400 crores. So in 9 months, we've made 10% more than for the full year of last year. And finally, our loss last year was close to 5,500 crores. As of Q3 FY 24-25, which ends quarter ending December 31st, our loss has been narrowed by close to 1,800 crores.
How did you crack the whip?
So we are turning it around.
How did you crack the whip?
I cracked no whip. Credit for this goes A, to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, B, to every employee of my BSNL, who have worked tirelessly to ensure that we turn around the ship and make sure its value accretive to Bharat.
I think it's really pleasant news going out there that Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited has turned the corner and has become profitable, and kudos to you and your government for doing so. Another passionate point with you is the development of the Northeast. How do you see Northeast as playing a crucial role in the road to Bharat, Viksit Bharat in 2047?
So just to give you a flavor of the Northeast, we have 4.5 crore population in 8 states in the Northeast. The most diverse, the most rich from an agrarian point of view, from a natural resource, including petroleum point of view, from a geographical point of view, and from a strategic locational point of view. On an economic backdrop, you've got 8 states that are growing for the last 5 to 7 years between 10 to 12% CAGR. So while the rest of India is growing at 6.5, 7%, the Northeast states are growing between 10 to 12%. That talks and speaks to you about the economic opportunity that lies in the Northeast. The Northeast was always seen as an appendage of India. It is always seen as the last vantage point of India. The Prime Minister has turned that paradigm and made the Northeast the first point of India, made the Northeast the most strategic initiative going forward for India. And therefore, our access into ASEAN, our access into the East is through the Northeast. And the capability for us to turn that into an international trading region is tremendous. And I'm working with all the 8 chief ministers as a partner, as a service provider, which is what my role is in DONA, to make sure that for each particular state, we'll work on a comparative and competitive advantage basis. Michael Porter's theory of 5 forces, applying that to each state in the Northeast with every chief minister and his and her team to make sure we understand what the core advantages of each state is and work on that. So just to give you an example, if you look at horticulture, floriculture, right? I didn't realize till I became Civil Aviation Minister that when I instituted Krishi Udan, which was really a subsidized logistical program to carry agrarian products in the belly of an aircraft, which have very low survival periods to make sure that you're able to transport them to other markets. My queen pineapples from Tripura were going where? They weren't going to Bombay. They weren't going to Bengaluru. Largest market is Germany. My king chilies from Nagaland, largest market, Dubai. Today, India imports its orchids from Thailand and God knows where all, right? Out of the 1,500 species of orchids in the world, 650 are grown in one state, Arunachal Pradesh alone. The capability of tourism is tremendous. What you and I use in our colognes, something called oud. That oud comes from agar wood. And that agar wood, apart from Indonesia, the biggest treasure house is Assam and Tripura. And I was not aware till I became donor minister that 1 ounce of agar wood is priced greater than silver and gold. For those 2 states alone, you're looking at an income stream greater than 15,000 crores per annum. Those are the potentials of that region. We have 2,000 kilometers of a border that we share with 6 countries in that region. And look at the trade capabilities that we can have there. We're already selling power to Bhutan, to Nepal, and all of that. But the immense amount of trade and commerce capabilities that we can do if we start having trading relationships across our borders. That can be our gateway to the global south. And the global south, which economically is going to rule the world in the days to come. And that's our vision, that's the Prime Minister's vision for the Northeast.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you, are you sure you export those chilies only to Dubai? Because I think...
Not only to Dubai, but that's one of the largest markets. The second largest market is Navika's home.
I thought it was the opposition's, party headquarters, because the opposition probably gets all those chilies and can find nothing right in what you do. They say you work only for one.
I'm going to hold off on that. I think the people of India have passed their judgment on the opposition, not once, not twice, not thrice, but continually. And you've seen that happen in the recent Delhi election as well.
So you're saying saffron is the way to go to counter green chilies?
Bharat is the way to go. And the Bharatiya Janata Party is powering Bharat under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Well, since it's a business summit, I won't, doorstep you with too much of politics. But as always, it's a pleasure talking to you, and especially the way forward that you show us holds a lot of promise. We're looking forward to Bharat marching forward and being an economic superpower sooner than later.
Thank you very much, Navika. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia.
Well, spicy and full of fire.
Spicy and full of fun. Yes, absolutely. As ever. Mr. Scindia, Navika Kumar, thank you very much for that very enlightening discussion. Thank you indeed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now listen to this one carefully, because we're now going to go off for networking tea break. We're going to be back soon with the next phase of the summit. I request all of you, I'm sure you're having a wonderful time, but let's ensure a very smooth and enjoyable experience now for everyone. We'd like to share some very important announcements regarding the schedule and the movement of guests now.
Yes.
We request all of you all to please vacate Darbar and move to Shah Jahan Hall to facilitate the necessary arrangements in accordance with the Prime Minister's security protocol, please.
Yes, indeed. And there is entertainment playing out there. There is high tea. So enjoy it all. There is entertainment, food and beverages going out. So do take that time. And we will meet 6 o'clock. All guests in Shah Jahan will proceed through Mumtaz for a security check. And that includes the frisking and screening of all bags before we enter Darbar Hall again. And after the address by the Prime Minister, after that concludes, the event is going to be declared closed, and guests will have to be guided to exits in batches. And this is going to happen through designated zones. So we request your cooperation.
The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form. And those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form. And those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी.
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent, and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने साथ ही पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को मजबूती दी।
Global Business Summit, scripting a tomorrow. The future, an elusive dimension. It isn't bound by time or place, but shaped by thought, intent and action, and a vision perpetually in motion. What defines tomorrow is not the speed of progress, but the depth of understanding. At the Global Business Summit, the intangible takes form, and those who shape it are the ones who understand that to lead the future, you must first design it.
पिछले 3-4 वर्षों में
protocols that all of us have to follow. But moving on, since you did talk about energy transition, it's clearly at the forefront of global discourse, and India clearly is playing a very crucial role in shaping the future of sustainable energy. And ladies and gentlemen, in this first session of the last leg of our sessions this evening, we have with us none other than Mr. Prashant Ruiya, promoter and CEO of the SR Group. He's going to be sharing his perspective in conversation with Vikram.
Surprise,
Vikram,
surprise.
take over the stage. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Prashant Ruiya, promoter and CEO of the SR Group.
It's a great pleasure to be talking to Mr. Ruiya at the ET Now Global Business Summit, essentially because we are at a pivotal moment when it comes to self-sufficiency, when it comes to our energy requirements. And we were having a small offline conversation about this where Mr. Ruiya was pointing out how close we've come now to self-sufficiency. And it's an important piece. But we have a changing world order, Mr. Ruiya. We have the Trump administration, and we've heard Mr. Trump go drill, baby, drill. At this point in time, when we're talking about energy transition, we're talking about trade, and energy being a big part of the India-US trade, we're talking about importing more oil, more gas. So when you talk about transiting from fossil fuels to green energy, Mr. Ruiya, where are we at right now?
First of all, thank you for having me, Nick. So I think we are at a very interesting space. First, fossil fuels, I think we wrote them off too fast. For the last 5-6 years, there's always been a discussion that, the era of fossil fuels are over, and, we will transition very quickly into the new, energy transition fuels or the future fuels. But I think that was a bit overdone. And the reality is that both the fuels, both the energies are required. Over a period of time, there will be a transition.
Right.
There is no doubt that we will continue to move in the direction of replacement of fossil fuels, but it's not going to happen at the speed or at the pace at which some of our European friends, were hoping for it to happen. And basically what Mr. President Trump has done has reaffirmed the need to maintain, fossil fuel investments and development while we continue to invest in all the new energies. So it's not like energy, like for example in India, we today have an opportunity to become self-sufficient in energy. First time in the history. In 50 years, we've always been a big importer of oil and gas. 85% of our energy is imported. And first time we can, because of the new technology, because of solar, because of wind, and because of abundance of sun in India, we have an ability to actually generate our own energy at a very low cost, probably amongst the lowest in the world, but also convert that into products which can be exported, which is why you see a large number of green ammonia, green hydrogen projects, which are all dependent on low cost renewable power. So if you look at over the next 20 years, we're going to see the percentage of fossil fuels come down slowly, and you're going to see the increase of the new energies over time. And wherever technologies are commercially viable and where the consumer is not going to pay more, and there are two major ones in India. One of them is solar power, and the second one is electric mobility. I think on both those, we want to go really big, very fast, and because there we have a real opportunity of making the change without, being green and at the same time being cost competitive.
So I find it interesting that you're saying that it's going to be a gradual shift from fossil fuels, but yet you say when it comes to EVs, when it comes to the kind of breadth that we could have in solar energy, that is going to be a fast process. So why that dichotomy?
So the way it's happening, I think, is that the growth which the country needs will come from the newer technologies, which is why if you see power generation, a larger and larger percentage of the growth is getting met from, solar and wind. And I think a larger and larger percentage of electric cars, scooters, and trucks, which we are introducing shortly, will move to, the growth will come from the newer technologies. But you still have the entire, 50 years, 40 years, 30 years of capacity which has got created in India or rest of the world. That still needs to continue as a core, supply. And then over time, as the growth continues, you will see that diminish.
But we have set very lofty targets, some would argue, 500 gigawatts for renewables by 2030. And we're talking about net zero emissions, and that's by 2070. Do you think these are achievable, going at the pace that you're talking about, and you're saying that, look, for all the capacities that have been built when it comes to fossil fuel, it's going to take time to phase out and invest more, and for that you need high capex?
No, I think the solar target is very much achievable. We are already up to 200 gigawatts, and the goal of 50 gigawatts a year is it's high, no question, but it's doable. And I think there's a lot of investment going into this space. And I think electric mobility, you will see, as the battery technology gets better and better, you're going to see, once you can get 700-800 kilometers on a charge, which is not very far away, I think you will see far more adoption, because the electric charging capability will be much, the fact that you don't need to charge every day or every few days makes it much easier to own and operate.
So, but when you talk about, and it's something that you're doing as well, of course, you have been working on a plant in the UK, which is about decarbonization. But when you see their approach towards green energy, when you talk about Europe and UK and how they're pushing that agenda, as opposed to how India is going about it, where is the biggest difference that you see?
Well, I think the biggest difference is that, India, in Europe, they do not have access to low-cost energy. It's a huge disadvantage. And so their solutions, whether it is hydrogen, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, or wind, offshore wind, or nuclear, those are their solutions. Obviously, they are much more expensive. And because they are more expensive, they need state subsidies to support those net zero targets. We are not in the same position. We are blessed that we have access to low-cost energy, which does not require significant amount of subsidies or any subsidy at all. And that's why they have a different strategy.
So our cost advantages when it comes to generating solar power is very low compared to what they spend. And yet we don't find adaptation as quick as one would imagine with such low costs. What are the impediments?
You mean in India?
In India.
No, I think it's coming on very fast. The only issue with solar is now how do we get 24 hours round-the-clock power? And that's with the advent of batteries and battery technology, we are very quickly addressing this issue. And once you can get low-cost storage, then you will see more and more adoption in places where you need 24/7 power. I think my own view is in the next 2-3 years, you will see significant improvement in storage capability, and with that, much faster adoption on renewable.
So in that sense, you've spotted an opportunity, because the way SR had to reinvent itself, you obviously see potential in this, and that's the direction you're moving in. So tell me about the opportunity that you've spotted over here and how you're kind of building on it.
Well, for SR, we've been involved in the energy space and metals and mining, for the last 2 decades, and 3 decades now. And we are basically trying to do both, which is basically continue to make our investments, whatever we have in the industrial side, but also we have 3 main, of maybe 4 main investments we're doing on the energy transition side. One of them is industrial decarbonization, which is what we're doing in the UK with adoption of hydrogen and hydrogen power.
So this is the first time that a refinery is going in for complete decarbonization using blue hydrogen, and that is a first.
Yeah, it'll be the first, and it'll be the world's first decarbonized refinery.
But why there and why not here?
Well, currently that's the technology and that's the support which the UK Net Zero program provides. And
the government is providing over there.
Providing the support.
Would you want that here?
Yes, it will come, as I said. And then we are also doing electric mobility with heavy-duty trucks, which we will introduce in the next few weeks, which is, again, providing a service at the same price as diesel. So we think that will be something which can adopt fast. We're investing in renewable power round the clock, something which I spoke about. And then finally, we're also investing in biofuels, which is to blend biofuels as per the new mandates with fossil fuels.
So as far as your company is concerned, to be able to put in a lot more into greener energy at this time, there needed to be a turnaround, a strategy in place. What was that strategy? Because I saw a lot of deleveraging happen. Tell me how you went about that process.
Well, it was, I think, look, we've always been at the forefront of technology. So when we invested in the steel business, in the refining oil and gas business 20 years back, we were always choosing the latest and best technologies which would last the next 20, 30 years. And if you think about new investments today, then those are the investments which you need to make, which will last for the next 20 to 30 years. In terms of, I mean, if you were doing conventional right now, then, as I said, it's questionable. Not saying it's not going to be there, but our view has been that look at conventional, but also technologies which can, which can help energy transition and which will survive the next 20, 30 years. And that's just been the philosophy. So that's the pivot which we have taken.
You know, Mr. Ruia, we are talking about AI and quick adoption of AI and in several sectors in your own. And even as we see AI grow across the several industries that it is now being pushed at a great speed, obviously this requires great energy as well.
Yes.
So how is it going to get powered? Is there a huge opportunity over there too?
Massive growth in energy will be needed because of AI, despite DeepSeek, creating a bit of a flutter. I still think there's massive requirement for, data centers and AI, data centers which require power because of AI. That's going to increase the demand for energy globally, including in developed world, where they've not had much growth in energy because their growth has been muted. But now, because of this, their energy growth is massive, and we're going to have the same in India. It adds to the point, right? If you're going to need more and more energy capacity, then the new capacities which are coming, to some extent, can be met by low-cost, solar and green technologies.
So if you have to stay ahead of the curve, because we're seeing all these changes happen, and at the beginning we were talking about, how entrepreneurship is about being able to spot the opportunities, even if you're going to do a certain amount of disruption. It does involve taking a significant risk as well, because the regulatory environment and several other factors have to support it. Then how do you move?
Well, risk goes along with any investment you make. I don't think this is any different. You have to, in fact, as I said, if you are investing in technology which will survive the next 20, 30 years, you're actually de-risking yourself to some extent. And you have to look at risks and you have to look at returns. We have identified projects where we can manage the risk and where we believe we have, fairly good returns, despite being in energy transition space. And the reason is that they are commercially viable. I think that's the very key aspect which we are looking at. How do we invest in technologies which like electric mobility and stuff, which are where the consumer is not having to pay more or is dependent only on subsidies. And that's, if you can achieve that, then you're reasonably less risky, I would say. There's never zero risk in any investment you're going to make, Nikunj.
Earlier today we had a panel discussion where ministers from various countries were joining us, and one aspect that came out is that when it comes to global cooperation, the key area is climate. And that is the biggest area on which we need global cooperation. That's an opportunity again, because when you talk about India's opportunity to grow and push our exports, where do we stand? Or to be able to draw in investments in this particular field?
It's a massive space and massive point you make. And really, India and China will drive the climate and global agenda, because massive growth and the maximum impact which can happen will happen if India and China adopt faster. And that's where the opportunity lies, because if we can, seize that, then we can actually be a driver, not only in our growth, but, in the whole climate change.
I know you've set a target of 10 gigawatts when it comes to green energy. Tell me exactly how you're going to get there, what's the plan, and the opportunity that you're spotting.
Well, ours is, as I said, round the clock. A lot of it is captive for our green hydrogen and for the mobility. All of that requires 24/7 power. That's what we are primarily focused on to meet the requirements which we have captively. Of course, we work with the government and the government schemes. That's part of the deal, but majority would be to meet mobility and hydrogen requirements for renewable.
Well, good luck on the path ahead, Mr. Ruia. Such a pleasure having you here at the ET Now Global Business
Thank you
Summit.
very much.
Thank you. And
Thank you so much, Mr. Ruia, and what an engaging discussion this one turned out to be. Thanks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we now stand at the crossroads of technological innovation and evolving security threats, one question really looms large. Are we really truly prepared for the challenges of tomorrow or not? I mean, in an era where defense strategies are increasingly intertwined with cutting-edge technology, it is imperative to understand how nations are fortifying their security landscapes with advancements in AI, cyber warfare, and of course, next-generation defense systems as well, right?
yes, absolutely. And to delve into this crucial discussion, we are honored to welcome a very distinguished leader, someone who has been at the forefront of global defense strategy and innovation. So let's welcome very warmly Michael E. Williamson. He's president of Lockheed Martin International, and Air Marshal RGK Kapoor, PVSM, AVSM, VM retired. And this, as we have this thought-provoking session, can we both have you on stage? Please join us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Air Marshal Kapoor, and it's my pleasure to welcome General Michael Williamson, who is the president of Lockheed Martin International. I think it's a great time to be here this evening, and especially when Prime Minister Modi has just returned after a visit to US, met President Trump, and I think the discussions were wide-ranging, including defense. Both of them have announced an initiative, compact, catalyzing opportunities for military partnership, accelerated commerce and technology for the 21st century. And I think defense has been one of the strongest pillars in this relationship between the two nations. So India is also designated as a major defense partner by the United States. And we have signed virtually all enabling agreements with the US. And so in the last 2 decades, India has bought equipment, defense equipment worth more than $25 billion from US. It is also very interesting that India carries out more exercises than any other country with US. And US, out of NATO, exercises most with India. So this is one interesting fact I found. And so Lockheed Martin has been here in India for a long time. In fact, it was one of the first OEMs who came to India. So in that, so we could start with this, recent conflicts have been a major revelation in many ways, especially in innovations and use of technology. Especially in area of drones and inexpensive modular weapons. As the character of warfare changes, what from your perspective are the biggest challenges that face international defense industry in general and Lockheed Martin in particular?
Well, first of all, Air Marshal, thank you very much for allowing me to participate. So my response to your question would be, I think, you know, the nature of warfare has not changed. I think it's the characteristics that you've just talked about. For Lockheed Martin, we build a range of capabilities that include very high-end systems, but also the drones that you've talked about. And I prefer to call them unmanned platforms that are being used, and we're seeing that in the news all of the time. I think the addition of these capabilities has added a new dimension, but I think it's, from a defense perspective, it allows both large nations and non-nation states to procure these. And so you have to think of them not just from the offensive standpoint, but also think about how do you defend against those systems. We're seeing that in counter-UAS, both on the air and also on the sea. And so we've tried to take the systems knowledge that we have, our portfolio, and find integrated solutions that allow us to address both the high-end threat, but also the lower-end threat. And this is really important because what we found is, and you're seeing this play out every day, is that you cannot afford to use a very high-end capability to address a low-cost drone, because essentially the balance of cost is just completely out of line. And so what we're trying to do is not only find integrated solutions, both offensive and defensive capabilities, but also do it in a very affordable manner.
It takes me to my next point is, you know, private industry and MSMEs who are contributing to the defense ecosystem in this nation have really grown many folds in the past about 5 to 10 years. And they're doing a great job. Collaboration with the private industry can help India achieve technological capabilities that it finds itself a little short. And similarly, MSMEs can contribute to meeting your requirements in terms of production. So, and it would be a competitive product that you can sell in a worldwide defense market. So how do you see mutually benefiting relationship between Lockheed Martin and Indian private defense industry and MSMEs who contribute to defense market?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, because we are very proud of the long-term relationship we've had. So we've been strategic partners here in India for 30 years. We have actually done production, and this is really important because, you know, we talk about things like aerospace and defense industry coming to India. We talk about doing production here. What I want people to know is that we have been doing that for the last 15 years. We have a fantastic relationship with Tata, 2 joint ventures. We produce a tremendous amount of capability right here in India, both from our Sikorsky helicopter side, but also contributing to important components on the C-130 aircraft that are all done here. You know, what I find interesting is that there is a lack of awareness of not only the work that's being done here, but I would also say the work that gets created. We probably have a little over 1,500 employees working at our aerostructure facilities, doing very advanced manufacturing of very critical components. I think it helps to thicken the defense supply base so that it's not all located in one place, and I think India has demonstrated that it has the ability to do so. It's not only those 2 Lockheed facilities that we partnered with Tata on, it's also all of the suppliers. So if you think of those 2 facilities, they generate almost 700 different suppliers that are providing pieces and components. That's one side of the scale. On the other side of the scale, we also take those people who have had the opportunity to learn and grow over the last 15 years in manufacturing very complex components, and they are going out to other businesses, not just in aerospace and defense, but other manufacturing areas, and using that skill and that talent. And so we're really pleased with the talent that's here, the ability to manufacture here, and the ability to thicken the defense industrial base.
So you look forward to the MSMEs contributing to your supply chains and across the world?
Absolutely. And I just want to add one other piece. We talked about the manufacturing. One of the things that we've done at Lockheed Martin is we've created a couple of entities to go out and look for small and innovative companies who have new ideas, new approaches, leveraging the commercial side that we can now incorporate into our defense business. And so we're not only looking to manufacture, but we're also looking for technological opportunities.
Great. So, like I said earlier, Lockheed Martin was one of the first OEMs to establish its base in India, especially in the defense products. You have contributed to both aerospace and naval products, and we look forward to seeing some more systems coming from Lockheed Martin. But how do you see that you can contribute to the Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency or Make in India?
Yeah, it's another good question. And I think, you know, unlike some, and I won't name any names, but unlike some people who talk about coming to India to do business, we have been doing business here for 30 years, and we have invested in those partnerships, those relationships that we've talked about. They have great capacity to continue to extend that. And I'll go back to this notion of a fragile industrial base. The more suppliers that we can have in different geographic locations, I think makes not only India stronger, I think, you know, it makes like-minded partners stronger, and it creates opportunities for growth. So one fact that I would just share with you is that, you know, we've done over $700 million worth of business created by just those two entities, which has generated $200 million worth of income here within India. I think there's a tremendous capacity to do more.
So thank you for your views on these issues. And finally, the parting thought, President Trump said that he is wanting to offer F-35s to India. Any comments on that?
Well, naturally, we're excited and prepared to work with both governments to provide the capabilities. And again, you know, that it's broader. So we're excited about the opportunity for fifth-gen aircraft. But, you know, as you go through helicopters, transport aircraft, precision fires, we are prepared to support the needs of the government.
Thank you for your candid views, and we look forward to this, this partnership continuing between Lockheed Martin and various industries in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Air Marshal.
Thank you. Mr. Michael E. Williamson and Air Marshal R.G.K. Kapoor, thank you very much for those insights.
Well, next we turn our focus to India's economic and strategic resilience in an era of global uncertainty. And to explore this very pressing topic, we're privileged to have an esteemed panel of industry stalwarts. Who better than Naveen Jindal, Chairman, Jindal and Steel and Power, Member of Parliament, and Mr. Dilip Shangvi, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, to talk about exactly that.
Yes, this is going to be a fascinating conversation, and of course we're all clued in. Indeed, for this session, we have Nikunj Dalmia, Editor-in-Chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh, joining us. So let's look forward to what is going to be discussed over here as we watch India's economic and strategic resilience in this era of global uncertainty. There are exciting times ahead. Nikunj, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Such a pleasure to, be back. The global backdrop, as we know currently, is actually quite noisy. Tariffs, supply chains, global growth, rupee, dollar, manufacturing. A lot is at play. So how is the world evolving? How will the world evolve? And what really could be the shape of India at a time when deglobalization seems to be a ugly truth. So today we'll talk about tariffs, how this could really have impact on two global sectors, steel and pharma. And Mr. Sanghvi, I know I am on your left side, but that's not the wrong side. But is India on the wrong side of what is happening to global tariffs, given that Indian pharma sector gets more than 30% of its business from the US or United States alone? What would tariffs do to Indian pharma sector?
So our view is that we have to wait for the issue to clear, because the products that we supply to the US fulfill a very important requirement for the US government, which is to control the healthcare cost in the US. I mean, if you read some of the statements, then they're also looking at multiple carve-outs so that some of the products will be kept out of the scope of the tariff. I mean, we have to wait for PM to share with us what has been his understanding. But I believe that pharma generic products will be spared. Even if they are not, I think the generic business, as you're aware, has undergone significant price erosion over last few years. So in case if tariffs are levied, I think most of those tariffs will be passed on to customers. So I'm not seeing a significant negative impact of the tariff on the industry, because the competitive advantage that we have as a country is long term. It's not going to go away overnight. And even if some manufacturing was to start, in pharma business it takes at least 5 to 7 years to bring a new manufacturing facility online, get products approved, start manufacturing. So it's a long-term process. So I expect no immediate short-term impact on tariff in pharma industry.
So if I can pick from your initial answer, Mr. Sanghvi, can I say that Indian pharma sector has nothing to worry? In fact, this actually would be an opportunity for Indian pharma sector, because tariffs are coming on China, they're not coming on India.
No, I think you're reading more than what I said. What I said is that our products fulfill a very important healthcare need in the US. So I expect this to be kept out of the scope of tariff. And even if they are not, I think most of the tariffs will be passed on to consumer. But what impact it has on the business, very difficult to predict. But we fulfill an important role, and that gives me the confidence that in case if there is a negative, it will be minimum.
Mr. Jindal, that is not the story for the steel sector. For steel sector, tariffs already have been announced, and we know how tariffs, in a sense, could impact steel demand. Is Indian steel sector ready to deal with this reboot in global steel tariffs?
Good evening, everyone. So many of you would be surprised to know that these tariffs from US actually is just not now 25%. There are many products, they're more than 200%. And it's been like that for decades already now. So Indian steel production, I'm sure all of you know that India is the second largest producer of steel in the world. And our capacity is more than double of that of USA. And our population is more than 4 times of USA. So we produce steel in India not for USA. We primarily produce steel for domestic consumption. We are growing. We are a growing economy. We are growing at a very fast rate, much faster than USA or any other country. So our demand is mostly for domestic consumption. And this tariff, it may help us in fact, if they only put 25% and remove all the other, they have anti-dumping duty, they have countervailing duty, etc., which is more than 200%. If they removed all that and put only 25%, and that equates us with every other steel producer in the world, then maybe it may work to our benefit, in fact.
But are Indian steel companies globally competitive? Because the view, at least in the stock markets and those who track steel sector, is that China is better, Russia is cheaper.
Indian steel is, like I said, is now second largest producer of steel in the world after China. We are very competitive. We have built our plants now. So we have very, very modern plants. And we are able to compete with everybody. There's hardly any protection that Indian steel industry has. But obviously with this, all the countries that were exporting to USA, they might start wanting to dump in India because we have a huge demand. So for that, Indian steel industry would have to be protected from unfair exports happening into India. So for that, we have already as Indian Steel Association, we are already in talks, we have already, filed applications. So DGTR, they are already reviewing, and we hope that in the near future, we are expecting the Commerce Ministry to put countervailing duty duty on all imports from every country.
So I'll come to what India should do, but I'll just turn
Sorry, safeguard duty.
Safeguard duties, yeah, of course. When do you see that coming?
Sorry?
When do you see the duties coming? Because there is an indication that duties are coming.
We've been waiting for it for some time now. So I hope soon.
Mr. Sanghvi, just to introduce Sun Pharma for the audience here and for millions of our viewers who would be watching this show. Sun Pharma is India's largest pharma company. Sun Pharma is India's largest pharma exporter. Sun Pharma has the largest market share in the branded market. Sun Pharma has the highest spend on R&D. Am I missing on anything?
It's good.
Sun Pharma has the highest market cap in terms of a pharma
We believe that our performance should talk for us rather than us talking for the performance.
Indian pharma sector has really moved up the value chain from oral and generic, then to complex, and now to specialized. Where do you see the Indian pharma sector moving, evolving, and expanding?
No, I think as you rightly say, Indian companies which were essentially inward-looking in last 20 years have started focusing on international business, and we have done quite well. Almost, let's say, 4 or 5 tablets out of 10 consumed in the US are produced or linked with the Indian API. So that's a remarkable achievement in a relatively short period of time. So what it to me reflects is that as an industry and as people working in the industry, we are able to do whatever that we wish to and focus on doing. Innovation, I think, is something that we have not done till now. As a company, Sun Pharma started investing in specialty product a few years back. We've invested till now some $3-4 billion in that business, and that business is now almost 20% of our turnover, but growing very rapidly. And we will continue to make investment to make it bigger. Because globally, if I look at generics, represent around 15% of the total business in terms of top line. 85% is still specialty products. So it is important for us to succeed in that business. We are very small there. But I think like when we started, we were a small company in an industry where many large companies we were competing. Our focus is that how do we use our smallness of size to become a competitive advantage, decide faster, take innovative solutions so that we can grow. So we focused on ophthalmology as well as dermatology, which are relatively small therapy areas and not very attractive to very big pharma companies. So we can focus, because for us a $500 million global product is a big product. For them a product less than $1 billion is not economically viable. So we want to play in an area where we can compete with people who are similar to us and we can find a way to grow. To your question as to how Indian companies will compete and become successful, I think I am very confident of industry's ability to do whatever it is focused on doing. So I'm expecting that when, say like we have some close to 20 products in different stages of clinical development, all products developed in India. So if some of them becomes globally successful, I think it will create a virtuous cycle, and Indian companies will start investing larger sums of money in innovative products so that we can become a more meaningful player globally.
I'd like to share with the audience here that it has taken us almost 5 years to convince Mr. Sanghvi to come for an interaction. So I've got a lot of questions. I hope you're ready, sir.
Sure.
So I will take the chance of taking the 5 years forward. क्या पता अगले 5 साल तक बात करें नहीं करें हम.
Sure.
तो मैं 5 साल आगे का सवाल पूछ लेता हूँ.
Sure.
We are in 2025. Hypothetically, if we are in 2030, what do you think we should be discussing about Sun Pharma? 5 साल आगे.
So I think if I look at and split our business into different components, then emerging market in India branded generic business is almost 50% of our business. The US generic business is around 25% of the business, and rest of the business is specialty and API business. So, and I expect each of this business to continue to grow faster than the industry. But I expect specialty business to be a much bigger part of the company than what it is today. Today it's, as I said, almost 20% of our company, but growing much faster than the other businesses. So maybe from 20 we will go to 25, 30 of a much larger turnover.
Mr. Jindal, आप भी कम ही आते हो. आप 3 साल में एक इंटरव्यू देते हो. तो from 2025 to 2028, if you are talking about JSPL, this company which you represent, and the Jindal Group, how do you see things shaping up in future which could be different from the present?
By 2030, it's important for everyone to know that India's steel target capacity is 300 million tons. So presently our capacity is around 180 million tons. Per capita consumption is only about 100 kg per person. And so by 2030, we need to grow from 180 to 300 million ton capacity and probably 250 million tons of production. And Jindal Steel and Power, presently we are producing 9.5 million tons. We hope to increase our capacity to 16 million tons by in the next, I would say, next 6 months. Next 6 months our capacity, in fact, next 3 months we would be adding substantial capacity. And then 2028, we want to take our capacity to around from 16 to maybe around 24 million tons. And we have plans to increase the capacity to 30 million tons by 2030. So that is our plan. And we don't want to be the largest, the biggest producer. We want to be the most efficient and the most profitable steel producer. So India, we can do all that. So we are focusing on our logistics, focusing on raw material security. And now going forward, we are focusing how to reduce our emissions, how to produce green steel. So we are, and the best way is to how to reduce the power consumption from normal fossil fuel to using power, green power, and also introducing hydrogen in steel making. So we are looking towards modernizing and reducing our emissions in a very big way.
So can I say that JSPL is now on a cusp of not incremental change but transformational change, both in terms of capacity, margins, and also the kind of changes you are doing in terms of fuel cost and other savers?
So definitely the endeavor is always that. Okay, what comes out, that time will tell. But obviously we feel that we are on the right path and we are moving in the right direction.
Mr. Sanghvi, what is the risk for big pharma? Is it global generic pricing? Is it changes in terms of how drugs are distributed in America? Or it purely could be on the front of disruption which could happen because of AI? You know, everybody is talking about AI. What will AI do to you?
So is the question AI or is the question what will happen to drugs?
Both.
Both, okay. So,
आप कम मिलते हो तो मैं ज़्यादा सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ.
No, I understand. So I think, see, my view is that much before AI has an impact on let's say, development of drugs, because drug development takes 8-10 years. And AI can reduce that time, but maybe a few years. But it's still long way away. But I see that AI is already helping the improvement in terms of patient care. Say like using technology and AI, people are able to detect, let's say, diabetic macular edema, wet AMD, using technology and allowing doctors who are not focused on specialty to be able to do that. In the same way, I am saying that better understanding of infection, so that, say like typically today when you have an infection, you have to do culture, and culture takes 3, 4, 5 days to get result. And then you find the treatment. So it takes time. Technology and AI will help in terms of identifying what is the causing bacteria for infection. And you can start treating patient much faster. You can also understand which drug the bacteria is susceptible to. So I am seeing AI impacting patients much faster than AI introducing new innovative drugs. As to, I think, the risk for big pharma, the biggest risk which I see is that every party, I mean both the party in the US talk about high drug prices in the US. And US is more than now 50% of the pharmaceutical products. So how do we use that, I mean, tomorrow what happens to the pricing will impact them much more than anything else that we are discussing.
So, last question to you, sir. If I have to identify the growth curve for any company, companies, they start young, then they reach what could be called as a mature curve, and then they reach what could be called as a decay curve. Can I say that for Sun Pharma and the businesses which you represent, for next 3 to 5 years, you're reasonably confident that you're in a high growth phase?
Yeah, I think our philosophy is always to make investment in short-term, medium-term and long-term returns, so that we will continue to refresh our ability to grow constantly. And hopefully the strategy will help us continue to grow. So like historically we've grown at compounded 25%, and we should be able to continue to do that going forward.
Mr. Jindal, same question. You can always divide the company on their growth phase. Young and startup, then they reach what could be called as high growth phase, then mature curve, and then decay or decadence. Can I say that for the companies which you represent, all the businesses are in high growth phase for next 3 years?
Yeah, definitely. I think both. Steel, power generation is all in high growth phase, because our per capita consumption for steel is amongst the lowest in the world. The world average is more than 200 kg, ours is only 100. USA that we're talking about is more than 400 kg. Same as power consumption is like less than 1100-1200 kilowatt hours per person. In USA it's like 15,000. So to give people a better quality of life, both power consumption and steel consumption is going to increase. To improve infrastructure, housing, etc., steel consumption is going to increase. And we are a very efficient player, and we are growing. We have all the ingredients to be able to grow, like land, clearances, raw materials. So we are already there. And it's a very difficult sector, steel, for a new entrant. So people who are already established, they have a very big advantage of brownfield expansion. So we feel we are in the right spot at the right space, and the kind of conducive environment that is there. So we hope that not only next 5 years, I would say the next 10 years should be very positive.
So give me one reason why somebody should invest in your stock.
Well, somebody should invest in our stock looking at our past track record. And people who invested in our company in the past, they made lots of money. And now things, so looking at our past performance, they can have the confidence that our future performance would be good. So, and people who know we work very, very sincerely and honestly in the company, and that's why they should invest in us.
You know, I've had the pleasure of tracking your company for almost 2 decades now. I can see that how I've had the pleasure of tracking your company for over 2 decades now, and it's absolutely amazing that despite representing a commodity sector which is cyclical in nature, how you've really managed to move the value chain and manage the debt. So it's quite incredible. Mr. Sanghvi, final question. If Dilip Sanghvi of 2025 meets Dilip Sanghvi of 1980 when you started Sun Pharma, what would you like to change? What will 2025 Dilip Sanghvi tell Dilip Sanghvi of 1990?
It took us a long time to, let's say, from when we started with 2 representatives to reach 50. I would find a way to do that much faster.
I would say that, sir, we should not wait for next 5 years to get the next interview.
Sure. No, thank you. Hopefully. Yeah.
And same, Mr. Jindal.
Anytime, I'm available anytime.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Jindal and Mr. Sanghvi. Let's put our hands together. Both of them, in a sense, are really representing 2 of the best companies in the world in terms of creating shareholder value, in terms of taking the India flag superior and higher, and in terms of really becoming an example to the world that when the going gets tough, the tough they get going. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Well, with the kind of confidence that corporate India is exuding, no matter what the global headwinds are, we are quite confident of the growth of Indian industry, and it's quite obvious from this conversation as well. Mr. Sanghvi, Mr. Jindal, Nikunj Dalmia, thank you very much for this discussion.
Well, Nikunj, I would request you to stay back actually, because our next session is, with an esteemed leader in the hospitality industry and one of India's, leading hotel chains, shall I say. We're right here.
We are right here and enjoying their gracious hospitality. It's always a pleasure to talk to Mr. Puneet Chatwal, and indeed, it's time for us to welcome him on stage and have this conversation with Nikunj to understand what the hospitality landscape is looking like, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Indian Hotels.
A visionary leader, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause, please. He's at the helm of India's most iconic hospitality brands.
Guys, if you're loving the hospitality, let's clap for this man, CEO of Indian Hotels. ये तो आधी क्लैप है, मजा नहीं आ रहा हॉस्पिटैलिटी में, तो और जोर से ताली बजाते हैं. For the hotel industry, things were tough. It was almost like a dark zone in COVID. So from a brink of survival, it was revival, it's flourish, and now it's high growth. What is happening and why is it happening?
Thank you, Nikunj. I think there are several factors. Let me first say India changed. The way India managed the crisis was possibly exemplary for the world. And then coming out of the crisis, the world also started changing. You know, people started calling it YOLO, or they called it Zindagi na milegi dobara, or whatever you want to. So that's factor number 1. Factor 2, hardly any new supply got built during COVID. So when your demand is strong and supply is restrained, then obviously your ability to charge is higher because the occupancy rates are good. So I think that's the second most important factor. The third, I think, is as good as it seems, I still feel the best is yet to come, because we are still very seriously lagging on the pre-COVID foreign tourist arrivals. But however they came not in large numbers, but last year events like G20 have done a lot of good for India in positioning India's image and building that soft power. So I think all in all, I think these 3 factors have contributed very significantly towards the growth of the tourism sector in general, and within that hospitality in particular, because it definitely is benefiting immensely from the growth, and that's a final factor, the growth in infrastructure in the country. When I see here in the audience, right in the first row, the contributions to the infrastructures, to the building of the airports, to the renaissance of the train stations, to this wonderful highways that are coming up, that's creating ease of travel. And it's just the beginning. I think we will see very large momentum coming our way in the next 5 to 10 years.
So if anybody is planning a conference, a wedding, a birthday party, a staycation for next 2 or 3 years, prices will not come down. That is what matters.
See, the pricing levels are good. They've gone up 40, 50, 60% versus pre-COVID. But I still feel they can go up another 30, 40, 50% because of lack of supply. And that will put us somewhere at 40% of the comparable charges that we have in equivalent cities across the globe. So wonderful rates were achieved in Delhi thanks to your summit, thanks to an event happening in Bharat Mandapam, and that's an example of infrastructure growth. Before, those kind of events in that kind of magnitude were not possible. So I think with Yashobhumi now kicking in, look what's happening in Delhi, look what's happening in Mumbai with Jio. With all over, I think there is a lot that is under preparation and a lot more that will come.
Okay. In terms of where the economy is moving, let me put some data points here. FMCG sales are low, car sales are not happening, shoe sales have hit a peak, but hotel sales are still going on. If everybody is feeling the pinch of economic slowdown, why is the hospitality industry or the hotel industry not feeling the pinch? वहीं पर महंगा हो रहा है.
देखिए, इतनी बारी मत बोलिए कहीं सच्ची में pinch ना आ जाए. So I think the hospitality, you know, when a country starts to flourish, thrive, becomes number 5, aspiring to be number 4, then wants to be number 3 by 2030. With all those goodies coming in, what's the point if you don't feel good? You don't, you know, what is hotels? It's a place to see and to be seen, right? So you go out to the restaurants, you go to the cruises, you go travel in style, you stay in style, and that is an attribute I would encourage everybody to start getting used to it. Just like you're getting used to higher disposable income, please start getting used to spending money. Especially with us.
Okay. You know,
this was definitely not the time it was like spending money.
ऊपर की वाणी कहते हैं ना, ऊपर की वाणी है. ऊपर देख करके बजर बजाए वाला तो कहीं से. From Indian Hotel, what should we expect in next 3 to 5 years now? Because you've really reinvented the entire chain, which is cumin, ama, moving into low, I would say low hotel, ginger. What we should expect from Indian hotels in the next 3 years now?
I think we very proudly call ourselves the custodian of Indian hospitality. And it's very important that Indian Hotels, and that's how Jamshedji Tata called the company, when he founded it much before the first Taj Hotel was built in 1903, that we address the needs and wants of all customer segments and all customer touch points in the country. I think we are on a good way there, and from homestays to absolutely super luxury, and I think we'll keep doing fine.
You know, when the buzzer comes for the second time, it's an indication for me to step out. And Mr. Chatwal, I'll have to rudely interrupt you there. I think the Prime Minister is about to reach the venue, so we'll have to just wrap it up. But thank you very much, Akesh. You've set the tone that customers should not expect any respite.
There'll be a third buzzer on that.
A celebratory one, though.
But maybe we should have Nikunj as our brand ambassador for Taj.
Mr. Puneet
Only
Chatwal.
then can we expect discounts.
That's right. Yes, correct. Always good talking to Mr. Chatwal. Thank you for that.
Well, we now go into silent period, so all of you please take your seats, put your mobile phones on silent, and we're just going to get the room ready for the Prime Minister.
Mic test 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Prime Minister is with us this evening. In the next 3 or 4 minutes, he will be arriving on stage. May I request all of you to put your phones on silent. May I request everybody to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. मौका है टाइम्स ग्रुप के ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट का और आज हम लोग ऐसे समय इस समारोह में जब उपस्थित हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हमारे बीच में हैं और उनके साथ टाइम्स ग्रुप के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर विनीत जैन जी यहाँ आए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल फॉरेन ट्रिप से आए हैं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का बड़ा समिट था। प्रधानमंत्री ने भारत की तरफ से चेयरमैन वहां बने थे प्रेसिडेंट मैक्रों के साथ और उसके बाद अमेरिकी दौरा। प्रधानमंत्री का अगर आप देखेंगे स्केड्यूल तो शायद चक्कर आ जाएगा, लेकिन एज ऑलवेज इट्स अ प्लेजर टू हैव हिम। ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट पर प्रधानमंत्री का हमेशा आशीर्वाद रहा है शुरू से अब तक हमेशा, और उन्होंने ट्वीट भी किया है कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म से वो इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी हमारे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर विनीत जैन जी, उनको फेलिसिटेट करें, आदर से उन्हें एक शॉल प्रस्तुत करें। मिस्टर विनीत जैन। Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. और अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूं श्री विनीत जैन, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर टाइम्स ग्रुप, टाइम्स नेटवर्क, to please address the audience and welcome the Prime Minister.
Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my privilege to welcome you to the 9th edition of the ET Now Global Business Summit 2025, a summit that always sets the agenda for business, economy, and society. Over the years, this summit has evolved into a confluence of global thought leadership, where ideas are not just exchanged, but are transformed into action. Prime Minister, may I first congratulate you on your landmark visit to the US, which will go a long way in resetting relations across trade and investment, energy security, technology, and defense. The launch of the US-India Compact for the 21st century will indeed catalyze opportunities for military partnership, accelerated commerce, and technology. Your mantra of MAGA plus MIGA, which is Make India Great Again, is equal to mega partnership between the two economics powerhouses and the world's biggest democracies has resonated very well. Today, the world is looking at India with admiration and anticipation. Once spoken of in terms of potential, India is now defined by its performance. We are not just part of global economic conversations. We are shaping them. India's economic rise is not just a national milestone, but a global force in motion. We stand at a critical inflection point in our history. The global economic order is undergoing rapid recalibration. The rules of the game are changing, and those who evolve, emerge, and expand will define the future. This is also the theme at ET Now GBS this year. Evolve, emerge, expand. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister, at the recent AI Summit in Paris, you had showcased India's commitment to being at the forefront of innovation, underlining the immense potential of AI to drive economic growth and transform industries. After that, in Washington, you and President Trump have announced the launch of the US-India Trust Initiative to promote the application of critical and emerging technologies across many sectors. The central pillar for this is the US-India roadmap on accelerating AI infrastructure by the end of the year. May I mention here that this summit also reaffirms our dedication to building a tech-driven future and positioning India as a global leader in the AI revolution. The Bharat we see today is a result of a decade of economic decisions and transformative policy making. This comes from Prime Minister's vision that has positioned our country not just as a participant in global affairs, but as a leader shaping them. Under his stewardship, India has become one of the fastest growing major economies in the world. Today, India's economic expansion is not only driven by consumption, but by investment, innovation, and integration with global value chains. India is also making rapid strides in infrastructure development, which is not just about roads and ports, but also about economic corridors that are seamlessly integrating manufacturing, logistics, and technology hubs. The financial sector is not just about banks and traditional lending. It is about a digital revolution that is democratizing access to capital and reshaping investment behavior. Our startup ecosystem is not about random success stories. It is a systematic mind shift towards entrepreneurship-led growth. India's successful space missions and the well-planned mega spiritual odyssey Mahakumbh 2025 underscore the country's dual focus on scientific advancement and cultural heritage. The world is in transition. The United States is adjusting to policy shifts. Europe is going through difficult adjustments, and China is navigating economic recalibrations. Against this backdrop, India offers what few other major economies can: high growth, macroeconomic stability, and a thriving investment climate. Today, major MNCs are not just looking at India as a market, but as a key partner in their global growth strategies. Supply chain realignments are creating an opportunity for India to emerge as a serious alternative in global manufacturing, thanks to the government's policies such as the PLI scheme for electronics and smartphones, PM Gati Shakti, National Logistics Policy, and many others. Technology is another arena where India is making rapid strides. From space exploration to advanced semiconductor manufacturing and fintech, India is setting benchmarks that the world is watching closely. India's fintech revolution, led by UPI processing over 70 billion transactions annually, has become a global case study in financial inclusion. Honorable Prime Minister, the India we see today is the outcome of a decade of transformative leadership. The policies you have championed, Make in India, AI in India, Digital India, Startup India, Khelo India, have turned aspirations into reality, laying the foundation for a country that is no longer just participating in global shifts, but defining them. Further, your visionary initiatives, including Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana and Ayushman Bharat, have empowered millions of citizens with financial inclusion and accessible healthcare, driving India towards a more equitable future. Your leadership has thus ensured that India is not just an economy of scale, but also an economy of impact. The world today looks at India not merely as a market, but as a creator of opportunity, a hub of innovation, and a key pillar of global economic stability that is shaping the future. I must stress here that this transformation is not just about policies. It is also about people. It is about an entrepreneurial spirit that has been unlocked right across, from startups in Bengaluru to manufacturing hubs in Gujarat, from fintech disruptors in Mumbai to AI pioneers in Hyderabad. Honorable Pradhan Mantri Ji, as we embark on this journey of economic transformation, we look to you and your vision to propel India into an era of unparalleled growth and global influence. Your address here today is not just a keynote speech. It is a statement of purpose, a roadmap for India's ascent, a vision that will inspire businesses, investors, and policymakers to make India into a $30 trillion economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pride and deep respect that I welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi Ji, to address this distinguished gathering. Thank you.
श्री विनीत जैन जी, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, सीईओज, अन्य सभी वरिष्ठ महानुभाव, देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सबको नमस्कार। लास्ट टाइम जब मैं ईटी समिट में आया था तो चुनाव होने ही वाले थे और उस समय मैंने आपके बीच पूरी विनम्रता से कहा था कि हमारे तीसरे टर्म में भारत एक नई स्पीड से काम करेगा। मुझे संतोष है कि ये स्पीड आज दिख भी रही है और देश इसको समर्थन भी दे रहा है। नई सरकार बनने के बाद देश के अनेक राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए को जनता का आशीर्वाद लगातार मिल रहा है। जून में ओडिशा के लोगों ने विकसित भारत के संकल्प को गति दी, फिर हरियाणा के लोगों ने समर्थन किया और अब दिल्ली के लोगों ने हमें भरपूर समर्थन दिया है। ये एक एक्नॉलेजमेंट है कि देश की जनता आज किस तरह विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य के लिए कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रही है। साथियों, जैसा आपने भी उल्लेख किया, मैं भी कल रात ही अमेरिका और फ्रांस की अपनी यात्रा से लौटा हूं। आज दुनिया के बड़े देश हो, दुनिया के बड़े मंच हो, भारत को लेकर जिस विश्वास से भरे हुए हैं, ये पहले कभी नहीं था। ये पेरिस में एआई एक्शन समिट के दौरान हुए डिस्कशन में भी रिफ्लेक्ट हुआ है। आज भारत ग्लोबल फ्यूचर से जुड़े विमर्श के सेंटर में है और कुछ चीजों में उसे लीड भी कर रहा है। मैं कभी-कभी सोचता हूं, अगर 2014 में देशवासियों ने हमें आशीर्वाद न दिए होते, अब आप भी सोचिए, भारत में रिफॉर्म्स की एक नई क्रांति शुरू होती, यानी मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हो सकता ये, कतई नहीं होता। आप भी इस बात को यानी सिर्फ कहने को नहीं, कन्विंस होंगे। क्या इतने सारे बदलाव होते क्या? आप में से जो हिंदी समझते होंगे उनको मेरी बात तुरंत समझ में आई होगी। देश तो पहले भी चल रहा था। कांग्रेस स्पीड ऑफ डेवलपमेंट और कांग्रेस स्पीड ऑफ करप्शन, ये दोनों चीजें देश देख रहा था। अगर वही जारी रहता तो क्या होता। देश का एक अहम टाइम पीरियड बर्बाद हो जाता। 2014 में तो कांग्रेस सरकार ये लक्ष्य लेकर चल रही थी कि 2044, यानी 2014 में वो सोचते थे और उनका डिक्लेयर्ड टारगेट था कि 2044 तक भारत को 11th से 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनाएंगे। 2044 यानी 30 साल का टाइम पीरियड था। ये था कांग्रेस का स्पीड ऑफ डेवलपमेंट। और विकसित भारत का स्पीड ऑफ डेवलपमेंट क्या होता है, ये भी आप देख रहे हैं। सिर्फ एक दशक में भारत टॉप 5 इकोनॉमी में आ गया। और साथियों, मैं पूरी जिम्मेवारी से कह रहा हूं, अब अगले कुछ सालों में ही आप भारत को दुनिया की 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनते देखेंगे। अब हिसाब लगाइए, 2044 एक युवा देश को यही स्पीड चाहिए। और आज इसी स्पीड से भारत चल रहा है। साथियों, पहले की सरकारें रिफॉर्म से बचती रही। और ये बात भूलना नहीं चाहिए, ये ईटी वाले भुला देते हैं। नहीं, मैं याद कराता हूं। जिस रिफॉर्म के गाजे बाजे हो रहे हैं ना, वो बिकॉज ऑफ कंपल्सन था, कन्विक्शन से नहीं था। आज हिंदुस्तान जो रिफॉर्म कर रहा है वो कन्विक्शन से कर रहा है। उनमें एक सोच रही, अब कौन इतनी मेहनत करे, रिफॉर्म की क्या जरूरत है। अब लोगों ने बिठाया है, मौज करो यार, 5 साल निकाल दो, चुनाव आएगा तब देखेंगे। अक्सर इस बात की चर्चा ही नहीं होती थी कि बड़े रिफॉर्म से देश में कितना कुछ बदल सकता है। आप व्यापार जगत के लोग हैं, सिर्फ हिसाब किताब आंकड़े नहीं लगाते, आप अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी को रिव्यू करते हैं, पुरानी पद्धतियों को छोड़ते हैं। एक समय में कितने ही लाभकारक रही हो, उसको भी छोड़ते हैं आप। जो काल बाह्य हो जाता है, उसका बोझ उठाकर कोई उद्योग चलता नहीं है जी, उसे छोड़ता ही है। आमतौर पर भारत में, जहां तक सरकारों की बात है, गुलामी के बोझ में जीने की एक आदत पड़ चुकी थी। इसलिए आजादी के बाद भी अंग्रेजों के जमाने की चीजों को ढोया जाता रहा। अब हम लोग आमतौर पर बोलते भी हैं, सुनते भी हैं, और कभी-कभी तो लगता है कि ये जैसे कोई बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण मंत्र है, बड़ा श्रद्धापूर्ण मंत्र है, ऐसे बोलते हैं, जस्टिस डिलेड इज जस्टिस डिनाइड। ऐसी बातें हम लंबे समय तक सुनते रहे, लेकिन इसको ठीक कैसे किया जाए, इस पर काम नहीं हुआ। समय के साथ हम इन चीजों के इतने आदी हो गए कि बदलाव को नोटिस ही नहीं कर पाते। और हमारे यहां तो एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम भी है, कुछ साथी यहां भी बैठे होंगे, जो अच्छी चीजों के बारे में चर्चा होने ही नहीं देते। वो उसको रोकने में ही ऊर्जा लगाए रखते हैं। जबकि लोकतंत्र में अच्छी चीजों पर भी चर्चा होना, मंथन होते रहना, ये भी लोकतंत्र की मजबूती के लिए उतना ही जरूरी है। लेकिन एक धारणा बना दी गई है कि कुछ नेगेटिव कहो, नेगेटिविटी फैलाओ, वही डेमोक्रेटिक है। अगर पॉजिटिव बातें होती हैं तो डेमोक्रेसी को कमजोर करार कर दिया जाता है। इस मानसिकता से बाहर आना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण दूंगा। साथियों, भारत में कुछ समय पहले तक जो पीनल कोड चल रहे थे वो 1860 के बने थे, 1860 के। देश आजाद हुआ कि हमें याद नहीं आया, क्योंकि गुलामी की मानसिकता में जीने की आदत हो गई थी। इनका मकसद 1860 में जो कानून बने, मकसद क्या था? उसका मकसद था भारत में गुलामी को मजबूत करना, भारत के नागरिकों को दंड देना। जिस सिस्टम के मूल में ही दंड है, वहां न्याय कैसे मिल सकता था? इसलिए इस सिस्टम के कारण न्याय मिलने में कई साल लग जाते थे। अब देखिए, हमने परिवर्तन किया, बहुत बड़ा कड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ी है, ऐसा नहीं हुआ है। लाखों ह्यूमन आवर्स लगे इसमें, और भारतीय न्याय संहिता को लेकर के हम आए, भारत की संसद ने इसको मान्यता दी। अब ये न्याय संहिता को लागू हुए अभी 7-8 महीने ही हुए हैं, 7 to 8 मंथ हुए अभी तो, लेकिन बदलाव साफ साफ नजर आ रहा है, अखबार में नहीं। अब लोगों में जाएंगे तो बदलाव नजर आएगा। न्याय संहिता लागू होने के बाद क्या बदलाव आया है, मैं बताता हूं। एक ट्रिपल मर्डर केस में एफआईआर से लेकर फैसला आने तक सिर्फ 14 दिन लगे। इसमें उम्र कैद की सजा हो गई। एक स्थान पर एक नाबालिग की हत्या के केस को 20 दिन में अंतिम परिणाम तक पहुंचाया गया। गुजरात में गैंगरेप के एक मामले में 9 अक्टूबर को केस दर्ज हुआ। 26 अक्टूबर को चार्जशीट भी दाखिल हो गई और आज 15 फरवरी को ही कोर्ट ने आरोपियों को दोषी करार दे दिया। आंध्र प्रदेश में 5 महीने के एक बच्चे से अपराध के मामले में अदालत ने दोषी को 25 वर्ष की सजा सुनाई है। इस केस में डिजिटल सबूतों ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई। एक और मामले में रेप और मर्डर के आरोपी की तलाश में ई प्रिजन मॉड्यूल से बड़ी मदद मिली। इसी तरह एक राज्य में रेप और मर्डर का केस हुआ और तुरंत ही पता चल गया कि संदिग्ध दूसरे राज्य में एक क्राइम में पहले जेल जा चुका है। इसके बाद उसकी गिरफ्तारी में भी समय नहीं लगा। ऐसे अनेक मामले में गिना सकता हूं जिसमें आज लोगों को तेजी से न्याय मिलने लगा है। साथियों, ऐसा ही एक बड़ा रिफॉर्म प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स को लेकर हुआ है। यूएन की एक स्टडी में किसी देश के लोगों के पास प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स का न होना एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज माना गया है। दुनिया के अनेक देशों में करोड़ों लोगों के पास प्रॉपर्टी के कानूनी दस्तावेज नहीं है, जबकि लोगों के पास प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स होने से गरीबी कम करने में मदद मिलती है। ये बारीकियां पहले की सरकारों को पता भी नहीं था। और कौन इतना सरदर्द उठाए जी, कौन मेहनत करे? ऐसे काम कोई ईटी की हेडलाइन तो बनने वाली नहीं है, तो करेगा कौन? ऐसी अप्रोच से न देश चला करते हैं न देश बना करते हैं। और इसलिए हमने स्वामित्व योजना की शुरुआत की। स्वामित्व योजना के तहत देश के 3 लाख से ज्यादा गांवों का ड्रोन सर्वे किया गया। 2.25 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड दिए गए। और मैं ईटी को एक हेडलाइन आज दे रहा हूं। स्वामित्व लिखना जरा ईटी के लिए तकलीफ वाला है, लेकिन फिर भी वो तो आदत से हो जाएगा। स्वामित्व योजना की वजह से देश के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में अब तक 100 लाख करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टी की वैल्यू अनलॉक हुई है। 100 लाख करोड़ यानी 100 लाख करोड़ रुपयों की प्रॉपर्टी पहले भी गांव में मौजूद थी, गरीब के पास मौजूद थी, लेकिन इसका उपयोग आर्थिक विकास में नहीं हो पाता था। प्रॉपर्टी के राइट्स न होने से गांव के लोगों को बैंक से लोन नहीं मिल पाता था। अब ये दिक्कत हमेशा के लिए दूर हो गई है। आज पूरे देश से ऐसी खबरें आती हैं कि कैसे स्वामित्व योजना के प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड से लोगों का फायदा हो रहा है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले राजस्थान की एक बहन से मेरी बातचीत हो रही। उस बहन को स्वामित्व योजना के तहत प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड मिला हुआ है। इनका परिवार 20 साल से एक छोटे से मकान में रहता था। जैसे ही प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड मिला तो उनको बैंक से करीब 8 लाख का लोन मिला। 8 लाख रुपए का लोन मिला कागज मिलने से। इस पैसे से उस बहन ने एक दुकान शुरू की। अब उससे हुई कमाई से वो परिवार अब अपने बच्चों की हायर एजुकेशन के लिए सपोर्ट कर पा रही है। एंड अब देखिए कैसे बदलाव आता है। एक और राज्य में एक गांव में एक व्यक्ति ने प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड दिखाकर बैंक से 4.5 लाख का लोन लिया। उस लोन से उसने एक गाड़ी खरीदी और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का काम उसने शुरू कर दिया। एक और गांव में एक व्यक्ति ने प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड पर लोन लेकर अपने खेत में मॉडर्न इरिगेशन फैसिलिटी तैयार करवाई। ऐसे ही कई उदाहरण हैं जिनसे गांवों में गरीबों को कमाई के नए रास्ते बन रहे हैं। ये रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म की असली स्टोरीज हैं जो अखबारों और टीवी चैनल्स के हेडलाइन में नहीं आती है। साथियों, आजादी के बाद हमारे देश में अनेकों ऐसे जिले थे जहां सरकारें विकास नहीं पहुंचा पाई और ये उनके गवर्नेंस की कमी थी। बजट तो होता था, डिक्लेयर भी होता था, सेंसस के रिपोर्ट भी छपते थे, ऊपर गया कि नीचे गया। करना ये चाहिए था कि इन जिलों पर खास फोकस करते, लेकिन इन जिलों को पिछड़े जिले, बैकवर्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट, इसका लेबल लगाकर उन जिलों को अपने हाल पर छोड़ दिया। इन जिलों को कोई हाथ लगाने को तैयार नहीं होता था। यहां सरकारी अफसर भी अगर ट्रांसफर होती थी तो ये मान लिया जाता था कि पनिशमेंट पोस्टिंग पर भेजा गया है। साथियों, इतना नेगेटिव एनवायरनमेंट, उस स्थिति को मैंने एक चुनौती के रूप में लिया और पूरे अप्रोच को ही बदल डाला। हमने ऐसे देश के करीब 100 से ज्यादा जिलों को आइडेंटिफाई किया, जिसको कभी बैकवर्ड जिला कहते थे। मैंने कहा ये एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, ये बैकवर्ड नहीं है। हमने यहां देश के युवा अफसरों को वहां पर ड्यूटी देना शुरू कर दिया। माइक्रो लेवल पर गवर्नेंस को सुधारने का प्रयास शुरू किया। हमने उन इंडिकेटर्स पर काम किया जिसमें ये सबसे पीछे थे। फिर मिशन मोड पर कैंप लगाकर सरकार की फ्लैगशिप योजनाओं को यहां लागू किया। आज इनमें से कई एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स देश के इंस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स बन चुके हैं। साल 2018 में, 2018 में असम के, मैं उन जो एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जिसको मैं कहता हूं, जिसको पहले की सरकार बैकवर्ड कहती थी, मैं उनका ही जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। असम के बारपेटा जिले में सिर्फ 26% एलिमेंट्री स्कूलों में ही सही स्टूडेंट टू टीचर्स रेशियो था, ओनली 26%। आज उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 100% स्कूलों में स्टूडेंट टीचर रेशियो आवश्यकता के अनुसार हो गया। बिहार के बेगूसराय जिले में सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन लेने वाली गर्भवती महिलाओं की संख्या ओनली 21% थी। बजट नहीं था, ऐसा नहीं था, बजट तो था, ओनली 21%। उसी प्रकार से यूपी के चंदौली जिले में ये 14% थी। आज दोनों जिलों में ये 100% हो चुकी है। इसी तरह बच्चों के 100% टीकाकरण के अभियान में भी कई जिले बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। यूपी के श्रावस्ती में 49% से बढ़कर 86%, तो तमिलनाडु के रामनाथपुरम में 67% से बढ़कर 93% हम पहुंचे हैं। ऐसी ही सफलताओं को देखते हुए ही अब देश के हम फिर ये एक प्रयोग बहुत सफल रहा, ग्रास रूट लेवल पर परिवर्तन लाने का प्रयास सफल रहा। तो जैसे पहले हमने 100 करीब एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट आइडेंटिफाई किए, अब हम एक स्टेज नीचे जाकर के 500 ब्लॉक्स, उनको हमने एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक घोषित किया है और वहां हम बिल्कुल फोकस वे में तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। अब आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं हिंदुस्तान के 500 ब्लॉक्स, उसकी बेसिक बदलाव आएगा, मतलब देश के सारे पैरामीटर बदल जाते हैं। साथियों, यहां बहुत बड़ी संख्या में इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स बैठे हैं। आपने कई दशक देखे, दशकों से आप बिजनेस में हैं। भारत में बिजनेस का माहौल कैसा होना चाहिए, ये अक्सर आपकी विश लिस्ट का हिस्सा हुआ करता था। सोचिए कि हम 10 साल पहले कहां थे और आज कहां हैं। एक दशक पहले भारत के बैंक भारी संकट से गुजर रहे थे। हमारा बैंकिंग सिस्टम फ्रेजाइल था। करोड़ों भारतीय बैंकिंग सिस्टम से बाहर थे। और अभी विनीत जी ने जनधन अकाउंट की चर्चा भी की। भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक था जहां एक्सेस टू क्रेडिट सबसे मुश्किल था। साथियों, हमने बैंकिंग सेक्टर को मजबूत करने के लिए अलग अलग स्तर पर एक साथ काम किया। बैंकिंग द अनबैंक, सिक्योरिंग द अनसिक्योर्ड, फंडिंग द अनफंडेड, ये हमारी स्ट्रेटेजी रही। 10 साल पहले ये तर्क दिया जाता था कि देश में बैंक ब्रांच नहीं है, तो कैसे फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन होगा। आज देश के करीब करीब हर गांव के 5 किलोमीटर के दायरे में कोई बैंक ब्रांच या बैंकिंग कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट मौजूद है। एक्सेस टू क्रेडिट कैसे बढ़ा, इसका एक उदाहरण मुद्रा योजना है। करीब 32 लाख करोड़ रुपए उन लोगों तक पहुंचे हैं जिनको बैंकों की पुरानी व्यवस्था के तहत लोन मिल ही नहीं सकता था। ये कितना बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ है। एमएसएमईज के लिए लोन मिलना आज बहुत आसान हुआ है। आज रेहड़ी पटरी ठेले वालों तक को हमने आसान लोन से जोड़ा है। किसानों को मिलने वाला लोन भी 2 गुने से अधिक किया है। हम बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोन दे रहे हैं, बड़े अमाउंट में लोन दे रहे हैं और साथ ही हमारे बैंकों का प्रॉफिट भी बढ़ रहा है। 10 साल पहले तक इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स ही बैंकों के रिकॉर्ड घोटाले की खबरें छापता था। रिकॉर्ड एनपीएस पर चिंता जताने वाले एडिटोरियल छपते थे। आज आपके अखबार में क्या छप रहा है? अप्रैल से दिसंबर तक सरकारी बैंकों ने 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट दर्ज किया है। साथियों, ये सिर्फ हेडलाइंस नहीं बदली है, ये सिस्टम बदला है, जिसके मूल में हमारे बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स है। ये दिखाता है कि हमारी इकोनॉमी के पिलर्स कितने मजबूत हो रहे हैं। साथियों, बीते दशक में हमने फियर ऑफ बिजनेस को ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में बदला है। जीएसटी के कारण देश में जो सिंगल लार्ज मार्केट की व्यवस्था बनी है, उससे भी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत फायदा मिल रहा है। बीते दशक में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में भी अभूतपूर्व विकास हुआ है। इससे देश में लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट घट रही है, एफिशिएंसी बढ़ रही है। हमने सैकड़ों कंप्लायंसेस खत्म किए और अब जन विश्वास 2.0 से और भी कंप्लायंसेस को कम कर रहे हैं। समाज में, और ये मेरा कन्विक्शन है, सरकार का दखल और कम हो, इसके लिए सरकार एक डीरेगुलेशन कमीशन भी बनाने जा रही है। फ्रेंड्स, आज के भारत में एक और बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हम देख रहे हैं। ये परिवर्तन फ्यूचर की तैयारी से जुड़ा है। जब दुनिया में पहली औद्योगिक क्रांति शुरू हुई तो भारत में गुलामी की जकड़न मजबूत होती जा रही थी। दूसरी औद्योगिक क्रांति के दौरान जहां दुनिया में नए नए इन्वेंशंस, नई फैक्ट्रियां लग रही थी, तब भारत में लोकल इंडस्ट्री को नष्ट किया जा रहा था। भारत से रॉ मटेरियल बाहर ले जाया जा रहा था। आजादी के बाद भी स्थितियां ज्यादा नहीं बदली। जब दुनिया कंप्यूटर क्रांति की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, तब भारत में कंप्यूटर खरीदने के लिए भी लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता था। पहली 3 औद्योगिक क्रांतियों का उतना लाभ भले ही भारत नहीं ले पाया, लेकिन चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति में भारत दुनिया के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाने के लिए तैयार है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की यात्रा में हमारी सरकार प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बहुत अहम सहभागी मानती है। सरकार ने बहुत सारे नए सेक्टर्स को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया है, जैसे स्पेस सेक्टर। आज बहुत सारे नौजवान, बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स इस स्पेस सेक्टर में बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं। ऐसे ही ड्रोन सेक्टर कुछ समय पहले तक लोगों के लिए क्लोज था। आज इस सेक्टर में यूथ के लिए बहुत सारा स्कोप दिख रहा है। प्राइवेट फर्म्स के लिए कॉमर्शियल कोल माइनिंग का क्षेत्र खोला गया है। ऑक्शंस को प्राइवेट कंपनियों के लिए लिबरलाइज किया गया है। देश के रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी अचीवमेंट में हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। और अब पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेक्टर में भी हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं ताकि इसमें और एफिशिएंसी आए। हमारे इस बार के बजट में भी एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव हुआ है। हमने यानी पहले कोई ये बोलने की हिम्मत नहीं करता था, हमने न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर को भी प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए खोल दिया है। साथियों, आज हमारी पॉलिटिक्स भी परफॉर्मेंस ओरिएंटेड हो चुकी है। अब भारत की जनता ने 2 टूक कह दिया है, टिकेगा वही जो जमीन से जुड़ा रहेगा, जमीन पर रिजल्ट लाकर दिखाएगा। सरकार को लोगों की समस्याओं के प्रति संवेदनशील होना बहुत जरूरी है, उसकी पहली आवश्यकता है। हमसे पहले जिन पर पॉलिसी मेकिंग का जिम्मा था, उनमें संवेदनशीलता शायद बहुत आखिर में नजर आती थी, इच्छा शक्ति भी बहुत आखिर में नजर आती थी। हमारी सरकार ने संवेदनशीलता के साथ लोगों की समस्याओं को समझा, जोश और जुनून के साथ उन्हें सुलझाने के लिए जरूरी कदम उठाए। आज दुनिया की तमाम स्टडीज बताती है कि बीते दशक में जो बेसिक सुविधाएं देशवासियों को मिली है, जिस तरह वो एम्पावर हुए हैं, उसके कारण ही सिर्फ 10 साल में 25 करोड़ भारतीय गरीबी से बाहर निकल आए हैं। इतना बड़ा वर्ग नियो मिडिल क्लास का हिस्सा बन गया। ये नियो मिडिल क्लास अब अपनी पहला 2 व्हीलर, अपनी पहली कार, अपना पहला घर खरीदने के सपने देख रहा है। मिडिल क्लास को सपोर्ट करने के लिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने 0 टैक्स की सीमा को 7 लाख से बढ़ाकर 12 लाख किया है। इस फैसले से पूरा मिडिल क्लास मजबूत होगा, देश में इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी भी और बढ़ेगी। ये प्रोएक्टिव सरकार के साथ ही एक सेंसिटिव सरकार की वजह से ही संभव हो पाया। साथियों, विकसित भारत की असली नींव विश्वास है, ट्रस्ट है। हर देशवासी, हर सरकार, हर बिजनेस लीडर में ये एलिमेंट होना बहुत जरूरी है। सरकार अपनी तरफ से देशवासियों में विश्वास बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी शक्ति से काम कर रही है। हम इनोवेटर्स को भी एक ऐसे माहौल का विश्वास दे रहे हैं जिस पर वो अपने आइडियाज को इंक्यूबेट कर सकते हैं। हम बिजनेस को भी पॉलिसीज के स्टेबल और सपोर्टिव रहने का विश्वास दे रहे हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि ईटी की ये समिट इस विश्वास को और मजबूती देगी। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। एक बार फिर आप सभी को अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, भारत मिशन मोड में विकसित भारत के टारगेट पर चल रहा है। ये उसका हकदार बहुत वर्षों से था, लेकिन अब उसे अपने इस नेतृत्व पे भरोसा है। और मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी, मशहूर कवि केदारनाथ अग्रवाल की पंक्तियाँ, मैंने उसको जब जब देखा, लोहा देखा, लोहे जैसा तपते देखा, लोहे जैसा गलते देखा, लोहे की तरह अटूट ये भरोसा आज इस देश को आप पर है। हमारे बीच में आने के लिए और इस ऑडियंस को संबोधित करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Huge round of applause for the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi.